किसी ने कोई खुराफात करने की, किसी को परेशान करने की कोशिश की है तो फिर उसकी खबर फिर अच्छे चलेंगे हम। ये जहांगीर के घर वाले भी खड़े हैं, उसको बता देना कायदे से। ये बार बार जो खबरें आ रही हैं कि उसके लोग धमका रहे हैं, तो फिर अच्छे से खबर लेंगे, फिर बाद में रोना पछताना मत।
Sounding every bit the on-ground enforcer, Sharma made it clear any attempt to influence voters would invite strict action. The strong message didn't go well with the ruling party. TMC workers hit the streets, alleging the officer had overstepped his mandate and was targeting their cadre. However, officials say Sharma's visit was triggered by serious complaints, including allegations of voter ID cards being collected and voters being pressured in the constituency. As tensions flared, the confrontation quickly turned into a full-blown political flashpoint with accusations of intimidation on one side and enforcement of free and fair polls on the other. With a hardline officer on the ground and political tempers running high, West Bengal's election battleground is now witnessing a high-stakes face-off where the fight is not just for votes but over who controls the narrative of law, order and fear.
All right, so this is the opposition and the BJP and the TMC, and especially the TMC seems quite upset with the appointment of Ajay Pal Sharma, but the law and order situation is critical in West Bengal, and this is the result that there has been less violence compared to the previous elections in West Bengal because of the large security deployment. We'll get you minute-to-minute updates, but now time to slip into a short commercial break. Coming up next, Amrita.
Key constituencies go to polls today in Bengal. It's Mamata Banerjee versus Subendu Adhikari in Bhavanipur.
Exit poll projections for West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Assam, Kerala, Puducherry to be released today.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines.
All right, viewers, welcome back. Now, let's move on to one more story from West Bengal. Now, as West Bengal votes in its final and decisive phase today with high stakes and heightened security across the state. After a strong turnout of 93.19% in phase 1, all eyes are now on the remaining 142 seats, Amrita, even as sporadic incidents of tension continue to be reported.
That's right, Shivam. It remains to be seen what happens today with massive deployment of central forces and a fierce political battle between the TMC and the BJP. The last phase and the crucial one is being seen as the ultimate test before results on May 4. Let's take a look into this ground report.
The final battle for Bengal is underway. Phase 1 had already set the tone, recording a high voter turnout of around 93% across 152 constituencies. Now, the focus shifts to the remaining 142 seats in Phase 2, covering regions of Kolkata, Howrah, Hooghly and South Bengal. A massive security grid is in place, with over 2 lakh central forces led by CRPF deployed to ensure peaceful polling. From area domination to booth security, authorities are leaving nothing to chance. The high-voltage campaign saw sharp exchanges between TMC and BJP, with both sides accusing each other of intimidation and violence. Meanwhile, this time, the BJP remains confident that high voter turnout will work in its favour, and on the other hand, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is pushing hard for a 4th straight term. With voting underway and the final phase in motion, turnout will once again be the key factor shaping the verdict. Because in Bengal, every vote counts in what is turning into a closely fought battle.
And now slipping into a short break, and we will be right back with more stories on the other side for you.
Yeah, coming up next, after a record turnout of 93% in Phase 1, 142 seats in Bengal go to polls today in Phase 2.
And TMC nervous as security intensified in Bengal ahead of the polls. Police complaint filed against UP Singham cop.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASRAAM, the Indian pilots get longer reach, faster lock, and higher chance to survive. The missile also works well against low-flying drones that are hard to see on radar. Many experts see drone swarms as the new big threat in air wars, and this upgrade gives the MiG-29 a strong answer. The ASRAAM already proved itself on Indian planes.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
All right, after record turnout in phase 1 election, that is 93% in phase 1, 142 seats in Bengal go to polls today in phase 2. Key constituencies go to polls today in Bengal. It's Mamta Banerjee versus Shubhendu Adhikari in Bhawanipur.
TMC nervous as security intensified in West Bengal ahead of polls. Police complaint filed against UP Singham cop.
Exit poll projections for West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Assam, Kerala, Puducherry to be released today. All right, now, so today is a very crucial day. It's the phase 2 of voting in West Bengal. There was a heavy voter turnout in phase 1, 93%.
Absolutely. And it also suggested that there is a high chance of anti-incumbency, but of course several factors are going to be playing a very crucial role. But viewers, West Bengal is all set for a decisive second and final phase of voting today. Voting has begun. Over 3 crore voters will decide the fate of more than 1,000 candidates across key South Bengal constituencies. Now, the state has seen sharp BJP-TMC exchanges over law and order situation in the state and political violence. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also accused TMC of being in panic mode and promised action on corruption, syndicate rule and voter safety if BJP wins. Meanwhile, TMC has hit back, alleging intimidation and misuse of central agencies. Tensions are also rising in South 24 Parganas after EC appointed IPS officer Ajay Pal Sharma's visit triggered protests.
All right, we have Pinky joining us live for more details. Pinky, live from Panihati. All right, Pinky, what's the scene on the ground? What's the situation on ground? Have people started lining up? It's already, the voting must have begun by now. Pinky, over to you. पिंकी
देखिए पानीहाटी वो सीट है जिस सीट के ऊपर सभी का नजर टिका हुआ है। आज इलेक्शन का डे है। आज इलेक्शन में आज जानते हैं कि अभया जो आरजीकर को लेके पूरा देश में जो आंदोलन है, जो एजिटेशन है वो फैल गया था। उस आरजीकर जो विक्टिम लेडी, उसके माँ है हम लोगों के पास, उनके साथ थोड़ा बात करेंगे। उनके साथ वो बांग्ला में ही बात करेंगे। मैं आपको नैरेट करूंगी वो क्या कह रहे हैं।
ठीक है।
কাকিমা আমি একটু হিন্দিতে বলছি, আপনি বুঝে আপনার মতো করে উত্তর দেবেন। आज इलेक्शन का डे है। आज आपके लिए बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट एक डे है। क्या लगता है कैसे जाएंगे ये दिन, और आप ये दिन कैसे शुरुआत कर रहे हैं? क्योंकि अभया जिसको हम लोग सब जानते हैं, जिसके लिए पूरा देश में आवाज़ उठा था, आज आप उनके लिए लड़ रहे हैं।
আজকে আমি সমস্ত জনসাধারণকে বলবো, কোনো মানে নির্বিঘ্নে ভোটটা হোক, কোনো রক্তারক্তি না হোক, এবং পানিহাটিবাসী বলবো ইভিএম এর বোতাম টিপে 3 নম্বরে ভোট দিতে। আমি জিতবো মানে সারা পানিহাটিবাসী জিতবে এবং সারা বাংলায় পদ্মফুল ফুটবে।
आएंगे, एक मिनट। वो बता रहे हैं कि आज सुबह को सब वोट देने आए, वोट करने के लिए आए और बिना ब्लड शेड के वोट हो, वो ये चाह रहे हैं। एक बात हम आपसे पूछना चाहेंगे, जो कि आप बार बार बता रहे हैं कि विचार आएगा। विचार आएगा। और हम लोगों ने देखा कि प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने आपके माथा के ऊपर हाथ भी रखा, आपको आशीर्वाद भी किया। आज अभया के लिए, आपके बच्ची के लिए, आपके खुद की बच्ची के लिए, आप उसके के लिए क्या कहना चाहेंगे? और आप
আমি এখনই আমার মেয়েকে এবং মা সারদা দেবীকে পাশে রেখেছি, দুজনকেই প্রণাম করলাম, তারপর ঘর থেকে বেরোলাম।
क्या लगता है कैसा जाएगा ये दिन? अभी तक कोई कंप्लेन आया है?
किसी না, কোনো কমপ্লেন আসেনি, ভালোই যাবে।
देखिए, हम लोगों के साथ अभय का माँ थी और वो बोल रही कि आज अच्छा ही जाएगा दिन, आज वोट देने के लिए आए। उनके पिताजी हम लोगों के साथ जुड़ चुका है। सर, आपसे एक बात पूछना चाहेंगे, ये दिन आपके लिए बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है क्योंकि आप लोगों ने जब मैदान में उतरे थे तब बताए थे कि विचार के लिए कुछ भी करेंगे। आज
क्या बोलूं, आज ये दिन हमको सामने आ गया लड़ाई के लिए। ये लड़ाई और अलग लड़ाई है, इसको लड़ना पड़ेगा और जीतना भी पड़ेगा हमको।
रो क्यों रहे आप? पाक में पांसू क्यों?
पता नहीं है कि
आज के दिन में शायद लग रहा है कि आज का दिन बहुत बहुत ज़्यादा टफ है क्योंकि सिर्फ इलेक्शन नहीं, आज वो दिन है जिसके लिए आप लोगों ने बहुत दिन से तैयारी की थी, अपनी लड़की के लिए, विचार के लिए, अपनी लड़की की जस्टिस के लिए। आज वो दिन लग रहा है कि इंसान, वोटर्स, जो लोग हैं वो आपके साथ खड़े होंगे।
वोटर हमारा साथ है, लेकिन टीएमसी ने गुंडागर्दी नहीं करेगा तो हम लोग और जरूर जीतेगा।
लगता है वो आज भी गुंडागर्दी
करके कुछ नहीं, उसको फायदा होगा, हम लोग जीतेंगे।
आप कॉन्फिडेंस है?
पूरा कॉन्फिडेंस। पब्लिक हमारे साथ है, वोटर हमारा साथ है,
पब्लिक का रिस्पांस तो आपको
हमारा पूरा साथ है। किसी वार्ड में हमको लगता है 100%।
बॉडी को छीन के जलाया गया।
अभी इस इलेक्शन अनाउंस होने के बाद जो भी चल रहा है वो भी बहुत दुखजनक घटना है। जो हमारा वोटर को जब हम रैली में जाता है कोई प्रचार में, उसके बाद जो हमारा वोटर है उसको धमका जा रहा है, जो हमके साथ बात करते हैं उसको धमकाई जा रहा है। किसी को बोलता है, एक हमारा पास एक कॉल रिकॉर्ड भी आया है, वो धमका 4 तारीख के बाद देख लेंगे, ये सब धमकी दे रहा है वो लोग।
देखिए, अभया के जो पिताजी हैं वो हम लोगों के साथ थे। उनका मानना है कि अगर गुंडागर्दी ना हो, अगर गुंडागर्दी करने का मौका ना मिले टीएमसी को, तो वोट्स जो है, जो पब्लिक है वो उनके साथ होंगे, वो वोट मिलेंगे। और ये जो पानीहाटी जो सीट है, आपको बता रहे थे कि पानीहाटी वो हॉट सीट है जिसके ऊपर सबके नजर टिके हुए थे। इस आरजीकर के केस के बाद बहुत ऐसे इंसिडेंट हुए हैं जिसमें अभया के नाम उभर के बार उभर के आए हैं। और आज वो दोनों जाएंगे, आज फर्स्ट वोट कास्ट करेंगे अपने, उसके बाद सारे जो बूथ्स हैं वहां पर जाएंगे, जाके देखेंगे सब वोटर्स अपने हक से वो वोट दे पा रहे हैं कि नहीं। और जो बात पहले ही अभया की माँ कह रहे थे, या रत्ना देवनाथ जो कैंडिडेट है, बीजेपी का कैंडिडेट पानीहाटी से, वो कह रहे थे कि आज कोई ब्लडशेड ना हो, आज कोई खून खराबी ना हो, ये चाहेंगे वोटर्स अपने हक से आज वोट दे सके, यही चाहना है उन लोगों का।
Right, Pinky, thank you so much. These are very important voices coming in from the BJP candidate Ratna Devnath. Stay with us. We are seeing emotional visuals where the parents are essentially looking to bring about a change in the state of West Bengal as far as women's security is concerned. Shivam.
Yeah, definitely. Every now and then the issue of women's safety, one of the major concerns is women's safety, and this time it's one of for many political parties, this is one of the biggest agenda, women's safety, and especially Ratna Devnath, who is the mother of the victim of the RG rape and murder. She has been fielded by the Bharatiya Janata Party, and she is definitely getting a lot of support, because the protest did not just happen in Kolkata, in West Bengal. The protests happened across India. I guess Hina, Harsha is also live with us. Yes,
Harsha is joining us, Shivam, from Diamond Harbour in South 24 Parganas, a very important constituency again. Harsha, I would like to come across to you. This is a seat that has seen, time and again, law and order situation. Most recently, we saw how 3,000 crude bombs were recovered by the police officials. How do you assess the current law and order situation as people go to voting in the booths?
Shivam, Hina, one thing is for sure today for the second phase of West Bengal elections, that today also the voting in this Diamond Harbour region is going to be immense. That's the pulse I'm getting since morning, right now when we are reporting. I'll show you the visuals because I am reporting from the Falta Assembly constituency, and Hina, Shivam, this particular assembly constituency has been in news from last 2 days, and we very well know what was the reason. The reason was IPS Ajay Pal Sharma. The reason was TMC candidate Jahangir Khan openly threatening to the voters to come out and vote. And keeping all those aside, these are the morning visuals where we see voters coming to the polling booth, huge numbers morning. They're queued up for their number to come so that they can cast their vote. And also, if we talk about South 24 Pargana, in which region this assembly constituency comes under, in 2021, Hina, Shivam, TMC won 30 out of 31 seats in the South 24 Pargana, and this is a very strong hold of TMC as far as the election is concerned and the voting turnout is concerned. But this time, what is going to be different? That will be very interesting to watch and see on May 4th. But right now, we see that women in huge number coming to the polling stations, polling booth to cast their vote this early in the morning. And we see a lot of political parties have spoken about women empowerment, law and order situation, empowering women, giving them benefit, and also the promises which have been made to the women voter. And it's very interesting to watch that early in the morning when we see more and more women voters coming to the polling station. This speaks a lot about the gravity of the election this time in the West Bengal. We'll speak to one or two voters. मैम, आज आप सुबह सुबह आई हैं, आप लोग के लिए चुनाव बहुत बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है. महिलाओं की बात हर कोई करता है. हिंदी आती है? नहीं? So, Hina, Shivam, they are the voters who only know Bengali, as we very well know that the most of the advantages where people don't speak Hindi very well. But I can show you the sense and the visuals across this particular area in the Falta Assembly constituency. More and more people are gathering here to queue up for their turn to go inside and cast the vote. And we see here that how Falta has also become one of the major assembly constituency in this particular election. South 24 Pargana is a region where a lot of promises has been made. HM, Prime Minister Modi, and most of the central ministers from BJP also did campaign here, and the star campaigners in fact went for the door-to-door campaigning also in this particular region also. BJP is expecting that the voter turnout will increase this time in the Dakshin 24 constituency this time in 2026, but that the time will only tell. But before that, what we're expecting that this particular phase 2 election in West Bengal should go without any violence, because in 2 days we have seen the stern warning being issued. We have seen Jahangir Khan coming out and talking about that only the day of election will tell, and also today will be a cinema. That was the word of Jahangir Khan yesterday, that today the polling day will be like a cinema and everyone will watch, and it's the duty of the officers to ensure that there is no violence. Undoubtedly, this is like an open threat, and also which most of the TMC candidate has been given. But this contest here between BJP leader and TMC, because the main parties who are looking in the fray right now is TMC versus BJP. But is it going to be the same this 2026? Because if we talk about the majority of the voters here, the majority is minority. So that also makes a lot of sense exactly what is going to be the voter turnout here. But yes, the promises were made, immense promises were made, and again I'll show the queue, the queue at the polling booth, which tells that this morning from 6 o'clock only the people have queued up at the polling station for their turn to cast the vote. And this is the situation. These are the visuals which we have been getting from West Bengal, and the pulse which we are sensing this phase as well, because it's being stated that this phase is not going to be different from the phase 1. If the phase 1 has
I would like to ask you a question in between. We have covered many elections, the previous elections, and you remember how the voting turnout was was in the phase 1, है ना? It was a massive voter turnout, 93%. Do we expect the same to happen in the phase 2 elections? Or because there are also urban centers that the factor of urban centers will be factored in, because people usually do not come in such large numbers when you talk about Kolkata city or places like city in metropolitans. Now, will you see the same voting percentage this time also? We have Mohan also with us, but Harsha, first your response, then we'll go to Mohan also, is joining us from North 24 Pargana.
So Shivam, if we talk specifically about the phase 2, yes, phase 2 has Kolkata South, Kolkata North, North 24 Pargana, South 24 Pargana. But let me tell you, more than urban, it's the rural voters, Shivam, who every time go out and poll. But this time with the door-to-door campaign and with the kind of what we are sensing, the polarization which has happened on ground, it looks like the voter percentage turnout is not going to be less. The voter percentage turnout is going to be similar or more than phase 1. What the election officers believe is that it's going to be more than phase 1 because of the more rural vantages and sectors and assembly constituency which will be voting in the phase 2. That is 142 constituency, South 24 Pargana, majorly urban, and only few are the majorly rural and only few are the urban ones. Similarly with North 24 Parganas, the Bhadralok and presidency people also this time are going to come out and vote, Shivam. That at the end of the day, I promise you will get to see those visuals and the voter turnout as well. Back to you.
Yeah.
Harsha, of course, the voter turnout is partially attributed to the SIR process, but also to the fact that people are now fearful that they must go and cast their vote because they do not want to be taken away
the names
the
to be
rights
cut. They don't want the names to be cut. They
yes,
don't want
of
the
course.
names to be struck off.
There is an innate fear now because of the extensive SIR exercise that we saw happening in the state of West Bengal. But would also like to go across to my colleague Mohan, who is joining us from North 24 Parganas. Mohan, again, we are talking about the second phase, and we do know the numbers tell us the entire story that in the phase 2, the 142 constituencies that we're talking about, these are TMC strongholds, whether you talk about Lok Sabha elections happening in 2019 and 2024, and also the assembly elections in 2021.
एकदम मैडम, जैसे आपने बताया है, मैं बता दूं कि उत्तर 24 परगना के 33 जो विधानसभा केंद्र है उसका जो है वोट प्रक्रिया शुरू हो गई है। काफी लंबा कतार मैं दिखाने बोलूंगा विजय को। देखिए काफी लंबा कतार, खासकर महिलाओं का देखिए लंबा कतार लग चुकी है। 7 बजने वाला है और अभी चुनाव की जो प्रक्रिया है वो शुरू हो चुकी है। मैं दिखाऊंगा कि लोग आगे काफी खासकर यहाँ देखने वाली बात है कि महिलाओं की जो संख्या है, महिलाओं की काफी तादाद निकली है चुनाव में। कब आए आप लोग? अभी लाइन कितने देर से लाइन में खड़े हैं?
15-20 मिनट
मतलब ऐसे खड़े हैं। काफी महिलाएं बहुत दिखाई दे रही है यहाँ पर।
आनंद हमारे साथ आप बने रहिए, आप बात करिए, बट वी आर ऑल्सो गेटिंग visuals of Ratna Debnath. Now this is Ratna Debnath who has gone to cast her vote, and this is also a much watched seat now because it will become a high profile seat because of the candidate that has been fielded here. From the Trinamool Congress, Tirthankar Ghosh has been fielded in this constituency, that is Pani Hati, and also Ratna Debnath, who's the mother of the victim of Arjikar Medical College, the victim who was raped and murdered in Arjikar. Now, it will be a tough challenge for the Trinamool Congress because people have that emotional support, and women's safety is a big issue. Pinky continues to be with us. Pinky, महिलाओं की सुरक्षा का मुद्दा बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा है इस बार पश्चिम बंगाल में, और भावनात्मक रूप से लोग जुड़ाव महसूस करते हैं और रत्ना देवनाथ जी का दर्द महसूस करते हैं। पिंकी,
All right, we'll try and get back to our reporters on ground, but these are the visuals that we're getting you from Pani Hati, where the BJP candidate Ratna Debnath is casting her vote. Of course, a very important seat, emotional connect with the people, of course, will translate or not into votes.
देखिए, आप देख सकते हैं रत्ना देवनाथ आर्टिकल उनके मदर जो है वो अभी वोट देने जो उसके जो वोट वो कास्ट करने आए हैं, और उसके जो हस्बैंड है शेखर रंजन उसके साथ वो वोट देने आए हैं यहाँ पर। और ये जो स्कूल है जो नाटगर संघीय स्कूल है उस स्कूल में वो वोट देने आए हैं और यहाँ से वोट देंगे वो। आपको पता है कि ये रत्ना देवनाथ है, वो कैंडिडेट है जिनके जो आरजीकर विक्टिम, आरजीकर मेडिकल कॉलेज के विक्टिम उनके माँ है। और आप देख सकते हैं कि वोट देके वो आ रहे हैं और अपने कास्ट वोट को वो उन्होंने दिया, वोट देके वो निकल रहे हैं यहाँ से। जो अपने विधानसभा का जो जितनी भी बूथ्स है वो बूथ विजिट करेंगे वो, और जहाँ पर भी कुछ झमेला वो आएंगे वो।
All right, viewers. Pinky, this is a very important seat and has long been a stronghold for the TMC party. And thus BJP is essentially hoping that it will be able to breach that and will be able to gain stronghold here.
সাউন্ডটা মেশিনটা মনে হচ্ছে ডিস্টার্ব আছে। হ্যাঁ, সাউন্ডটা অনেক দেরিতে আসছে, এটা কেন হচ্ছে
আচ্ছা জানিয়েছেন
যে মেশিনটা দেরিতে আওয়াজটা দেয়, বিপ দেয়, এটা দেরিতে হচ্ছে।
दीदी हिंदी में समस्या से आपने वोट कर दिया है, क्या आपका मुद्दा है?
আচ্ছা আপনি ভোট সমস্যাটা কি হলো?
কিছু সমস্যা হয়নি, কিন্তু ওই ইভিএম এর ওইটা যে স্টেপার সঙ্গে সঙ্গে আওয়াজটা।
दीदी आप ये
জিজ্ঞাসা করেছিলেন ভেতরে কি বললো?
এরকম হচ্ছে, মেশিনটা বোধহয় খারাপ।
दीदी आपने क्या, आप ये कह रही कि ईवीएम मशीन में कुछ प्रॉब्लम है, बटन आप जब पुश कर रही थी ऐसा कुछ है?
আমার তো সমস্যা হয়েছে, কিন্তু আগেও বলছে যে এটা।
आपने ऑफिसर को ये बात कही है? ऑफिसर के বলেছেন এই কথাটা?
এটা 52 নম্বর।
অফিসার কে বলেছেন এই কথাটা? ইনফর্ম করেছেন?
আপনাকে জানাবেন
জানাবো মানে যারা আমাদের এখানে বসে আছে তাদের বললাম।
তো ওনারা বললো যে মেশিনটা খারাপ হয়েছে না মনে হয় খারাপ হয়েছে, কি বলছেন? কিছু বলেন। আচ্ছা
দিদি আপনার কাছে কোনো রিপোর্ট এসেছে আপনাদের?
যদি কোনো সমস্যা থাকে আসলে কথা বলবেন।
হ্যাঁ,
কি কথা বলবেন?
বলবো যে মেশিনটা কি সত্যি ডিস্টার্ব নাকি একটু দেরি করে, মানে অনেক দাঁড়িয়ে থাকে।
সকাল দিয়ে অনেক ভোটার্স লাইনে আছে, আপনি কি বলবেন, মানে क्या बोलेंगे आप? लगातार वोटर्स लाइन में यहाँ पर खड़े हुए हैं और वोट देने के लिए सुबह से आए हुए हैं, वोटर्स को क्या मैसेज है दीदी?
সবাইকে অশেষ ধন্যবাদ। হ্যাঁ, সবাই ঘর থেকে বেরিয়ে আসছে, সবাই আগে ভোট দিতে এসেছে, এটা সত্যিই খুব ভালো লাগছে। আর যেন কোনো রক্তারক্তি না হয়, নির্বিঘ্নে ভোট হোক, এটাই আমি চাই।
আপনি কি কোনো রিপোর্ট পেয়েছেন কোথাও আপনার এই কেন্দ্রে?
না না,
কোনো কিছু হয়নি।
ঠিক আছে,
না কোথাও কোনো রিপোর্ট।
একটা কথা বলে
All right, so this was Ratna Devnath who just cast her vote. She is the mother of the victim in from Arjikar Medical College who was brutally raped and murdered. That was a horrific incident, and now BJP has fielded the mother of the victim, that is Ratna Devnath, from Panihati constituency. Now it will be a very tough battle for the Trinamool Congress because the kind of support that Ratna is getting from the locals, it's also a concern. All right, let's go to Pinky once. Pinky, क्या स्थिति है वहां पर? अभी रत्ना ने जस्ट अपना वोट जो है वो दिया है पिंकी, और उन्होंने अपने बयान में क्या कुछ कहा अभी जो उन्होंने मीडिया को स्टेटमेंट दिया? All right, we have many reporters joining us. Hina, we have Harsha joining us from Diamond Harbour. We also have Mohan, who has joined us from other location, from North 24, and Pinky will be from Panihati. But going back to Harsha, what's the situation on ground right now? People are turning up in large numbers in phase 2 too.
Yes, Shivam, so right now the visuals on our screen which I was showing of the CRPF officials were of the forces taking a round in the narrow lanes of the Falta from where I am reporting right now. And this is a polling booth of Jahangir Khan, where exactly Jahangir Khan, the TMC candidate, would come out and poll. But the major issue in these vantages, Shivam, mostly is that people mobilize and they gather. And that's a bigger task for the CRPF as well, for the para forces, to ensure that there's no mobilization. Because once there's a mobilization and the gathering of the crowd at one place, that means something untoward is going to happen, or something which is being planned, or something intimidating might be happening. So that was a round which CRPF was continuously taking here. This entire booth from outside to inside, its security is immense, heightened, Shivam, because this is a very sensitive area. It has become more sensitive in the last 2 days since the time the reports were out, since the time the video of IPS Ajaypal Sharma got viral. We saw the TMC supporters also hurling go back slogans, Joy Bangla slogans at IPS Ajaypal Sharma, Jahangir Khan coming out and openly threatening as well. So since then, this place is in news and has grabbed a lot of attention. But right now we see the voters who have queued up here, from women to men to voters of all age from 18 onwards. They are queued up here to cast their vote, as in this is a very important phase. And also, Shivam and Hina, to all our viewers to know that this phase of West Bengal, phase 2, was a deciding phase. In 2021, TMC won 123 out of 142 seats, and BJP got 18 seats out of 142 in this phase in 2021. But this time BJP is expecting that they could bag at least 40 to 50 seats, but that's going to be very challenging and difficult depending on the ground reality and looking at the demographic also of this particular phase 2 West Bengal, looking at North 24 Pargana, South 24 Pargana, and after and the last 15 years, how the demography immensely has changed of this particular region, South 24 Pargana, where 31 assembly constituencies are there. Lot of promises has been made, lot of changes has been made. Shivam, Hina, election machinery has worked has been working 24/7 with the CRPF, CAPF, para forces, transfer postings, and also the flag march which was being conducted in this entire region. In fact, the confidence building mechanism which was adopted by the CRPF 1 month back, going door to door and telling people not to be afraid of, not to be scared of, come out and vote. Voting will surely happen. Sure, in that sense, we are getting since morning 6 a.m. Since we have arrived here in Falta, which is in Diamond Harbour. Abhishek Banerjee is the Member of Parliament from Diamond Harbour, and Diamond Harbour Falta Assembly constituency comes under Diamond Harbour Parliamentary Constituency. So it becomes the lot of issue of prestige as well for Abhishek Banerjee. And we have seen the videos also of coming out of TMC MP Abhishek Banerjee openly threatening. So every move, every plan, every effort has been made by political parties to win this election. The desperation, the pre-planning, the intimidation, the hiding explosives, crude bomb. We have seen all those visuals, the raids happening, flag march, which was underway till yesterday, the Mahindra marksman forces doing rounds in Kolkata, Bhawanipur, Bhadralok area, Presidency area, and South 24 Pargana. So efforts has been made. Now it's the duty of voters to come out and vote, and moreover, the violence should not happen. How the entire day transpires and how the police, the machinery, the forces ensure that there's no violence, that is going to be the deciding parameter of this phase 2 election, Shivam, Hina.
And yes,
and
Harsha, the people, the citizens were reassured, Harsha, in this case, Hina, you'll agree with me that the residents were reassured by the police officers there. And there were videos which went viral, Harsha, where the CRPF personnel were addressing to women and telling them, you are like my mother, do not fear. If something happens to you, it will bring shame to me, and do not fear, do not worry about anything, just go out and vote. So the reflection is there. People are voting in large numbers. It doesn't exactly just mean it's just the Muslim vote that is coming in. Muslims have always voted in large numbers. Now this time all other communities have voted in large numbers, Hina.
Yes, in fact, we are treating the Muslim vote as a constant as far as this second phase of 142 constituencies are concerned. So, of course, a lot will depend on whether Hindu votes will be swayed in the favor of BJP. Yep. But would also like to go across to my colleague Mohan, who is joining us live from North 24 Parganas. Mohan, of course, political violence is again a big issue in North 24 Parganas as well. But at the same time, we also know that this is a jute belt that we're talking about. And a lot of economic crisis related to jute industry is time and again been raised by the people of North 24 Parganas. So what do you think will be essentially the agenda for people to vote this time around?
एकदम जैसे आपने बताया, मैं बता दूं कि ये जो उत्तर 24 परगना जो हुगली रिवर है उसके किनारे बसा जो एरिया है वहां पर काफी संख्या में जो इंडस्ट्री थे, मूल रूप से जूट इंडस्ट्री, जो आज बंद पड़े हैं, यानी कि वामफ्रंट के जो पीरियड था उस टाइम में ही, किंतु बहुत सारे जो ये जो कंपनी फैक्ट्री वगैरह थे वो बंद हो चुकी है। लेकिन अभी भी जो बंगाल के लोग, इस बार मैं सुबह से देख रहा हूँ कि भारी तादाद में, चाहे वो शारीरिक रूप से अस्वस्थ हो या स्वस्थ हो, युवा हो या बुजुर्ग हो, सब ने आज अपना वोट देने का जो है वो बीड़ा उठाया है और सुबह सुबह ही मतदान केंद्र पर कतारें लग चुकी है। बंगाल में कुछ नया होना चाहिए। बंगाल में जो है ये जो बंद पड़े प्रक्रिया है वो चालू हो, कारखाना चालू हो, लोगों को रोजगार मिले। मूल रूप से सभी मुद्दा इस बार चुनाव में देखा जा रहा है। खास करके जो सेंट्रल फोर्स और जो चुनाव आयोग है उनके द्वारा जो किए गए पहल है वो वोटरों में कहीं जो आज के वोटर निकले हैं उसमें उत्साह बढ़ाया है और वो लोग काफी तादाद में सुबह से ही चले आए हैं, मतदान केंद्र पर मतदान कर रहे हैं। और जिसमें एक उत्साह, इस तरह का उत्साह मैं पिछले 30 साल से मैं पत्रकारिता करता हूँ, लेकिन मैंने पहली बार जो लोगों के चेहरे पे खुशी, चुनाव में वोट देने के लिए जो खुशी बंगाल में, वो आज
मोहन जी, एक महत्वपूर्ण सवाल ये है, एक महत्वपूर्ण प्रश्न ये है कि जिस तरीके से ये खबरें आती थी, आप पत्रकार हैं, काफी लंबे समय से पत्रकारिता कर रहे हैं, आपने ग्राउंड को कवर किया है इतने लंबे समय से, एक भय का माहौल भी हुआ करता था जब कहा जाता था कि तथाकथित पार्टी के जो गुंडे हैं वो आके धमकाते थे कि भाई तुम रहने दो, तुम्हारा वोट हम डाल देंगे, तुम यहीं घर पर बैठो, और वो भय का माहौल बनाया जाता था। और जो सिक्योरिटी डिप्लॉयमेंट हुई है इस बार इतनी बड़ी मात्रा में, और जो हुड़दंगी हैं उनको भगाया जा रहा है मार मार के या फिर ऐसे धमकाया जा रहा है, असर कितना हुआ? लोगों के अंदर कैसा भय मुक्त माहौल है? मतलब they are tension free, they feel relaxed now and that they can come out and vote। मोहन, उसके बारे में जरा बताइएगा, तभी तो परसेंटेज बढ़ती है, ऐसे परसेंटेज नहीं बढ़ती।
सर, मैं जहाँ खड़ा हूँ, मेरे पीछे जो मतदान केंद्र है, जब निकाय की चुनाव थी, जो स्थानीय चुनाव होते हैं, वहां पर इस केंद्र में भी जो है जो झगड़ा होने की खबर वो आ रही थी। मैं बता दूं कि ये बंगाल में पंचायत चुनाव हो या म्युनिसिपैलिटी चुनाव हो, जो शासक दल है वो हावी रहते हैं चुनाव प्रक्रिया में, वो अपनी तरफ से चुनाव करवाने के लिए। जहां लोग जो वोटर है वो घर से वोट देने के लिए भय के माहौल में नहीं निकलते हैं। लेकिन आज जो विधानसभा चुनाव होने जा रही है और चुनाव आयोग द्वारा जो व्यवस्थाएं रखी गई है, इससे काफी हद तक जो आम वोटर है, मैं यहां तक बता रहा हूं, जो बीमार है, अस्वस्थ है, वो भी आज चुनाव में मतदान करने के लिए आ रहे हैं। जो बुजुर्ग है, चल नहीं पा रहे, उसका बेटा उनको पकड़ कर ला रहे हैं मतदान केंद्र पर में। ये अनोखा नजारा इस बार बंगाल के चुनाव में मुझे दिख रहा है, जो मैंने पिछले 30 सालों में मैंने नहीं देख पाया था। जो जिसको बोलते हैं स्वाभाविक रूप से वोट दान करना, वो आज जो है लोग निकल चुके हैं, या महिला हो या पुरुष हो, युवा समाज हो या बुजुर्ग हो, सभी निकल चुके हैं चुनाव में अपना वोट का अधिकार प्रयोग करने के लिए। ऐसा ही कुछ माहौल उत्तर 24 परगना के जो 33 सीट है, 33 सीट पर नजर आ रहा है। सुबह से अभी तक कोई बड़ी गड़बड़ी की खबर नहीं है, लेकिन एक
मोहन, आप बने रहिए हमारे साथ, एक बहुत बड़ी खबर आ रही है। वी आर गेटिंग अ बिग ब्रेकिंग न्यूज है ना। Violence has been reported once again in West Bengal elections. Now, this is the first reported incident in the phase 2 while the voting is happening. We'll go to the breaking news immediately in a short while, because the complaint has been filed against the TMC workers in this case, and it's about violence and beating an ISF worker in this case. Now, clashes between TMC and polling agent in Chhapra. This is a very big development which we are getting right now. First incident of violence, TMC prevents a polling agent from entering booth, and that is the reason there was violence, and violence occurred. A complaint has been filed against TMC workers in Chhapra. Now, this is the visuals of the person who got injured, the polling agent who got injured, visuals of the polling agent getting injured. Now, ISF agent was prevented from entering booth number 53 of Chhapra Assembly, which is in West Bengal, and he was injured, and he was bleeding profusely. All right, Mohan is with us for more details. Mohan, ये खबर सामने आ रही है कि आईएसएफ के एजेंट हैं, उनको बूथ में घुसते टाइम रोक दिया गया था, मारपीट की गई और देखिए उनकी शर्ट पर खून है, माथे पर पट्टी है। क्या स्थिति है, क्या हो रहा है? शुरुआत हो चुकी है हिंसा की?
देखिए, खासकर मैं बता दूं कि जो भांगर एरिया है, जो राजाघाट के पीछे है, वहां पर और उसके सटे जो एरिया है केनिंग पूर्व, इन सब जगहों से पिछले कई दिनों से ही जो है वो गंडगोल यानी झमेला की जो तस्वीर सामने आ रही थी, बम बरामद किए जा रहे थे। खास करके आज के जो चुनाव के माहौल है उसमें भी वंचित नहीं रहा और चुनाव के दिन भी चुनाव आयोग काफी सक्रिय था कि किसी तरह की ब्लीडिंग ना हो, शांतिपूर्ण चुनाव किया जा सके, लेकिन आईएसएफ कार्यकर्ता को मारने की खबर आ रही है एवं जो है जो खून का जो मतलब जो धब्बा है वो आज चुनाव में नजर आ रहा है। क्योंकि देखिए ये जो 7 जिले का चुनाव हो रहा है, खास करके ये तृणमूल का गढ़ माना जाता है, लेकिन उसमें जो कई सेंध लगाने वाले हैं विरोधी पार्टी, इसके लिए कई हद तक जो है उनको प्रतिरोध का सामना करना पड़ रहा है। जो कार्यकर्ता है वो लोग जब जा रहे हैं तो उनको इसका शिकार होना पड़ रहा है। ऐसा ही कुछ दिखा गया है छपना में, अर्थात जहां पे चुनाव के जो कार्यकर्ता थे आईएसएफ के बूथ पुलिंग एजेंट उनको बैठने जा रहे थे, उस टाइम जो है उनको बाधा दिया गया है, मारा पीटा गया है, ऐसी तस्वीर सामने आ रही है। एवं प्रशासन द्वारा इस अभी जो व्यवस्था है वो लिया जा रहा है। अभी जहां से भी कोई खबरें आ रही है तो सेंट्रल फोर्स वहां पहुंच रहे हैं और उन तुरंत कार्रवाई इस पर की जा रही है। अब आगे देखना है कि और कहां से इस तरह की तस्वीर आ रही है। फिलहाल सुबह है और सुबह में आम लोग जो घर में बैठे रहते हैं वो आज अभी यहाँ का जो है आज आबोहवा भी बहुत अच्छी है।
ठीक है मोहन, I would also like to go across to my colleague Harsha, who is joining us from South 24 Parganas. Harsha, an important update that we are getting from Chhapra in Nadia in West Bengal, where violence has broken out. Now, essentially, we do know that ISF was founded in 2021, and it was a main opposition force against TMC. And now we are seeing clashes happening between TMC and ISF agent at a polling booth, and we are getting very gory visuals.
Yes, Hina, they were formed in 2021, and this time Naushad Siddiqui was trying very hard that he could break the foundation of Mamata Banerjee in her stronghold in her stronghold in the 142 constituency. And if we got to know, Nadia comes under Krishnanagar parliamentary constituency, is one of the subdivision. The Chhapra is the assembly constituency which comes under the Nadia district, and also very important to know that Nadia is also stronghold of the TMC, and also Nadia has seen immense violence in 2023 panchayat polls and also in 2021 assembly polls as well. So this time we very well can say that how the Muslim votes are also getting split, or it's getting diverted, because it's largely being stated that not only Congress but ISF and ISF both were immensely trying to enter into the minority vote bank, and also they have largely campaigned also in similar manner. We have seen that happening in the first phase. We have seen happening that in the phase 2 of the West Bengal elections campaign, and how ISF polling agent got thrashed by the TMC, by the TMC supporters here, gives a lot of sense exactly how the day will transpire. It's early in the morning, and now only we got the first news of the violence which broke out in the Nadia. We have got to know that already 10 para forces were deployed there. There was a CRPF, but now there's a mobilization happening in
Harsha,
that particular region as well.
It is also very interesting to note that the ISF party has only one MLA, Naushad Siddiqui, in the assembly. But still TMC seems to be scared with him as well, because he is essentially going to be cutting into the Muslim votes.
Because Hina, this time it's not only the anti-incumbency within the within the general seats or in the general assembly constituencies, largely in minorities as well. There is an anti-incumbency which not only the candidates but also the locals have been speaking about, and that is the reason why it is also being stated that in phase 1 there is an edge to the communists, to the Congress, and to the ISF also in 1 or 2 seats, and it is also being stated why, because this time minorities have not also very much happy with the kind of the developments they were processed in their particular region by the TMC. So they also have an option. Hina, they also have an option, because on one side BJP, which only focuses on the majority vote bank, on the other side there are parties like Congress or AISF and TMC who largely focus on the minority vote bank, and that is the reason why it is being stated that Naushad Siddiqui this time did all in his campaign what he can do to see that this particular vote bank shifts to his side as well. And that is the reason why he not only had made a complaint regarding the TMC leaders, but also in Malda, in Murshidabad, in Phase 2, Nadia, Chhapra, Krishnanagar, all the regions, the candidates, the Karyakartas of ISF have campaigned massively, and it pinched to TMC to some extent, because we very well know that in 2021 the ISF Naushad Siddiqui was not able to enter the fort of TMC, but this 2026 election is way different than what was in 2021. The violence is not working, desperation is not working, election machinery, the CAPF companies all have been largely deployed.
But Harsha,
in
just
the state
imagine,
of West Bengal from Phase 1
just
to
imagine
Phase 2.
if there was not such a huge security deployment. Now the visuals would not have been just of injury. This could have escalated even further. This could have even proved to be fatal. But keep tracking all the developments. It's time to slip into a short commercial break, but we have a lot more lined up, Hina.
Yes, absolutely. Let's slip into a very short break.
Yeah. Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, key constituencies go to polls today in Bengal. It's Mamata Banerjee versus Shuvendu Adhikari in Bhawanipur today.
TMC nervous as security intensified in West Bengal ahead of polls. Police complaint filed against UP Singham cop.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School, Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर्थिक मसाला।
Character, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies.
Taking a short break, coming up, key constituencies go to polls today in West Bengal. It's Mamata Banerjee versus Suvendu Adhikari in Bhabanipur.
TMC nervous as security intensified in Bengal ahead of polls. Police complaint filed against UP Singham cop.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी। प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बाद एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV and this is Shivam Dutt Mehta. I'm joined by my colleague here.
Absolutely, viewers. We are covering the phase 2 of West Bengal elections and we are starting to see pictures emerging from ground of violence taking place at a polling booth. And these are the visuals that we're getting you from Nadia, which, in fact, this visual is from Chapra, which is in Nadia in West Bengal, where you can see an ISF agent brutally attacked by TMC workers. Now, what he was trying to do, he was just trying to enter a polling booth, a polling station, and that is when the TMC workers stopped him. He was a polling agent. TMC workers stopped him and attacked him is what the reports are suggesting as of now. And these are the visuals that we're getting in the morning. Remember, phase 1 also we saw violence taking place in Murshidabad, various other districts, and these are the first pictures of the violence taking place in Nadia this morning. The polling has just started at 7 a.m. and shortly into the polling, we are seeing these visuals coming in. Now, of course, ISF is a very important opposition party to TMC. The sole MLA from this particular party, ISF, is Nastaf Siddiqui, and he is the one who is trying to cut into the Muslim votes against TMC, and the workers of ISF party are now increasingly coming under attack by the TMC workers, and these are the visuals: blood stains on his shirt, a band-aid on his head. You can see the gory visuals emerging in the morning, Shivam.
Yeah, he was bleeding profusely, as you can clearly see from the visuals. He was later taken to the hospital for treatment. Now, this is the first report of violence in the phase 2 elections. Now, this coming from the Chapra constituency, which is in West Bengal in the Nadia district in Krishnanagar Sadar, and he was beaten allegedly by the TMC workers. He is an ISF polling agent who was trying to enter the Chapra assembly constituency, and that time there was a scuffle that broke out between them, and he was beaten, and he was indeed beaten brutally, as you can see from the visuals there on your screens. Now, this is going to be a tough battle for Trinamool Congress also, because this is ISF, and presently the incumbent MLA is Rukbanur Rahman of All India Trinamool Congress, who won in 2011, 2016 and 2021. But this is the first incident of violence in the phase 2 elections, the phase 2 voting in West Bengal.
And our viewers are slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. We have a rolling coverage of West Bengal phase 2 elections.
Key constituencies go to polls today in Bengal. It's Mamata Banerjee versus Shubhendu Adhikari in Bhawanipur.
TMC nervous as security intensified in West Bengal ahead of polls. Police complaint filed against UP Singham cop.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders.
Taking a short break, coming up, key constituencies go to polls today in West Bengal. It's Mamata Banerjee versus Suvendu Adhikari in Bhabanipur. TMC nervous as security intensified in West Bengal ahead of polls. Police complaint filed against UP Singham cop.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning and thank you for joining us on Polling Day Live. Abhishek and me are live along with the entire Republic TV team, and we have Republic Bangla, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, Abhishek, before coming into the studio, I just saw the numbers of Republic Bangla. They've shattered all records. ABP tried to make fake claims of being the #1, but they have hammered them so badly on YouTube. They're almost 2x of ABP, so that's the news this morning. So we have the Republic Bangla edge. Very proud to say we have the Republic Bangla edge on Republic today as we get to the final phase of Bengal elections.
Niranjan, are you suggesting that this is also indication of where the wind is blowing electorally?
Perhaps.
What people watching?
Perhaps.
Shows what's on their mind.
They call them Min channels in Bengal. Min channels not very popular this morning.
And I hope you get it right. After all, it's your sasural.
Well, I'm not sticking my neck out.
Right.
We stuck our neck out last election.
This is the Bhadralok phase of Bengal. the people who, and it's very typical of Bengali politics that unlike many other states where the masses really decide, the Bhadralok, the elite of Bengal, really have a say on who rules from Kolkata, and that's why it's a very significant phase, and that's why it's being called the decider. And there would be all day of analysis, Niranjan, right up to the exit polls that are coming in, not just for Bengal, but for all the states. But as of now, let's focus on what's really happening on the ground and how people of Bengal in phase 2 are voting.
Okay, let's look at the headlines first up this morning. After record turnout in phase 1, 93%, almost 142 seats in Bengal going to elections this morning.
Key constituencies go to polls today in Bengal, and it's Mamata Banerjee versus Shuvendu Adhikari in Bhabanipur.
TMC seeming extremely nervous as Singham went on his rounds even late night before the elections. They've taken him to court, petition filed in the Supreme Court for urgent removal. Not sure it's going to work, of IPS Ajay-Pal Sharma.
Clashes being reported between TMC and ISF polling agents in Chhapra Assembly segment. TMC workers booked after preventing polling agent from entering the booth.
Exit poll projections for West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Assam, Kerala, Puducherry. This evening on Republic, we have at least 10 polls. We're calling it the mega poll of polls.
All right, let's begin with some breaking news developments. What's happening on the ground? A lot of voting, a lot of polling at the same time. As it happens typically in Bengal, some electoral issues. One, we saw the clash between TMC and ISF cadres, and now it seems one EVM is malfunctioning. Voting halted in Rajarhat, Gopalpur constituency, right there in Kolkata, in the commercial hub of Kolkata, a business hub of Kolkata, corporate rather, and voting halted due to malfunctioning of a VVPAT system. Not that, okay. So that's, do we have a reporter there? We can go to, yes, we have a reporter there live. Mohan joining us live, and
talking about Rajarhat Gopalpur, Abhishek, Rajarhat Gopalpur, Trinamool Congress won here by almost 25,000 votes. That was the margin the last time around, and Samik Bhattacharya of the BJP lost. But the SIR, very interestingly, we're looking at the SIR factor as well in each of these states. SIR factor here, 7,000 votes were deleted. So, comfortable win for the Trinamool Congress. Not expecting much of a change here. But interesting election this time. Mohan is joining us live. Anand Mohan from Republic Bangla. Anand Mohan ji, क्या हो रहा है वहाँ पे?
देखिए, सुबह से जो चुनाव की प्रक्रिया है वो शुरू हो चुकी है। राजारहाट गोपालपुर विधानसभा केंद्र में भी वही अवस्था है जो राजारहाट न्यू टाउन में है। लोग काफी तादाद में आज वोट दान के लिए उमड़ निकल पड़े हैं घर से, एवं जो खबर आ रही है कि कुछ जगह पर ईवीएम में गड़बड़ी हुई है, यानी कि जो चुनाव की प्रक्रिया जब शुरू हो रही थी तो ईवीएम में प्रॉब्लम आई है, इसके लिए मतदान में विलंब हो रही थी। अभी फिलहाल जो है चुनाव आयोग द्वारा राजारहाट गोपालपुर विधानसभा के जो कुछ बूथ है उस पर ईवीएम को बदले गए हैं और वहां पर चुनाव पुनः शुरू कर दी गई है। जो लंबे कतार जो लगे हुए थे सुबह से ही, वो लोग जब ईवीएम खराब आया, जब विषय सामने आया तो लोग थोड़ा नाराज हुए, लेकिन अभी जो है चुनाव आयोग द्वारा जो है उस ईवीएम को बदल दिया गया है और चुनाव प्रक्रिया जो है वो शुरू कर दी गई है राजारहाट गोपालपुर विधानसभा केंद्र में। कुछ जगह पर इस तरह की जो है सुबह में घटनाएं आई है सामने में, लेकिन लोग जो है वो पेशेंस खो रहे थे और उनको लोगों को समझाया बुझाया गया है और जो चुनाव की प्रक्रिया फिलहाल शुरू कर दी गई है और चुनाव जो है अब काफी मात्रा में, काफी तादाद में, पिछड़ा जन एकदम इधर देखिए जो विजुअल वगैरह जो है, जो यहाँ पे जो सेंटर फोर्स के जो भी है वो लोग जवान लोग वोटर लोगों को समझा रहे हैं। विलम्ब हो रही है चुनाव प्रक्रिया में, लेकिन थोड़ा हौसला रखे ताकि वो लोग
Mohan ji, looking at the security there, yeah, the great security presence there, Abhishek, every almost 50 meters. There is central paramilitary forces deployed, but long lines. Bengal turning up in long lines. Look at that.
They're coming out in big numbers. That I think is indicative of what's really happening. I mean, people have decided either way, this way or that way, that they are going to make themselves heard, and the fact that the security arrangements are such that every one of them are able to vote. Niranjan, when we were growing up, we would hear of India average voting 55%, 52%.
Yes.
And we will hear of developed world countries, recording 80% and 75%. We would think, oh wow, what good democracies they are. They get people to participate. And now look at our numbers, almost on an average of 80%, 93% in phase one. This is going to look.
And I'm seeing 90% of women there, Abhishek.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think women are voting decisively. Is it going to be? Is it an Arjikar effect, Sandesh Khali effect, or is it Mamata just managing a swan song?
Well, interesting times, because Abhishek, I've been to Kolkata many times. I mean, I travel at least 3 to 4 times a year. I can tell you that people are fed up. That's my sense, my personal sense. Kolkata has changed in the last 10 years. Some people say you can't even recognize Kolkata anymore, given the influx of infiltrators there. But that said, let me go across to Kabir Shankar Bose, YG Madhuvanti, Niladri Bhattacharya, joining us on the live broadcast this morning. Good morning, everyone. And Niladri, very nervous, seeing that Trinamool Congress has been awake overnight, drafting a petition in the Supreme Court against Singham. Singham effect. Why so nervous? One police officer, Niladri. Why is one police officer sending everybody into a TZ in Trinamool Congress?
See, Niranjan, Ajay Pal Sharma, as we discussed yesterday night also at Arnab show.
Correct.
He is in reason because of he's in limelight because of all the wrong reasons. TMC has filed a petition against him in High Court yesterday. They lost it out. And today morning, that is why they have gone to Supreme Court. Let's see what happens. But it makes no difference to the voting pattern or voting thing. It makes, for me personally, it will make not a difference. Because today is the voting day, and yesterday whatever had to be done was done only. He was doing his duty, and let's see what happens. Okay. It is only an academic exercise as far as Ajay Pal Sharma is concerned. But
don't you think they're overreacting? Kabir, don't you think that TMC is overreacting to one police officer? Overreacting.
I'm very glad that, Niladri has just admitted that he was just doing his duty. I'm very glad. He was definitely doing his duty. And, he was trying to maintain law and order, which is completely broken down in Bengal. But it is not overreaction. I feel it is the nervousness rushing to Supreme Court on the day of polls. Even TMC knows that, nothing's going to happen. But rushing to Supreme Court and just making this hue and cry over one IPS officer, it shows the nervousness, the breakdown within TMC cadres, the fear that they are in, that this is not going their way. That's what I feel this is happening in these elections.
Like, the security issue has so loomed large on this election. We have these pictures. Can we go again?
Let's go straight to the pictures, yes.
And that really showed some mobilization, some deployment, and the security forces really trying to enforce rule of law and model code of conduct. Ajay Pal Sharma was also doing that in his own style. It's not about Bengal. He does that similarly in Uttar Pradesh. Because remember, Trinamool tried to give a spin that whether he's able to do it because he's come to a non-Hindi speaking state. He's an IPS officer, and IPS, it's Indian police service, not Uttar Pradesh police service.
Not just that, Abhishek, you know what they tried yesterday? They took a fake video. They took a fake video of somebody else dancing, and they said, hey, dekho, this is the state of IPS officer. And this case was settled about, I think, 10 years back. It happened to be some businessman from somewhere. and they passed that off as an IPS officer. And I was shocked that even parliamentarians of the Trinamool Congress were busy tweeting this video, a fake video about an IPS officer. You have to be really...
That according to Niladri's academic exercise. That's what he said, right? Niladri, academic exercise. But let's quickly get in. Also, we can't
definitely an academic exercise.
Can't we play the pictures, Sharath? I mean,
yeah, we had pictures of ISKCON monks, Abhishek. ISKCON monks were going, were out voting. Let's cut look at that. Fantastic pictures. Let's put the audio up. Let's put the audio up there. Audio up, audio up. Fantastic pictures.
That's ISKCON, but this is also indicative of the kind of change of narrative that's taken place in Bengal, Niranjan. Well, earlier there was a politics from the time of left to the time of Trinamool, where you could not so openly on the streets make a political statement of your being Hindu, and this seems to be exactly that. So in that sense, the Bengal narrative has changed. Whether it has changed enough to reflect in the election results is something that we will know at 5 p.m. when the exit poll numbers come in. But there is a lot happening other places also. So we'll come back to these ISKCON monks when they vote. They have voted. I don't know whether they would speak whom they have voted for. But
you want to hazard a guess on who they voted for?
Why not? I mean, it's about the political choice. And let's not mix religion and politics, Niranjan.
No, okay.
I hope the monks also not do that. Okay.
Harsha is joining us live.
Harsha is joining us live from Falta, and Falta is the constituency which was in the news for all the wrong reasons, with that clash building up between UP-IPS Ajay Pal Sharma and Jahangir Khan, the Trinamool candidate there. Harsha, first up, how's the voting going on? Peaceful mobilization? Are people coming out and voting?
Abhishek, Niranjan, you both can see I'm smiling this morning, and it is because this Falta being a very sensitive place, but still we are expecting that no violence happens today in the Falta, because since 2 days there has been a lot of attention which Falta has grabbed because of TMC candidate Jahangir Khan and Ajay Pal Sharma as well. But right now showing you the visuals, you see it's almost 50 to 100 meter queue from the polling booth till outside of the women, of the men from 18 years to 70 years. All the age group are, there at the crew waiting for their polling, waiting for their chance to poll and go inside. And these are the visuals from Falta. One thing is for sure, that Falta has always been a constituency where there has been a heavy voter turnout. In 2021, it was more than 85%. And this time, the election commission and what the pulse we are sensing from ground is that it's going to be more than 90 or 92% here in Falta alone. This is a constituency which comes under Diamond Harbour. And also, it's the parliamentary constituency of the Abhishek Banerjee. So also, this has grabbed a lot of attention. And also, one thing is for sure, I agree with both of you, that this time in West Bengal, it's going to be this way or that way. There's not going to be midway. West Bengal has always believed in sweeping mandate, be it during Jyoti Basu time, be it during Mamata Banerjee movement. And so this time also, there's not going to be any fractured verdict. And at the end of the day, what the sources and what the sense I'm getting from ground is that the polling percentage in this phase is going to be much bigger than phase 1. And I'm saying this because this is a stronghold. Phase 2 is a stronghold of TMC. And also, if we talk about South 24 Pargana, where exactly I'm reporting from, there are 31 assembly constituency, and from out of 30 TMC won in 2021. So this time, most of the things are at stake for them, be it the minority being majority, be it the majority coming out and voting since morning in several constituencies. The general assembly constituencies we are seeing since 6 o'clock in the morning, 5:30 a.m. in the morning, voters queued at the polling center to cast their vote. Women are voting this time huge in number. They're talking first time. They're talking that we don't want government who is giving us freebies. We want a government who empower us. That's a very big statement which is coming from the women voters across West Bengal. Wherever we have been to during phase 1, during phase 2 campaigning, they're speaking about empowerment. They're speaking about law and order. They don't want the promises. They don't want just the amount in their account. They want to be empowered. Youths want to be empowered. So this time the voting is going to happen, and keeping in mind the anti-incumbency, keeping in mind the growth of the state, everything. And that is the reason why voters are turning up huge in number. I'll take you near to the polling booth because we see security is also heightened. Falta has been in news from last 2 days. Therefore, any sort of mobilization, security forces are not letting happen in this area since morning. There has been twice the flag march in this area because the lanes are narrow. It's very narrow polling booth in Falta region we are reporting from. Therefore, CRPF officials are ensuring that there's no mobilization of electors or voters anywhere, because the mobilization and gathering of crowd clearly means there is some sort of intimidation which is happening. Jahangir Khan, TMC candidate, who is supposed to come here for the voting, he's expected to come late in the evening. He's not expected to come here, anywhere in the afternoon or in the morning. We have got to know he will come around 5 or 6 p.m. in the evening only. But you see, huge number of women turning up at the polling booth to cast their vote. Abhishek, Niranjan, these are the visuals which make us believe in the democracy, which make us believe that how much important it is for electors to come out and vote without being intimidated, without being in fear, without being scared of anyone. And these are the voters who are turning up to the polling booth to vote today in the Falta Assembly constituency, the constituency where this time we can't say that TMC has an edge, because in these 2 days, one thing is for sure, after Ajay Pal Sharma viral video, the voters are not being intimidated. The voters are coming out. They know that they don't have to be scared because officials, the para forces are heavily deployed here from inside of the booth till outside of the booth. Every vantages are not letting anyone intimidate them.
Right.
So this is what the morning of the Falta Assembly constituency, Abhishek and Niranjan, looks like.
Yeah, Niranjan, before you go into the conversation, the beauty of English language, it says Diamond Harbour, does not look like diamond, does not look like harbour, but still Diamond Harbour. I mean, I always wonder when you go to, when you think of Elphinstone Road station, you think it's a French suburb or something. When you go to Mumbai, you realize Elphinstone Road is very different. Maybe the name changes are actually good.
Close to a slum.
Exactly.
It's actually a slum.
So, it more looks like Falta actually rather than Diamond. Okay.
Don't do that, Abhishek.
All right. No, I'm just, we have banter, just building up. Morning, early morning. A lot of people might not have had coffee also.
TMC will make this clip viral.
Okay. So, that's why I got in Elphinstone Road also.
But talking about Falta, let me talk about Falta. Falta, the Trinamool Congress won here by 40,774 seats. That was the victory margin in 2021. And Falta, the BJP lost big time. It was a landslide victory for the Trinamool Congress. SIR interestingly removed only 580 names from here. Only 580. I mean, compare the average number of voters deleted in phase 2 is anywhere between 8 and 10,000. In Falta, only 500 were deleted. Wonder why? Okay, should we go across to Madhuvanti? Madhuvanti is joining us live. Madhuvanti, before I come across to you, there's a breaking news.
Let's go to that breaking. Madhuvanti will come to you just in a bit. I had a question, but I think some development there.
Derek O'Brien has tweeted. He said that, Mr. Prime Minister, you had announced that you are the candidate for the 294 seats in Bengal. He's saying accept a challenge, and the challenge they're asking them to accept is on the 4th of May when Mamata Banerjee and Trinamool Congress win Bengal. They've declared victory. They've declared victory. Will you resign from the Prime Minister's post? That is the challenge that has been thrown by the Trinamool Congress. Got the guts? That's what they're asking. It's okay. It's okay to tweet these things. It's another to win elections and then win elections back to back. In fact, since 2024, the BJP has won 4 states, swept 4 states, not one, but swept 4 states. By that logic, a lot of people should have resigned. There is also a soundbite of Derek O'Brien. Let's play that soundbite.
अनाउंस किया था बंगाल की सभी 294 सीट्स पर आप ही कैंडिडेट है। बड़ी बड़ी बात छोड़िए, ये चैलेंज स्वीकार कीजिए। 4 मई को जब ममता बनर्जी और टीएमसी बंगाल जीतेंगे, प्रधानमंत्री पद से रेजिग्नेशन दीजिए। है दम? नरेंद्र, आपने अनाउंस किया था बंगाल की सभी 294.
Okay.
All right, Madhuvanti, now let's get you in. Is this going to be Mamata Banerjee's swan song election, or is this, would she survive and live for another day to tell a tale?
Good morning to both of you, Abhishek and Niranjan. I'm having fun. I'm enjoying watching what's going on in Bengal because I'm so happy to see women safely coming out and voting, which has not been the case for the past 4.5 years anywhere in Bengal. And that's what we've been seeing. It's so nice to see women come out and vote. Having said that, I am sure the women have not come out in large numbers to vote for Mamata Banerjee. I am extremely sure and I'm confident. And when I saw the saffron on those ISKCON monks, I think the stage is set. I don't want to say anything more because, like you rightly said, I don't want to mix religion with politics. But then, what happened in the neighboring state to an ISKCON monk, I think is also going to play a major role in what is happening in Bengal today. It is, you cannot just forget all these things and suddenly say that Mamata Banerjee is going to come back to power. Derek O'Brien, poor man, he needed some publicity. He got it this morning. Good for him. But then I don't think the Prime Minister of Bharat is going to be worried about such threats and such dares because he knows what he is doing. Everybody in the BJP knows what they are doing. And this is going to be a clean sweep for the BJP. And it's going to be the right kind of rule, right, pun intended, for Bengal come May 4th. And that's my opinion and my gut feel all the way through.
You know, it's a very important issue that you flag, Madhuvanti, because not been discussed much, but the developments that have happened in Bangladesh over a year and a half are going to have some impact or fallout on Bengal also.
Shuvendu Adhikari voting there, Abhishek.
Shuvendu Adhikari already voting. Shuvendu Adhikari early in the morning. No, he's not voting. He's gone to temple. Oh, yeah, that's the narrative of the BJP, the Hindu party, out fully in force and wearing their religion up their sleeve, you know. We have seen that, you know, the whole politics turning on its head. Earlier it was BAM, and then even Trinamool, with the kind of Muslim appeasement politics Mamata Banerjee practiced. The BJP turned it on its head, said, we are the Hindu party, let Mamata Banerjee consolidate the Muslim vote. We'll try to do that with the Hindu vote. Okay, Shuvendu Adhikari there carrying out prayers at a Hanuman temple in his constituency, Bhabanipur. And then remember, Niranjan, he defeated Mamata Banerjee in Nandigram last election, 2021. And this time, he's come to challenge the chief minister in her den, so to say. So South Bengal is the bastion of Trinamool, as it is called, and perhaps for a reason, and of course for a reason. Niladri, do you feel challenged that the BJP is confident enough to pit their leader of opposition, effectively their face of the party in the state, against the chief minister right there in her constituency, in her bastion, in her fort?
No, Abhishek, what I think is that Shubhendu, by taking on the CM in her own bastion, has committed harakiri. He will definitely lose here because even though there has been some SIR deletions, to be fair enough, but then the people of Bhawanipur will definitely vote for Mamta. Shubhendu's problem is he has to show himself as to be repeating what happened in 2021. And that is how he's trying to now take on the CM. But he will definitely lose in Bhawanipur. Bhawanipur, he can't win. Even though he may win Nandigram because that is his place, but Bhawanipur will be is harakiri for him. He can't win Bhawanipur. Come what may come, however he may try. Because the TMC is going to put all its course to make Mamta Banerjee win from Bhawanipur. Because that's a prestige fight and she can't lose that seat.
Yeah, but Bhawanipur, I don't think SIR factor is going to play a factor here at all. It's going to be a factor here at all because looking at the numbers in Bhawanipur, Trinamool Congress won by 28,000 votes.
No, Mamata won by 58,000 votes and the SIR has knocked off 51,000 votes. So even if assume that all of them are of one side or that, but I think it's going to be a factor. It's not in the sense that the SIR docking is more than the victory margin, but still substantial.
Okay, so we'll take a short break.
Not forget, can I just make a point?
Yes, okay.
Mamta won a by-election.
Yeah, Mamata won a by-election and Shubhendu was not there. I have to discuss that because, even otherwise, in between there was one more election, which was the 2024 general election. The dynamics really changed even in Bhawanipur there, and that's worrisome for the Trinamool. We're taking a quick short break, coming back on the other side, and we'll get in all the conversation going.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
आया। असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China
Right, welcome back, friends. Niranjan continues to be with me, and Shivam joins us in the broadcast. Niranjan, we were having this conversation on what this really means for Mamata Banerjee, and we are getting regular updates from the ground. We'll keep breaking them. We just a while back had Shuvendu Adhikari, the leader of opposition of Bengal, effectively in the face of the BJP in this election, and of course taking on the chief minister in a den of Bhabanipur. Praying at a Hanuman temple a while back. He has come out. I believe he made a soundbite. We can get it. But,
yes.
Before that, can I go to Madhubanti
of course.
to our guests for that one comment? All right. Who'll take that question? Bhabanipur is not going to be easy, breezy for Mamata Banerjee. Not just because Shuvendu Adhikari is there, but electoral dynamics have changed for two factors. One, the SIR, that's of course everywhere. By the way, Niranjan, the SIR is having double the impact in phase 2 than phase 1.
Yeah.
Because the 90-odd lakh votes that got deleted because of SIR, only 30 lakh were in the phase 1.
I have a breakup of that. Very interesting stat. I'll give that to you and then you can take it to Madhubanti.
Yeah.
South 24 Parganas, where there is a 35% Muslim population and 63% Hindu population, the total deletions here is about 10.5 lakhs, almost 11 lakh deletions. That's 1 million deleted in South 24 Parganas. Nadia, with 26% Muslim population, is seeing 4.8 lakh deletions. Most critical, North 24 Parganas with 25% Muslim population, seeing 12.5 lakh deletions. So you're right, 50 to 60% of the deletions being seen in SIR phase 2.
Kabir, I want to, because we were having a conversation, Kabir, when we took that break, which is that Bhabanipur is not going to be easy. One statistic is, of course, of the SIR. The other is the 2024 general election that I was talking about, Kabir, which is that of the 8 Kolkata Municipal Corporation wards that are there in Bhabanipur, out of that, BJP led in 5. That's worrisome for Trinamool and for Mamata Banerjee.
Totally. So the original election in 21, before Mamata came to Bhabanipur, where she first contested from Nandigram, the margin was about 28,000. And there are about 58,000 deletions in SIR. Now, in a by-election, what was the margin, the SIR deletions in Bhabanipur? Do you have the exact figure? But when she contested in a by-election, her margin rose to 58,000. Plus, in Lok Sabha, the dynamics changed. Like you said, BJP led in several wards. So it's not at all an easy fight. Yes, there is a perception in public that it's a bastion, but it's nothing like that. Bengal is on a different mood now. Bengal is...
Sorry to be interjecting, but these are pictures of Shuvendu Adhikari now voting. He has just come out of voting. Can we...
He's just cast his vote. Can we
he
get the audio there?
He just cast his vote, I believe.
Okay, that was him praying, and from there he moved to a polling booth.
The visuals
and
there.
he's cast his.
Kabir, coming back. Kabir, yes, you were explaining about the difficulty that Mamata Banerjee is going to face statistically in Bhabanipur.
Right, statistically, and also we've seen, she's walked off the stage. She said BJP is playing loud music, so I cannot give my speech. Telltale signs of her nervousness. We've seen shows and sabhas, stage programs of Trinamool Congress not having the desired turnout. So a lot of visuals we've seen during this entire electoral phase. So putting everything together, the numbers, the ground reality, the lead which BJP, the evolved BJP today, it's going to be a tough fight for Mamata Banerjee in Bhabanipur. So we'll just have to see on 4th how it plays out.
Right, and Niladri, this nervousness is something which has been talked about for some time. Mamata Banerjee herself not in her element, so to say, getting distracted by BJP. I think we lost Niladri there. Okay, let's get Madhuvanti there in the conversation. Madhuvanti, and we should also get reporters live from the ground. We have many of them bringing those pictures. Okay, pictures of Abhishek Banerjee voting.
Let's go full frame.
This must be Diamond Harbour. This must be Diamond Harbour. Or no, this is not Diamond Harbour. The voting would be somewhere else, not exactly.
Hearing that these pictures are from Kolkata.
Yeah.
Pictures coming in from Kolkata as Abhishek Banerjee of the Trinamool Congress. A very controversial comment that he made yesterday, Abhishek, that the last time around he let go of the people, referring to BJP. He said, I let go of you the last time around, but this time I will not spare you on the 4th of May. So there's a lot of post-poll violence that they are promising. So Trinamool Congress has outdone itself for this election in terms of the threats that it has issued even while elections continue. Abhishek Banerjee there has cast his vote, and he's just entered the polling booth there. And security forces are also present in large numbers at this booth. We'll go across to Harsha as well. Harsha is joining us live from Diamond Harbour. Diamond Harbour is the stronghold of Abhishek Banerjee. That's where he spent a lot of time the last few days. Yeah, he's gone inside. He's entered the polling booth there. He's entered the polling booth. Those are pictures coming in from another angle. Abhishek. And as we stay on this, we stay on these pictures.
This is Abhishek Banerjee voting. Yeah, and Abhishek Banerjee, in fact, I remember one tic-tac that interview that Union Home Minister Amit Shah had with us, and the question was asked whether the BJP is coming to power. An interesting answer, and with politicians, we have to really read between the lines and read the words and their meaning. He said, nobody wants Abhishek Banerjee to be the Chief Minister of Bengal anymore. Yeah. And I think in many ways, Abhishek Banerjee has his hands on the levers of power in Bengal, even as Mamata Banerjee has been Chief Minister, and maybe even within Trinamool, his clout is, people don't like it. Some in Trinamool perhaps don't like it, the kind of power he wields over Mamata Banerjee and hence on the government. And so this aspect of BIPO. What? BIPO, yeah, BIPO controlling, power and the party is something which has been one of the campaign pitches of the BJP. He still maintains that Swagardachi. He still believes that, and you can see it in his body language. He's voted, coming out. Is he going to speak? He cannot speak immediately outside the polling booth. He has to walk a bit. That's why perhaps he might just...
Oh, a lot of shouting, screaming, excitement. Or is that something more than excitement? Waiting for Abhishek Banerjee there. Those are live shots. Media waiting to get a glimpse of Abhishek Banerjee and get a soundbite, of course, from him.
And also the kind of statements that he made a while ago. It's my responsibility. The soil belongs to all equally. And he calling the central leaders as leaders from Delhi and Gujarat are now asking for proof of our citizenship after 79 years of independence. And he goes on to say, Jai Shri Ram since 2014, and they mocked our food habits, and now they are campaigning with fish at various rallies. Now, these are the kind of statements even Abhishek Banerjee is making now. He's about to speak. I believe he's about to speak.
Oh, he's speaking. Can we cut live?
Let's stay on this. Let's stay on this, please. Boost the audio. Boost the audio.
অবজারভাররা নির্বাচন কমিশনের চোখ এবং কান হিসেবে কাজ করবে এবং রিপোর্ট দেবে এসপি, রিপোর্ট দেবে নির্বাচন কমিশন, তারপর নির্বাচন কমিশন সিদ্ধান্ত নেবে কীভাবে কী করা উচিত। তারা বিভিন্নভাবে গিয়ে যে ধমকানো চমকানো, বিশেষ করে তৃণমূলের যাদের বিরুদ্ধে কোনো কেস নেই, আগেও হয়েছে, খুব ধুপড়ে পড়েছে, 4 তারিখ দেখবেন খুঁজে পাওয়া যায়। We should wait for another couple of hours. But the way these observers have been behaving, the Constitution or the CRPC or the BNSS or any election commission guideline doesn't give them the mandate or empower them to conduct raids. And despite High Court orders, they are flouting the guidelines that has been laid by the High Court of the Honorable Supreme Court. They are flouting the guidelines that has been laid by the Election Commission's own set of guidelines in the Electoral Observers Handbook and trying to exceed their brief and mandate and acting as a subservient of their political master sitting in Uttar Pradesh and Delhi. However, none of these tricks will work. When the ballots open and the results are out, you will see that Trinamool Congress will come back with a bigger and better majority.
Sir, many outsiders. Sir, allegation of many outsiders entering into Bengal. What do you say?
We have given the letter and complaint to the Election Commission, to the CEC, to the now it is for them to act. আমরা টেক আপ করেছি বিভিন্ন জায়গায়, খারাপের যে খবর আমরা পাচ্ছি আমাদের প্রত্যেকটা বুথে কানেক্টেড রয়েছে। আমরা সেক্টর অফিসারের সাথে কথা বলছি, ডিওর সাথে কথা বলছি এবং প্রায় 60% অলরেডি খবর পেয়েছিলাম, অলরেডি ইডিএম রিপ্লেস করে দেওয়া হয়েছে। বাকি যেটুকু আছে আমি আশাবাদী আমি মানুষকে বলবো আপনারা নির্ভয়ে মাথা উঁচু করে ভোট দিন। বাংলার মানুষকে ভয় দেখাতে চাইছে বিজেপির গুন্ডা, কিছু গুন্ডা ওরা পাঠিয়েছে উত্তরপ্রদেশ থেকে, যারা এখানে ফুটেজ কেটে এসেছিল তাদের নিজেদের ফুটেজ বেরিয়ে গেছে, আপনারা সেগুলো দেখেছেন। মানুষ যেন মাথা উঁচু করে শান্তিপূর্ণভাবে নির্ভয়ে ভোট দেয় এবং বাংলার প্রতি যে বঞ্চনা হয়েছে, বাংলাকে যেভাবে অপমানিত করা হয়েছে, আমাদের রোহিঙ্গা বলে আখ্যায়িত করা হয়েছে, আমাদের খাদ্যাভ্যাস নিয়ে আমাদের ব্যঙ্গ বিদ্রুপ করা হয়েছে, তার জবাব যেন আজকে বাংলার মানুষ দেয়।
All right, so this is Abhishek Banerjee. I think he's speaking, but he is clearly mentioning that in Bengali he said they are calling us a Rohingya.
Yeah, I heard that. So basically, the
who called him Rohingya?
No, the people from.
So that's the narrative that the Trinamool has built. That this is
experts at
the BJP's campaign is an attack on Bengali identity, and that if the BJP comes to power, they'll not let you eat much, and that if they come to power, you would be called Rohingyas and Bangladeshis and whatnot, but not Bengalis.
Pretty upset after the SIR, definitely. They are unhappy with the voter deletion and the deletion of voters, especially of the illegal immigrants who came to India, and they were added into the electoral roll earlier. Those votes.
Abhishek Banerjee, by the way, has made a claim that poll observers are threatening voters. Poll observers are threatening voters. This is the allegation being made by Abhishek Banerjee.
Kabir, is this?
Yes.
Is this an election about Bengali identity, and is this actually playing out in the mind of the electorate this time, that they have been called Rohingyas, that they cannot eat March, or that for the first time without fear people can come out and pray and go to temples and wear their religion on their sleeves and not be guided by the political compulsions of the Trinamool?
This is a narrative that has been created by Trinamool Congress, that the Bengalis' identity is at stake, is in fear. No, I myself am a Bengali. I live in Calcutta. I'm a son on this soil. Is my existence under threat? No. All this march, the fish will be closed, meat shops will be closed. No. This is a narrative which has been created by Trinamool Congress to make an attempt to swing votes. This is a vote for Bengalis to live with their respect. We were not getting the respect in Bengal. We were not able to exercise our voting franchise in the past. It's been a violence-free Bengal. We don't like violence. We don't like the syndicate Raj. We don't like the cut money Raj. We don't like the way the police are totally polarized in West Bengal. Yeah. False cases, murders. We don't like that. So this is an election for Bengalis to stand up and say, we want our Sonar Bangla back. We want that Bengal where we can live with our head held high. Yeah. This is that vote, nothing else.
Okay, we are getting more pictures and more breaking. Niranjan, I believe there is a breaking.
Yeah. Okay, guys, let's go to the pictures coming in right now. We have pictures also, Abhishek, being told right now that Mamata Banerjee's brother is being warned by the CRPF. We have those pictures coming in just now from Republic Bangla. It will be coming in any minute. But these are pictures that we have now access of a BJP booth agent who's been attacked at booth number 161, Canning, South 24 Parganas. A BJP booth agent has been hit. We have those pictures. I think there's a still picture. Is that Mamata Banerjee's brother? I think the visual that we just had, a visual was of the CRPF warning Mamata Banerjee's brother. I think that was a picture. But this visual, this still picture, is of a BJP booth agent being attacked in South 24 Parganas. He's been attacked. You can see the bruise on his eye. His identity, not known, his name, we don't know. But he's a BJP booth agent and he's been attacked. Those pictures just came in.
Yeah, that is why it's very important that such a heavy deployment was required. The 2.4, the CAPF deployment was very necessary. And even after that, there are certain sporadic incidents of violence which are being reported, clearly established by the visuals on the screen. He has been beaten black and blue. You can completely see the bruises on his face. He was a BJP worker.
Yeah, and there are sporadic instances of violence getting reported. In fact, Election Commission has said that the central forces have been instructed and given a free hand to carry out lathi charge if need be and make sure that the disturbances are controlled even before they flare up.
Yeah, there were two pictures that came in, great, different angles, but it shows the same thing, that he's got a bruise on his eye. But we want to go across to Harsha on the field. Mohan in North 24 Parganas. We want to go across live to our reporters there on the ground. We're getting in some more breaking news updates in the Bali Assembly constituency. Voters at the Don Bosco School polling station are upset because there is a malfunctioning of a voting machine. Central forces had to carry out a bait-in charge. It's a Republic Bangla input that's come in. We'll go across to those pictures itself. This is being reported. We have the visuals. Okay, great. Visuals are coming. Fantastic visuals. Let's just cue them up. We'll go to them full frame. Central forces had to resort to a lathi charge here. Two individuals were arrested in connection with this particular incident. In fact, they tried to manufacture a forced protest there, and they were put in place. A large police force was deployed. Howrah Police Commissioner arrived to address the disturbances. This was at booth 152, 153, 154. Look at that. Exclusive pictures, please. Exclusive pictures of Amdanga. This is not from North 24 Parganas. This is not Howrah. This is South 24 Parganas. This is not Howrah. This is South 24 Parganas.
Amdanga.
This is where the state police and RAF were in action at a booth number 89 in Amdanga. We're trying to get more details of what happened here, but appears like there was some violence being reported close to a booth, and they had to rush. Abhishek, the sheer number 2.5 lakh CAPF forces.
Yeah.
I mean, every 100 meters, they're there.
I think that's been the game changer, in fact, Niranjan. The last assembly election in 2021, 700 companies of the Central Armed Paramilitary Forces were deployed. Of course, it was an 8-phase election. This time it's just 2 phases, so you had to beef up. But 2,400 plus companies of these paramilitary forces, that really gives you an idea of the kind of seriousness with which law and order has been taken. And the lessons that were taken from 2021, remember about 15 to 20 deaths had taken place in the immediate aftermath of the results that came in. This was clearly targeted political violence. BJP, in fact, had claimed at that time that about 100 to 115 of their workers were killed in post-poll violence, not in the immediate first week, but over a month, because those were reprisal killings of those who supported the BJP because the Trinamool had won. We have seen the culture of political violence in Bengal with the ruling party sort of monopolizing it. So earlier it was the left. We have earlier, remember from the 90s, seen pictures of Mamata Banerjee facing the brunt. And now it's the BJP which takes the hit of this political violence. And that's why this massive beef up of security, so that the centre and the election commission, I think, really wanted to send across a message that there is no messing around this time with people and their safety and the voters and their lives, and that if the Trinamool cadres come out to intimidate voters, it's not going to be allowed. And we have seen the phase 1, Ranjan, whenever there would be some violence, the security forces really outnumber the mobsters. And that really sent across a message that no messing around this time with democracy and political process of voting and the exercise of their franchise.
And the biggest case of violence which was reported in the previous phase 1 election was between AJUP, which is the Humayun Kabir's party, and the Trinamool Congress in a Muslim-dominated area. And but the violence did not escalate to a level where people were getting killed, because there was no election that has passed with people getting killed in West Bengal. And also, Abhishek, the very fact how the TMC workers, the cadres, and when they come on television debates, they try to defend this by saying that things were even worse in the left rule and situation has improved. Now, it's very difficult to manage a state as big and as complex as West Bengal. That's what the Trinamool Congress cadres, their supporters, their panelists claim when they come to TV debates. Now, definitely a very good step by the Centre, by Election Commission, for when they deployed such a huge number of security forces on ground. And this clearly establishes the fact why it is required. Now we're getting more visuals.
Yeah, those are pictures from Howrah, by the way. These are pictures from Howrah, I can confirm to you. These are details that have been sent by our Republic Bangla team as well. What has happened here in Howrah?
Lathi charge.
Lathi charge, because they tried to create a ruckus because one voting machine was malfunctioning. Let's put a first on that, please. First on, exclusive. Yeah, okay. Look at that. They tried to create a ruckus and they were taught a lesson.
And the Nats, please.
Nats, yeah. Let's put the volume up. Pump up the volume.
The security forces will leave no stone unturned. Violence not allowed, not even a single incident. They stop it from the point where it starts.
One person tried to create a ruckus, and he was put in place. I think they tried to create some situation there, disturbance, while the polling was on. And, well, dramatic pictures. Two of them, yeah, picked up. Tara, bye-bye. We'll see you next election. Taken out.
We believe this person is injured also, and that's why he's being carried in this way. And this is the second accused. Both of them are responsible for the violence coming in from Howrah, a very critical stronghold of Trinamool Congress.
We have some details of what happened here. This is the Bali Assembly constituency. Voters were at the Don Bosco school. There was malfunctioning of a voting machine. Central forces had to carry out a beaten charge. 2 people were arrested. So it appears like the 2 of them who were being, physically being taken out, they were arrested, both of them, one in the pink t-shirt, one in the blue t-shirt. Police was deployed at the scene. Howrah Police Commissioner also arrived here to address the disturbance. Okay, we'll take a short break, I think, at this point. We'll take a short break. Things are just warming up in Bengal, ladies and gentlemen. Things are just warming up. 8:52 a.m. as we take a short break. We'll come back with the pictures. Picture abhi baki hai in Bengal.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J.
All right, viewers, coming up next, key constituencies go to polls today in Bengal. It's Mamata Banerjee versus Suvendu Adhikari in Bhawanipur. Coming up next.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
R Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से, MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're on phase 2 of Bengal elections, and we have a defining image coming in. Abhishek, you want to capture that?
It's 9 o'clock. First numbers of polling would come in, and yes, defining picture there. Let's cut to that straight as Amrita joins us in the studios in place of Shivam. Can we go to that picture, Sharath? Yes, that's a defining moment, I believe. Mamata Banerjee sitting there in Bhabanipur.
Councillor Asim Basu seated with her. So, Mamata Banerjee, I think this...
Kumar Bose, alias Asim Basu.
Asim Basu. And now, this picture says a lot. Abhishek, you want to capture it?
Is she cutting a lonely furrow there? Is she a little, people not
Has
there?
she given up?
Is she pensive? Is she thinking, is this my swan song? Is this the last one?
She kind of gave that feeling when she said, if Trinamool rahega, remember that comment that she made a few days back?
Yeah.
If Trinamool remains, we'll see. We'll meet again if Trinamool remains. Now, she's increasingly getting a feeling that maybe somewhere the ground is slipping for the Trinamool Congress.
Yeah, ground slipping from beneath her feet.
Yes.
Is she a little lost? Even if she is not lost, we have... all right, we have Danish Aziz joining us of the AIMIM. And he's a leader of the AIMIM from West Bengal. We also have Ratan Sharda, RLS leading analyst. Ratan Sharda, you are looking at these pictures of Mamata Banerjee cutting a lonely furrow there, sitting in her constituency. Not many people around and a little pensive there. What do you think Ratan Sharda must be going on in her mind?
I think she has realized, first of all, good morning to all of you, and on a day which can be very, very decisive for not just Bengal but also for India, which way the politics will go, whether the India alliance of fake secularism will win or whether the genuine nationalism will win. This is what is going to decide the fate of Bengal, whether they want to become Bangladeshis or they want to remain Bharati and let Bangladesh learn some lessons. So it's a very serious election. As far as Mamata is concerned, I think she is very pensive. The expression on her face shows that she is in a dilemma. It shows that she is thinking very hard where she went wrong, because this time, if you remember the election that you saw, TMC had a typical old tired agenda, Bangla pride and all that, nothing about development, nothing about the nation, versus BJP, which was much more organized, much more clear messaging, very progressive agenda. These things have got into the people's mind. As one of my friend had said, Bengali friend told me, there is not an election between TMC and BJP anymore. It's an election between Mamata Banerjee and the people. I see every day, even today I saw the TMC supporter threatening people about voting for BJP or coming out. And this shows the desperation of TMC. And secondly, scant respect for democracy. The biggest change I see is the neutrality of so-called Bhadralok of Bengal, or the thinking middle class, who thought that they would be fashionably secular, has also broken. That is very, very important. I see a totally different way the middle class thinking Bengali used to behave or act against BJP or Hindutva thoughts. It has changed totally. All these things I'm very sure is weighing on Mamta's mind. And whether this Gundaism will work or not, she has already said that election commission is doing some, oppressing people. Basically, the election commission and the paramilitary force have seen to it that their way of elections, where their way or highway, will no more work. And I think there's a big change, and I'm sure Mamta is deeply into thought on that.
Yeah, there's a video. That's a video of Mamata Banerjee that's come in now. I think that's a clearer video. I think we should play that video. That's okay. Can we play that? Mitunda.
और अगर गया तो समझ लीजिए क्या होने वाला बहाव आने वाला।
सर फर्स्ट फेज में जो चुनाव हुआ वो चुनाव शांतिपूर्ण था, लेकिन सेकंड फेज में शुरू से ही काफी सारी जगहों से हिंसा की घटना सामने आई।
मैं कोई ऐसी बात नहीं कर सकता जब तक इलेक्शन खत्म नहीं हो। ये सब सवाल करके कुछ फायदा नहीं।
Multiple, yeah. Okay, that's Mitunda. Mitunda, they're speaking. Mitunda, after casting his vote, very popular, one of the icons of Bengal. The BJP managed to bring him on. Okay, let's listen in. He's speaking again to NI.
डिफरेंस क्या देखे सर? इस साल डिफरेंस क्या देखे?
इसमें ज्यादा मतलब बहुत लोग एक साथ आ गए, बहुत लोग एक साथ आ गए, मतलब फोर्थ एंड बिगर। थैंक यू।
क्या लग रहा है क्या होने वाला है सर?
ये सब बोलना नहीं है, ठीक नहीं है।
ठीक है सर।
Okay, there's a video of Mamata Banerjee that's coming, Abhishek, where you can see she's seated with some of the leaders, including with Asim Basu. That's a video. Yeah, that's a raw video. First on, can you put a first on exclusive? Mamata Banerjee saying that Mamata's complaining, by the way, Abhishek. On polling day, Mamata Banerjee is complaining, saying polling cannot go on like this. Very nervous.
What a very strange choice of sitting in a corner like
yeah,
this.
She's pinned down almost.
From Trinamool's point of view, we don't have anyone from the Trinamool in this panel as of now.
Yeah.
But does not look good on the Chief Minister to be sitting like this. I mean, has she really, in her mind, lost the election before she actually loses it?
Should we get in a word from AIMIM? It will be interesting to see what AIMIM says in this. Danish, what do you think is going to happen today? Does AIMIM will be playing the role of a vote cutter again in this election?
And let's not remove the picture. Let's
stay on the pictures. Yeah, let's stay on the visuals and Danish speaks. Yes, Danish.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
The Mamata Banerjee and the BJP, the Trinamool Congress and the Bharatiya Janata Party, both the political parties are doing the divide and rule politics in West Bengal. One party, Bharatiya Janata Party, is polarizing the Hindu vote by fearing the Hindu communities that Bangladesh, Pakistan, love jihad and all. And on the other hand, Mamata Banerjee is trying to polarize the Muslim votes always, as far as she is doing this from last 15 years. And again, she is doing these things.
Danish.
So, it is the best example. It is the best example that both the political parties, Bharatiya Janata Party and the Trinamool Congress, both the political parties are operated by RSS. Both the political parties are operated by RSS because they have an agenda to make a Bengal with lots of things.
Audio. Mamata Banerjee speaking, Danish.
তারা যা ইচ্ছে করে যাচ্ছে টেররিজম করছে এলাকায় এরপরে তো চলে যাবে।
Can we get it again? She was saying she was agitated, she was animated. I think there's something on her mind. In one picture she's very pensive, she's thinking, not talking. There's something going on in her mind. And in the other picture, the video, she was animated and she was agitated. So that really, these are two different moods that Mamata Banerjee has communicated, Niranjan, but none of them communicates confidence.
Yeah, she's complaining about voting. In fact, there are some reports that she has said that this is not, voting can't happen like this. She says voting can't happen like this. I mean, how does voting happen?
আমরা কন্টেম্পট অফ কোর্টের নোটিশ দিয়েছি, তা সত্ত্বেও কতগুলো অবজারভার এসেছে বাইরে থেকে, বিজেপি যা বলছে তাই করছে। তুমি চক্রবেড়িয়ে গিয়ে দেখেছো আমাদের সব পোস্টার খুলে দিয়েছে, সব এইভাবে ভোট হয়। ভোট তো মানুষ দেবে, পুলিশ দেবে না, সিকিউরিটিও দেবে না। আর কয়েকজনকে নতুন নিয়ে এসছে, তারা যা ইচ্ছে করে যাচ্ছে, টেরোরিজম করছে এলাকায়, এরপরে তো চলে যাবে।
Does sound agitated about something as well.
There is just a second. Sorry to interrupt you there. There is a live shot of Harsha with Ajay Pal. I'm cutting across straight live. Harsha's live. Harsha with Ajay Pal. Singham is holding a raid, not a raid, but he's holding a march there. Let's cut across live, Harsha.
Yes, Niranjan, so right now we are reporting from Diamond Harbour, exactly at a place where Ajay Sharma is conducting inspection. We'll show you the visuals. You'll see the visuals of some of the story photos. We're not allowed to go inside the forest.
Harsha, you've got to keep the mic closer to you. Harsha,
we can show you the visuals of some of the... Yes, Niranjan, so there's a visual of the forces which we can show you. We are not allowed to go inside this ashram, which is the Bharat Seva ashram, where exactly in Diamond Harbour right now Ajay Sharma is conducting inspection. It's been almost 20 minutes since he is inside this ashram, and it sends out a direct message that how each and every places he's conducting inspection on the day of polling as well. Diamond Harbour being the sensitive place. Niranjan, as you were telling to the viewers yourself, that how in the year 2021 and during 2023 Panchayat polls as well, Diamond Harbour has witnessed immense violence. In fact, that violence leading to murder as well in some of the places. But these are the visuals Ajay Sharma, especially in the Diamond Harbour region, in each and every assembly constituency where he is doing inspection, which also is a message that anywhere there should not be any anti-social elements, any miscreants who try to turn this entire polling into an untoward incident. That's very important, and therefore since the morning he's out of SP office and he's making rounds in entire Diamond Harbour region. We were in Falta, at that place also twice the flag march took place, and now in the Diamond Harbour region we are being told that Ajay Sharma since last 20 minutes is inside. So that means he would have got some info regarding this place, therefore he is in this place. And also if you talk about the nearby place, this Bharat Seva ashram is just right next to the railway station of the Diamond Harbour, a very important and crucial area as in regards to the elections and the phase 2 as well. And if we speak about South 24 Parganas, specifically in the year 2021, TMC bagged 123 out of 142 seats. This Singham is here, and he has been sent from UP to West Bengal to ensure that there is no anti-social element doing anything untoward in West Bengal for phase 2, because this phase 2 is also a deciding parameter for who is going to be on throne in 2026 in West Bengal. And that is the reason why he is making a lot of attention grabbing in West Bengal since the time he has entered in West Bengal, taken charge as a police observer in South 24 Parganas. And since the time his video has went viral, from that time to till now, it is largely being stated that he is being targeted by the political leaders for the use of his language, for the way he has been conducting and issuing the stern warning to Jahangir Khan and others to let electors vote without being intimidated, without being scared, and there should not be any sense of fear. But what we see here is that right now Ajay Sharma inside, and Niranjan, I'll assure you that in some time, like let's wait, I think in another 15-20 minutes, Ajay Sharma will be out, because he is going to move around in Diamond Harbour. There are the several assembly constituencies in South 24 Pargana where he's going to make a round and ensure that there is a free and fair election. No one is intimidated, and the electors are coming out. And right now we see some action. Niranjan, we see Ajay Sharma will be seen on screen in a while, because we see the visuals, the officials, the forces which are now in move we see, as you see the visuals, I'll ask my camera person Atnu to zoom in for you. The visuals of the forces as the forces are coming out of Bharat Seva Ashram right now. These are the CRPF forces who have been deployed. You see, Niranjan, huge in number, the kind of the mobilization of the para forces which has been done in the state of West Bengal and majorly in the phase 2 West Bengal election and primarily in the South 24 Parganas, which is a stronghold of the TMC, and to ensure that there's no sort of untoward incident, no antisocial elements go out and intimidate the voters or any sort of booth rigging or booth capturing. This should not happen. We see some movement happening. I believe we'll get the visual of Ajay Pal Sharma because the forces are alert right now. The car put in place. The cavalcade of Ajay Pal Sharma will move now. What we're expecting, it will move now. We'll be going to another location. And Niranjan will be tracking Ajay Pal Sharma because in most of the places where we have seen since 2 days back, Ajay Pal Sharma, wherever he's going, he's being hurled. Go back slogans are being hurled at by the TMC supporters largely. And now on the screen, Ajay Pal Sharma is out in the frame. You can clearly see Ajay Pal Sharma, UP Singham, encounter specialist on our frame, Ajay Pal Sharma. And after conducting inspection here, speaking to the CRPF official, and he's a police observer here, as you can clearly see, they're almost 12 to 15 personnel of the CRPF, what we see here. And this is Ajay Pal Sharma speaking to them about the ground situation, about what he would have sensed from the Bharat Seva Ashram. We see here Ajay Pal Sharma, and since the time he has been in the news because of the viral video of these issuing a stern warning, from that time to till now, Ajay Pal Sharma has spoken nothing on camera. But this is a visual of Ajay Pal Sharma. We see grabbing a lot of attention. He is one person. Each and every political party in the state of West Bengal, Niranjan, is speaking about Ajay Pal Sharma. The name, I think, in this West Bengal election, no one will forget because of the style, because of his style, because of his language, because of the way he has been telling criminals openly that they have to be alert. They can't intimidate the voters. They will regret it later. He will deal with him properly. That's the kind of language and that's the kind of the police attitude which Ajay Pal Sharma has. And I think, Niranjan, that's his way of working. He has worked in a similar way when he was the SSP Noida, when he was in Rampur, when he was in Sambhal. When there he conducted raids, took charge of the place, did movements against the antisocial element there. From that time to till now, he has been very popular. Right now, he is ACP Prayagraj, and there also he has controlled the mob, which every time tried to vandalize or were involved in untoward incident. But right now, we see visuals of Ajay Pal Sharma. Ajay Pal Sharma here on our screen, as we show, and with him in the entire convoy, Niranjan, there are almost 20 to 25 vehicles in the convoy of Ajay Pal Sharma. Not only Ajay Pal Sharma, but also the commandant of the CRPF, along with Ajay Pal Sharma, is making rounds and investigation here. This place where Ajay Pal Sharma, Niranjan, is here from last half an hour, from the time we are speaking live, and before that 20 minutes it's been to him being here. So we are sensing that some sort of information he might have received about this particular zone. Therefore, lot of mulling is happening inside this Bharat Seva Ashram. Till the time he has not come out, till now he has not come out. He's inside this particular ashram with the personnel and the officials, senior officials of the para forces, and these officials are ensuring that the phase 2 of the West Bengal election go without any intimidation, goes without any fear and without any violence, to ensure that this election goes without any fear and without any violence is the very important task for him to conduct, especially in the Diamond Harbour region. Niranjan.
Okay, we have a breaking news update coming in. While we stay on the pictures, there are more pictures coming in. This is one of the live shots. So what we will do is we'll have two windows, live Diamond Harbour. Earlier in Khanakul, there are pictures coming in from Khanakul where a Trinamool Congress worker was pretending to be an ISF booth agent. And they caught him and they chased him. A TMC worker was caught as an ISF agent, getting a tip off the ISF candidate there in Khanakul. Saddam Hussein caught him red-handed, and as soon as he was caught, the intruder fled. ISF workers chased him, leading to a physical scuffle. So there is live Diamond Harbour, earlier Khanakul. Dramatic pictures, exclusive pictures via Republic Bangla. Republic Bangla getting those pictures first. Violence, fist fight Never a dull moment in Bengal elections, Abhishek. Never a dull moment. 20% turnout so far. That's what our Republic Bangla team is reporting. Mamata Banerjee is speaking, cutting across live. Mamata Banerjee.
কারণ ভোটটা মানুষ শান্তিতে দিক, তার কারণ হচ্ছে এটা মানুষের অধিকার রক্ষার প্রশ্ন।
কথা বললে কি হবে?
তোমাদের কম্পিটিশন কমাও, তবে আমি এত খালি গলায় বলতে পারবো। দেখুন, আমি চাই, আমাদের দলও চায়, আমি এখনো যে চেয়ারে আছি বা দলের চেয়ারেও আছি, আমি চেয়ারম্যান অফ অল ইন্ডিয়া তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস বলছি, আমরা চাই ভোটটা শান্তিতে হোক, মানুষের অধিকার প্রয়োগ করতে দেয়া হোক। কিন্তু বিশেষ করে কতগুলো অবজারভার নিয়ে আসা হয়েছে বিভিন্ন জায়গা থেকে এবং অনেক পুলিশ অফিসার নিয়ে আসা হয়েছে যারা বাংলাকে বোঝে না। যেমন গতকাল রাত্রে যে অত্যাচার করেছে সারা বাংলা জুড়ে, আমি কিন্তু সারা রাত জেগেছিলাম এবং অবজারভাররা থানায় গিয়ে প্রেসার ক্রিয়েট করছে শুধু আমাদের পার্টিকে টার্গেট করে, যে সব তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসের এজেন্টকে গ্রেপ্তার করো। ব্লক প্রেসিডেন্ট, আমার ইউথের ব্লক প্রেসিডেন্টকে সকালেও অ্যারেস্ট করেছিল, আমাকে যার জন্য চেতলায় যেতে হয়েছিল। থানায় আমি যাইনি, ববি গিয়ে ছাড়িয়ে নিয়েছে।
Live from Bhabanipur, live from Varanasi. And we also will get a third window now of Khanakul, where there was a clash between ISF and TMC after ISF caught TMC cadre pretending to be ISF cadre. So, dramatic turn of events, but Abhishek, 20% voter turnout.
Nats of the Prime Minister's
Varanasi event. Let's put the Nats up there. Nats up, the Prime Minister.
And Mamata is not speaking. If Mamata is speaking, then you can go to Mamata also. Yes.
Cutting across to those pictures, going from different places, Abhishek, we're going from Bhabanipur to Varanasi because the Prime Minister, who was the BJP's prime candidate, prime campaigner in Bengal, has moved to Varanasi. There are glimpses of the campaign being seen in Varanasi as well. He addressed a lot of women from Bengal as well yesterday, when he primarily addressed the women cadre there in Varanasi. Okay. Mamata Banerjee showing a video and she's making a few allegations. So can we just cut across to that?
There are some big, very serious allegations.
Yeah.
And Mamata Banerjee is saying my posters are being removed. I am talking like chairman of Trinamool, not like chief minister, not as chief minister of Bengal, but as the chairman of Trinamool. She's saying so many observers have come from outside. Obviously, observers come from outside. She's saying they are doing everything at the behest of the BJP. They are doing what the BJP is saying.
Charge Vijayganj police station, Bangor. Just देखिए जो atrocities. Can you see it? देखिए एक क्या गुंडाराज चल रहा है, देश को बेच दिया। ऐसे वोट कभी होता है? ऐसे कभी वोट नहीं होता है। वोट शांति से होता है। लोकतंत्र डेमोक्रेसी का फेस्टिवल होता है, लेकिन ये तो लोकतंत्र को पूरा बालोटा बजा दिया, पूरा इसको एट्रोसिटीज कर दिया। Intention is very clear that BJP wants that forcefully to rig the election. But our workers and people are ready to die, but they will not leave the place.
Okay, very big statement there from Mamata Banerjee. She says there is an attempt to rig the polls. Mamata Banerjee,
That's a big one. She's completely on back foot, Niranjan. She's jittery, she's nervous, she's on the back foot. She's saying this election is being rigged because the security forces are not letting people to vote. I mean, security forces are doing their job. Look at, she's intimidated by the deployment, and if the deployment had not been there, the voters would have got intimidated, and that's the purpose of the whole security apparatus there on the ground. And Mamata Banerjee clearly not liking it. She said, I'm speaking like chairman of the Trinamool, and the voting is not going in the manner in which it should, because the observers from outside, always in every election across the country, observers are always from outside, and Mamata Banerjee making an issue of it. I think this is clearly a case of Trinamool on the back foot, Niranjan. And this is, remember, Mamata's stronghold. This is where she cut her teeth into politics. This is where she became a giant killer in 1984, defeating Somnath Chatterjee and, breaking out in the national political scene and making a name for herself in the Congress party at that time. And Mamata Banerjee now, of course, feeling the squeeze now in her own bastion, in her own stronghold, in her own fortress. Not very happy at the security forces doing their job, and she has now...
She says she was awake all night. She's saying they were targeting, arresting Trinamool Congress members. DG CRPF is at Diamond Harbour. Those are the pictures on the left of your screen. So there's something happening at the Diamond Harbour, because all the action is concentrated there, and I don't know whether all the officers are camping there, or that's a place that is being searched, or whether there's an inspection there. I'm not so sure. But ladies and gentlemen, the Prime Minister is in Varanasi. He's in Kashi, and he's at the Kashi Vishwanath Mandir. And those are live pictures coming in of the Prime Minister in Kashi. And he's here on a day when West Bengal is polling. And we're staying with the pictures of the Prime Minister on the screen. On the left of your screen, that's live action. In fact, more CRPF vehicles coming there. DG CRPF is there. More and more, vehicles and security officers coming there. Now, I don't know whether that's being used as a transit for CRPF. And these are pictures of Ajay Pal Sharma. Ajay Pal Sharma, the officer. By the way, apparently Mamata Banerjee also showed a picture of Ajay Pal Sharma, Abhishek. So she's obviously unhappy with... they've made him the headline.
Yeah,
and it shows how nervous they are.
The fact that Mamata Banerjee has to, the chief minister of the state has to really pick it up shows that Ajay Pal Sharma has really gotten under their skin, and bothering them so much, which means that in some ways the security deployment has... Okay, Harsha is live with us. Harsha, what's the commotion behind you? What's happening at the Bharat Sevashram Sangh? Is there some security issue because of which this massive force is present along with other officers? It's not just Ajay Pal Sharma. It's also, we can see CRPF, we can see other security forces. What's really happening? What's the issue there because of which so many of the officers are present there where you are, Harsha?
Yes, Abhishek, we are also trying to find out exactly what's the issue here because it's been half an hour to Ajay Pal Sharma. But right now, what we see is that DG CRPF along with other companies have also arrived here. Not only that, the JNK vehicle Mahindra Marksman has also arrived here. If you see the number of officials, you see the number now earlier what we have reported, the number which was 15 to 20 now have rose to more than what we expect is close to 40. And you see the number of vehicles which have arrived here along with DG CRPF, the troop which was earlier with Ajay Pal Sharma, the police observer, and all of them have arrived here at Bharat Seva Ashram. What we are learning is that, and what we are speculating through our sources is that some tip of the police of the Diamond Harbour have received, and apparently the para forces are also trying to find out more on that, and that's the reason why a meeting is being conducted inside between DG CRPF and other senior officials of the other para companies. The ITBP official is also here along with the police observer Ajay Pal Sharma and the other senior officials and personnel of CRPF and CISF. But right now what we see is the lot of commotion which is here right now at Bharat Seva Ashram because several vehicles are right now stationed here along with Mahindra Marksman, which was stated that it came straight from Jammu and Kashmir and has been deployed heavily in the phase 2 in different vantages and sectors of West Bengal. Not only this, the particular vehicle also did rounds last evening in several areas of Barakpur, Bhawanipur, Iqbalpur, Diamond Harbour as well. And right now there is a huge number of the forces, para forces which have been deployed here, particularly at the Bharat Seva Ashram. These are visuals on our screen of the forces. It's been just 10 minutes to DG CRPF arrived here. He has gone inside, and Ajay Pal Sharma, it's been more than 40 minutes, let's say, to Ajay Pal Sharma being here inside Bharat Seva Ashram at Diamond Harbour. Diamond Harbour is a location, Abhishek, one can't ignore, and in sense of the sensitivity and vulnerability and the history of violence which Diamond Harbour has reported in 2021. 2023 and 2024 parliamentary election as well. Therefore, creating this entire place, Diamond Harbour has been created as a fortress as well in sense of the forces deployment. No miscreant antisocial element can enter right now from the entry and exit areas to the different entry points, and also most of the antisocial elements have been arrested and taken into custody. The number being overall for phase 2 being 2543, 2,543 antisocial elements were taken and arrested and taken into custody. After the recommendation by the ECI officials, the police took action, and in Diamond Harbour, that being more than 216. And right now, we again see some sort of movement, Abhishek. We expect that in some time, might be DG CRPF will leave with the police observer, because right now, DG CRPF GP Singh's vehicle is stationed right at the entry of the Bharat Seva Ashram. And what we see here is that there's some sort of movement. Might be he would be leaving from this place and they'll be making round again in several areas of Diamond Harbour, because the first step about each and every location, or if there is some tampering of this, if there is some incident of violence, or if there's some incident of trying for a booth capturing or rigging, some sort of information, the first step is is known to the local police official. And in one of the police station, along with the police official, there's a commandant of the CRPF who is seated and who is working along with the local.
Harsha, DG CRPF is also there on the ground, and that's really massive, Niranjan. This really shows the scale of deployment, not just scale, but the escalation of deployment, where it's not just limited to junior officers, DIG, SPs, DCP rank, but even the DG is personally supervising what's happening on the ground, and that's really got the grouse of Mamata, and that's something which has made her very unhappy. She's saying, what is happening? Why? How come election can happen in such a free and fair manner? How can
Officers in charge, Vijayganj police station, Bhangor. Just देखिए जो atrocities. Can you see it? देखिए एक क्या गुंडाराज चल रहा है, देश को बेच दिया।
हेलो,
ऐसे वोट कभी होता है? ऐसे कभी वोट नहीं होता है। वोट शांति से होता है। लोकतंत्र डेमोक्रेसी का फेस्टिवल होता है, लेकिन ये तो लोकतंत्र को पूरा बालोटा बजा दिया, पूरा इसको एट्रोसिटीज कर दिया। Intention is very clear that BJP wants that forcefully to rig the election. But our workers and people are ready to die, but they will not leave the place.
Ranjan, earlier it was ready to kill, now it's ready to die.
Ready to kill, ready to die. Now that's, there's a lot of change in Mamata Banerjee's tone, Abhishek. And now I think she's sensing something. Sabir Ali is joining us live. Let's quickly get in some responses from our panelists who are joining us live. They've been with us. Sabir Ali, Danish and Ratan Sharda. Sabir hasn't spoken. Sabir, Mamata Banerjee is not sounding like Mamata Banerjee. Mamata Banerjee is sounding like a very panicky Mamata Banerjee, someone who's on the edge, not so sure, not very confident today.
गुड मॉर्निंग टू एवरीवन। ममता बनर्जी बिल्कुल पैनिक नहीं है, ममता बनर्जी बिल्कुल डरी नहीं है। वो कल भी जिस तरीके का जो बंगाल टाइगर है वो बंगाल टाइगर ही है। माहौल जिस तरीके का इलेक्शन कमीशन और उनके जो बाहर से ऑब्जर्वर और सीआरपीएफ जो आए हैं, वो लोग जो माहौल किया पूरी रात भर, जो कलकत्ता शहर में जो तांडव किया है, इलेक्शन एजेंट के घर में घुसकर, हमारे कलकत्ता का मेयर के घर में घुसकर और जो भी लोकल लीडर्स है उन सबको रात भर ट्रेनिंग जो चला है, इसका जवाब दे रहे हैं ममता बनर्जी। और इसका जवाब पब्लिक भी देगी, पब्लिक भी वोट दे रहा है। जब वोट में इसका जवाब होगा, जिस तरीके का गुंडागर्दी इलेक्शन कमीशन और जो इलेक्शन कमीशन के गार्ड लोग हैं जो बाहर से आए हैं, सीआरपीएफ सब जो गुंडागर्दी चल रहा है, इस गुंडागर्दी के खिलाफ हम लोग आवाज उठाएंगे। इस तरीके का इलेक्शन नहीं होता है।
What is Gundagardi? I mean, if the deployment is there, if the cops are there on the ground,
टीएमसी वर्कर्स को मारा जा रहा है, टीएमसी कर्मी लोग को मारा जा रहा है।
किसका? एक मिनट इसका ट्रांसलेट एक चीज बताइए। जहांगीर खान बोलता है वी विल स्लिट योर थ्रोट, ये क्या ये मोहब्बत की दुकान है या गुंडागर्दी है?
जहांगीर खान निहायती शरीफ आदमी है। इस तरीके का कोई वो एक शरीफ कैंडिडेट है, सीधा साधा कैंडिडेट है, यंग डेडिकेटेड कैंडिडेट है। वो ऐसा कोई स्टेटमेंट नहीं दिया।
अरे भाई साहब, वो कैमरा पे बोला है, मैंने थोड़ी ना बोला है, वो उसका वीडियो है, अभिषेक बैनर्जी बोलता है अभी देखो दिल्ली से कौन आएगा, लास्ट टाइम तो छोड़ दिया आपको, हम मार डालेंगे, उखाड़ के फेंकेंगे, आपको काटेंगे। क्या क्या बोल रहे हैं, क्या हो रहा है वहां पे?
इस तरीके का गुंडागर्दी चल रहा है। 4 तारीख को हम लोग इसका आज जो वोट फोड़ा उसका जवाब 4 तारीख को हम लोग देंगे। 4 तारीख को सारा वोट जब बैलेट बॉक्स खुलेगा तो हम जब आईएसओ के ऊपर चले आएंगे, उसका जवाब पब्लिक को मिल जाएगा।
Okay, camera orientation is changed. Ratan Sharda showing something. Ratan Sharda showing you the video, थोड़ा देख लीजिए। पूरा भारत देख रहा है, आपने क्या कौन क्या बोला है, पूरा भारत देख लिया है। रतन शारदा दिखाइए उनको।
I am showing a video.
हाँ दिखाइए, क्या वीडियो?
Which the man says that in Swaroop Nagar, Hakimpur, after 4th May, we will pull your skin from your body.
हाँ.
This is the video from Bengal. These blood-curdling threats have been made continuously by TMC people. So for them, the violence of the goons is the peaceful election, but the threat of people in uniform to those people is something that is very undemocratic. I agree with them because democracy of Bengal has a different tone. And very importantly, you should have noted that there is a sustained violence between TMC and Muslim parties because they are only competing for Muslim votes. In phase 1, in phase 2, you have TMC versus ISF, TMC versus MIM, which shows their only focus is Muslim vote bank. They are not worried about anybody else. And if the people from the TMC have been threatening people and the men in uniform go and tell them to keep quiet, I think that's a good development. And these people feel that vote शांति से तभी होगा जब TMC के गुंडों का राज होगा, यूनिफॉर्म के लोगों पर यूनिफॉर्म वाले पुलिस का राज होगा, तो पीसफुल कैसे होगा? So their entire twisted logic is that only TMC goons have right to impose their peace and get their votes and capture booths, but the police should not enter the arena. And what is security force? What is the meaning of outsiders? Always the security forces in election are outsiders. They are not from the same state. They are not from the local police. So what is continuous Bahirgato, Antargato and all that? Will they stop this divisive politics? And MIM comes and says, बड़ा polarizing politics है TMC और MIM का। भाई साहब, your fight is for Muslim votes between TMC and MIM. So who is more polarizing? That is the question. It is not who is polarizing. Who is more polarizing between Muslim parties or like TMC and MIM. So this complete narrative, falsehood of Bengal will be totally destroyed in this coming time.
Okay, it's so nervous, Abhishek. Just you can take it away. I just want to make a mention of this video that you're seeing here. This is a video of. Imagine how nervous Trinamool Congress should be that Trinamool Congress was pretending to be ISF polling agent. Look at this video. There is a video where the Trinamool Congress was pretending to be ISF polling agent, and they chased him and they're beating him up. Maybe we can get Danish on it, Abhishek.
Danish, the fact that ISF is complaining against Trinamool, the fact that Trinamool is, trying to go inside a polling booth acting as an ISF agent, this seems like the Muslim community, the minority, is spoiled for choice this time, whether they're going to vote for ISF, whether they're going to vote for Trinamool, whether they're going to vote for Congress, whether they're going to vote for JUP and AIMIM also in some pockets. So obviously, that's something which has got the jitters of Mamata. It's not about observers, it's about the vote split that's likely to happen.
Sir, Mamata Banerjee knows that the minorities, SC, ST and OBC votes are splitting from the Trinamool Congress as well as from Bharatiya Janata Party, because both the political parties are always trying, I repeatedly say, as before I say, and again I am saying that both the political parties are spreading the fear election in West Bengal. Due to this fear election, the vote of SC, ST, OBC and minorities are splitting towards the MIM, splitting towards the ISF.
For a party which name is Ittihad-e-Muslimin, first change your party's name, no?
Because Bharatiya
change your party's name. What is Ittihad-e-Muslimin?
Sir, let me finish. Your party history, I know BJP party history. BJP just born in 1980 and MIM is born before the 1980. So please don't talk about that. Please don't talk about that. You guys are making the divisive politics in West Bengal.
He has proven my point.
You both, Trinamool Congress and Bharatiya Janata Party, you both the political parties are using the votes of West Bengal general public and polarizing your votes. But and let me tell you one thing, whether you call Pushpa, whether you call Singham, whether you call Arjun Rathod, Singham Rathod, whatever, whoever you want in West Bengal, the West Bengal public, the West Bengal voter will decide who will sit in the CM chair, who will sit not in the CM chair. You will not decide. You don't have to decide. You have only rights to talk. You don't have to give the final resolution about the public of West Bengal. Please don't blame the West Bengal general public. You guys, you both the political parties, Trinamool Congress and Bharatiya Janata Party, you both parties are doing the divisive politics, and your divisive politics in the West Bengal.
The live pictures coming in. Stay with me. Very, very interesting day today. The Prime Minister, there are live pictures coming in from Kashi Vishwanath Temple as well. Kashi, the Prime Minister is in Varanasi. Mamata Banerjee is in Bhabanipur. Let's show the pictures. Let's keep shuffling the pictures, please. With the Prime Minister, there are some very, very dramatic pictures coming in from Varanasi as well. Live pictures from Varanasi of the Prime Minister holding a trishul, etc. Yeah, look at those pictures. You can take that in a window now. You can take that on a window. Ratan Sharda, staying in the public consciousness. The Prime Minister addressed women of Bengal.
Devebhyo vividevebhyo devebhyo vidathati dadati videvebhyo devebhyo vidathati bhyo bhagam bhaga devebhyo me devebhyo vividevebhyo devebhyo vidathati dadati videvebhyo devebhyo vidathati.
यस्मरेत पुंडरीका शवायाभ्यंतर शुचि पुंडरीकाक्षपुना.
All right, pictures coming in of Prime Minister Modi live from Varanasi, and it is definitely the second phase of elections. And Niranjan, the numbers are out already from Hooghly, Howrah, Kolkata North. Between 16 to 20% is the percentage that we are tracking here. Taking a short break. Very crucial phase 2 of West Bengal polls. We'll get to you all those details and much more coming right up. We are live.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Corrector, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
कहानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASRAAM, the Indian pilots get longer reach, faster lock, and higher chance to survive. The missile also works well against low-flying.
And coming up, viewers, we'll put a focus on the Phase 2 of West Bengal polls. Bengal votes in Phase 2 of the assembly elections. Turnout stands at around 18.3% as of 9:30 a.m. NIA team, state police and central forces are keeping a close watch on various sensitive areas in Bengal's Bhangar.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
Character, the taste of success.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25.
Hey viewers, what's coming up? We put a focus on the phase 2 of the West Bengal polls. Voter turnout numbers are out, approximately 18.3% around 9:30 a.m. Police and central forces are keeping a close watch on various sensitive areas in Bengal's Bhangar.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ। 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASRAAM, the Indian pilots get longer reach, faster lock, and higher chance to survive.
Very much coming up, viewers. The numbers are out. Voter turnout around 18.3% at 9:30 a.m. as the first few hours of West Bengal polling phase 2 has begun. And NIA is monitoring the sensitive situation that is playing out. Central forces are keeping a close watch on various areas which are sensitive in Bengal, especially Bhangar.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASRAAM, the Indian pilots get longer reach, faster...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello viewers, welcome back. I have Shivam with me. I'm Shivangi Shukla. Shivam, today is the second phase of West Bengal polling and there's a lot of action happening on ground, so we'll just go to that. What do we have for our viewers right now?
Yeah, definitely. Let's go to Diamond Harbour and get you the exclusive visuals coming in from Diamond Harbour. These are the visuals of Singham, the Singham Ajaypal. Okay, Harsha is with us live for more details. Harsha.
Yes, now showing the visuals from the Diamond Harbour. As we speak right now, we'll stay with the visuals because what we understand is that the forces, the personnel have all taken their positions. We're expecting the DG and Ajay Sharma to leave shortly, but that doesn't seem to be, immediately right now because both the officials are inside. It's been the last time we spoke, like it was half an hour back to 40 minutes back. From that time to till now, the officials have still been inside. They are having a meeting together inside. The DG, another senior officials of the para forces, and Ajay Sharma himself here from 8 o'clock to it's been now 10 o'clock. 2 hours, and the officials have been stay put at the Bharat Seva Ashram here at Diamond Harbour. As we speak of Diamond Harbour, there are the Diamond Harbour becomes a very important parliamentary constituency, and there are 7 assembly constituencies which come under Diamond Harbour. And if we talk about the entire South 24 Parganas, 31 assembly constituencies, 30 TMC won in the year 2021. From that time to till now, BJP has been able to improve its ground movement in the state of West Bengal. But how much BJP is planned, how much they have interred in the sphere of the TMC, that will be very interesting to look on, May 4th, which is the counting day. But right now what we see is that we are getting sense that the officials are coming out. We'll stay put with the visuals because there's the entrance of the Bharat Seva Ashram. All the officials are right now coming outside on the visuals. Shivam, now you see the visuals. Yep. We see that the officials have now come outside. We see DG CRPF coming out, and the convoy of the DG is all set. It's ready, and the IPS Ajay Sharma along with the DG. I think there's some last minute discussion we are having right now inside. There's some discussion which is left right now. They're having while leaving only. They are right now near the exit gate only of the Bharat Seva Ashram, and we're expecting them to leave here and go on route to the different area to other vantages of the Diamond Harbour for round, because today on the polling day only the rounds will give an idea to the police officials and the para forces regarding the movement and the pulse of the second phase. And this is the visual where the senior officials is speaking to police observer Ajay Sharma, shaking hands while they leave from this location, Bharat Seva Ashram. The convoy of the CRPF head all set. They are all ready to leave, and Ajay Sharma here greeting DG CRPF while he leaves from this location, Bharat Seva Ashram. And the entire cavalcade of DG CRPF includes this Mahindra Marksman vehicle as well. There's a bulletproof vehicle which has been specially called from Jammu and Kashmir for this West Bengal election. It was deployed both in phase 1 and on phase 2 as well. Ajay Sharma visuals still on frame, on camera. We see Ajay Sharma as we are right now speaking and showing to all our visuals the visual from the Diamond Harbour region, the police observer, and also the DG CRPF all set to leave from this place. But the discussion is right now happening. I think majorly it is going to be about the movement, but right now what we see is that this bulletproof marksman vehicle incorporated with all the digitalized equipments also is now set to move. And right now we again focus and zoom. I'll ask my VJ to focus again on Ajay Sharma. He is the man which everyone is talking about in the second phase of the West Bengal election, because he is the person which has grabbed a lot of attention since the time.
Yeah, Arsha, if you can explain to our viewers what exactly was brewing inside, what was happening inside Bharat Seva Ashram. Was it a meeting which was happening or discussing the security preparedness, where you can see Singham, that is Ajay Sharma there, and the senior CAPF officials there?
Yes, Shivam. That there was a meeting which went on. The 40 minutes of meeting took place between DG CRPF and police observer Ajay Sharma and other senior commandants of the CRPF as well. And this was a very important meeting, keeping in mind the locations of the Diamond Harbour and where all the places where the police can do their area domination and also make a look around and move around to get a sense of the place so that no violence is occurring and anti-social elements are not active. They are still in their houses. They're not coming out and impacting the voting today. Ajay Sharma now all set to leave. Shivam.
Okay, let's go straight across. Let's go straight across, Shivam. And Harsha, please hold on for a second. We really want to go to Bhawanipur. This is a very important constituency. Subindu is in Bhawanipur, and there seems to be a little bit of a development there, Shivam.
It's chaos. It's chaos visuals. Clear chaos on screen, as you can see. These are visuals from Bhawanipur.
कुछ व्यवस्था लेंगे आप अब देखिए निर्वाचन इतना आदमी কমপ্লেন তো করব ওই জন্য তো पूरी तरह के साथ बूथ यहाँ नहीं है वर्मा के नीचे घर के नीचे चलो सर चलो दादा प्लीज सर ममता बनर्जी मस्तानी करते एसছিল ওই জন্য ये ना करिए सर पीछे सब वोट कर दिया ना हाँ भागो वोट कर दिया ना यहाँ इतना বলছি বহুকালে প্রচুর মানুষ রয়েছেন তাদেরকে কোনো বার্তা
সরাসরি শুভেন্দু অধিকারী ভবানীপুরে এই প্রথম ভবানীপুরে এই প্রথম যাচ্ছেন এবং যে ছবি আমরা যে মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় চট্টগ্রামে যে কার্যালয়ে সেই কার্যালয়ের পাশে শুভেন্দু অধিকারী সরাসরি চলে এসছেন পরিষভা
TMC office. Shubhendu was outside TMC office and hence there was chaos there. These are the visuals coming from Bhawanipur, Shivangi.
That is right. So we're getting some reactions. Shubhendu was speaking to people that are press there, and he says TMC is trying to scare Hindu voters. As Shubhendu is alleging that TMC is trying to scare the Hindu voters in Bhawanipur. Very strong statement coming in there, Shivam. This is a key contest, by the way. This is a key contest, a very, very important contest where CM Mamta Banerjee faces her one-time aide Shubhendu Adhikari of the BJP. It's an electoral rematch because she lost to him in Nandigram back in 2021.
Yeah, this will be a very tough challenge, and he is the one of the senior most leaders from the Bharatiya Janata Party, a leader of the opposition. Now, all right, we have guests also with us, Shivangi, to speak on this issue. What's happening, what's brewing in West Bengal? It's a high-profile election, high-profile seat, Bhawanipur.
That's right. Let's go to Shantanu Gupta, who is an author, is joining us live. Thank you for joining us live. He's joining us live from Bogota, Colombia. Thank you for joining us and taking out your time. It's phase 2 here of West Bengal polls. And we saw those pictures. Mr. Gupta, do you think Mamta Banerjee is nervous? She lost to Shubhendu Adhikari in Nandigram 2021. It's a rematch. It's a rematch here. Your first reaction on that?
I think you're exactly right that Mamta Banerjee lost to Shubhendu Adhikari in Nandigram. And this time, Shubhendu Adhikari is not only fighting in Nandigram, and he's also chasing Mamta Banerjee from Bhawanipur also. I think that itself was a signal of loss for Mamta Banerjee, that she did not dare to compete with Shubhendu Adhikari in Nandigram, and she ran away to Bhawanipur. But Shubhendu Adhikari is not leaving her in Bhawanipur also. So instead of, along with Nandigram, he's also chasing Mamta Banerjee in Bhawanipur. That's a sign of a victory, then as a sign of a fighter already. and the way he's roaring from last couple of months, especially in the election time, and he's the one, as you rightly said, is the important aide of Mamata Banerjee in pre-2021 era, and he knows all the tricks, all the cadres, all the ways that Mamata Banerjee all along won his elections. And he has given that information to central BJP, and that's how they kind of get out Mamata Banerjee for all along. That's why she's very concentrated in Bhawanipur. Last time she lost in Nandigram. This time if she loses Bhawanipur, that's a huge commentary on her political stature.
It's not going to be easy for either BJP or Mamata Banerjee this time, sir. If you can put that into perspective, this is the stronghold for the Trinamool Congress when we talk about all the 142 seats this time. TMC has won time and again in these seats. Now, comparatively, in phase one, the BJP was better placed, but in the phase two, the Trinamool Congress is still better placed, but it will be a very tough battle for TMC. What do you think has changed in the previous elections and this time?
I think you're perfectly right. In the 294 seats in the phase one, the people of West Bengal polled for the 152 seats. And those were, if we take the data from 2021, was more favorable for BJP. In fact, the 77 seats that BJP won last time, 59 from the seats which are polled in phase one. And you're right that phase two is far more challenging. But BJP has done multiple things since last 5 years. BJP has developed its own cadre, which is like the root of BJP. Now more and more candidates are cadre grown rather than borrowed, left out from the TMC or left and Congress. BJP is still a very new party in West Bengal. They never ruled in West Bengal. Congress and left and TMC are the parties which ruled West Bengal over years. That way, even to have a candidate, even to have a cadre, even to have a booth level workers in every booth, almost 80,000 plus booths of West Bengal is a daunting task for BJP. They've grown in cloud from 3 to 77, and now they're claiming, Amit Shah, the master strategist, the master Chanakya, claiming that in the last phase itself, they were claiming almost 110 seats. And if they click 40, the BJP's target is just 40, 50 this in this phase, and they will mark the almost 147, 150 mark. So BJP has done a lot of hard work from 2021 till 2026.
But are you seeing that hard work transforming into results and BJP coming out as a victorious party this time, or it will be another term, another elections? The BJP will have to wait for that.
Reading electoral minds is tough for anyone, but the way, I think my clue is coming from the way Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee are behaving. Abhishek Banerjee is looking rattled, and he's saying he's going to the electoral areas and saying on 4th of May, we will see who will come to save you. So I think that rattleness is showing that they are in a back foot.
We actually have a spokesperson of the BJP, Miss Charu Pragya. Thank you for joining us here, Miss Pragya here. And now, we were just discussing about how confident the BJP is when it comes to Bhawanipur. So Suvendu Adhikari, speaking a short while back, he says Mamata will lose by 30,000 votes. A lot of confidence being shown by the BJP when we talk about the Bhawanipur constituency.
Good morning. Let me first begin by urging every single person in Bengal today who has the ability to vote today to please go out and vote. Because like last time, the massive numbers that you will vote in will help in weeding out the disease that TMC has become for the people of West Bengal. So please do your duty, exercise your right, kindly go and vote. The problem of Mamata Banerjee had become that she started thinking that she is indefeatable in spite of everything that she's done in Bengal, every terrible thing that the people have suffered. She continued to think that she's going to be indefeatable. But last time that was not the case. She lost her seat, Nandigram. And this time, I assure you, she's not just going to lose her own seat, she's going to lose this state because it's an indication. The way TMC leaders have been speaking is an indication. The way people have been coming out to vote is an indication. I've been looking at visuals from all over the state since morning. The central forces have completely upped their activity. Already there have been instances at certain places where TMC goons are going to try and create havoc and prevent people from casting their votes in a free and fair manner. See, and this is exactly why TMC is going to go this time. People are tired of being kept in a place where fear rules them, not governance. So fear needs to leave West Bengal. The police of West Bengal, the authority of West Bengal needs to stand with people, not with those who are causing trouble to people. This day is going to be an incredible. I just saw my friend Shantanu was mentioning Abhishek Banerjee's statement. That is so true. Abhishek Banerjee said, literally threatened the electorate and said that you better be voting for TMC because after 4th, after we win, you know what is going to happen. And if you remember, even last elections, this is what TMC had done. So they targeted people who they thought could have voted for BJP. They targeted, singled out BJP voters and people who were aligned with the BJP ideologically. And there was so much bloodshed, there was so much violence. And this time also they tried to do it. But I think the difference was the amount of people we have on the ground from the central forces.
Is there. Shuvendu Adhikari interestingly took his car right up to where Mamata Banerjee was seated. We had pictures of Shuvendu Adhikari who claimed that Hindus were being blocked from voting. Shuvendu went right up to where Mamata Banerjee was seated. He went close to the Trinamool Congress office. Shuvendu claims that Mamata Banerjee was there to just ensure that there is fear in Bhabanipur, asking why Mamata Banerjee was present with so many people, claiming that TMC was trying to scare Hindu voters in Bhabanipur. A very dramatic sequence of events. Mamata Banerjee claims that BJP is rigging the election. Shuvendu says Mamata is spreading fear. So Bhabanipur is where all the action is happening this morning. And those are pictures coming in. Mamata, by the way, that's Mamata Banerjee showing a phone and claiming that her party workers were targeted overnight. So there is certainly a lot of nervousness. Let's go full frame to the pictures. Stay full frame on the pictures from Bhabanipur. That's where the action is. Abhishek, this is very interesting. Shuvendu says Hindus are being scared away in Bhabanipur. Live footage from Bhabanipur. Polling booth to polling booth. Let's go across live. Let's stay on the. It's a raw video. Let's stay on the raw video. Yeah, Mamata saying something. First on, please.
চলুন পিছনে চলুন আমি কেন সরবো গো দাদা তুমি করো না
পেছনে চলুন পেছনেই আছি দাদা আর আপনি পেছনে ঢেলুন তাহলে পেছনে যাবে দেখুন আপনি আমাদেরকে বলছেন দেখুন আপনার সামনে
Okay, so Mamata Banerjee going from one booth to the next. Shuvendu Adhikari marching from one booth to the next. Epicenter Bhabanipur in Bengal. Mamata Banerjee has taken a seat complaining too many forces. I don't like it. Too much security. This is not democracy. Democracy में security नहीं होता है. Poll rigging होता है. Booth capturing होता है. अभिषेक? छापा होता है. Democracy में छापा होता था.
You forgot bombs.
Crude bombs होता है democracy में. Every election छापा होता है. No chapa this time so far, Abhishek. Not that we are hearing of any of.
Not that we are hearing of.
Shuvendu speaking again.
बैठेगा क्या खड़ा होगा किसको डराएगा किसको प्यार करेगा उनको पूछिए ना मुझे पूछने का कोई जरूरत नहीं मैं तो देख रहा हूँ वोट अच्छा हो रहा है अब तक 25% वोट % वोट पड़ गया है, 9 पड़ जाएगा, जनता जाग चुका है, ये जाने वाला है।
तो क्या डराने के लिए बैठी है ऐसे किसी को?
उसको बोलिए 77 वार्ड में जाने को। यहाँ क्यों घुस रहा है? ये डराने के लिए हिंदू वोटर को।
वो वार्ड 70 का बार जिक्र कर रही है।
हाँ।
किसी ने उठाया नहीं लाइट। लाइट मारছে বলতো বুদ্ধি নেই কিছু না আসছে যাচ্ছে
এই কবিটা পড়তে দাও।
So what's going on here? Extreme battle of nerves, Abhishek. Haven't seen Mamata Banerjee this nervous ever. Asif Ansari backs towards, he leans towards the Trinamool Congress. Shantanu Gupta is live and Charu Pragya. Asif Ansari, Mamata is claiming that polls are being rigged. I mean, I can't believe I'm hearing this. She's claiming polls are being rigged. Asif?
Asif Ansari.
Asif, are you there? Let me put that to Shantanu. Shantanu, something's going on here. Everything has changed today. The tables have turned, at least so far, optics-wise.
And you will be surprised if you follow. See, Mamata Banerjee first came in power in 2011. And if you read the news of 2009 to 10, Mamata Banerjee is constantly going to the UPA2 government, talking to Arnab Goswami and requesting for free and fair elections. And she's claiming if free and fair election cannot happen in left rule, and if free and fair elections, I will win. So she knows that rigging the election was the part of her electoral politics. Fake voters was part of his electoral politics. Political violence was part of her electoral politics. And this time she is not able to do those. So because of the heavy deployment of central forces, because of SIR, because of multiple level of checking of the voting identity card, she is not able to do fake voting. She is not able to intimidate the Hindu voter, the BJP voters. And that's what Shubhendu Adhikari is saying. I think we all remember that how to just to celebrate a Durga Puja to Ram Navami, Hindus have to go to court. We have seen it. It's not something new. We have seen from last 10 years, we have seen that after every poll, even after Panchayat poll, we have seen heavy poll violence. And this is a typical left electoral politics, left electoral tactics that Mamata Banerjee has adopted, that you scare the voters and supporters and the karyakartas of the opposition so much, then they will not get even the candidates. And that's why she's not able to play her rule book this time, and that's why she's looking rattled from last couple of weeks.
Yeah, we have a breaking update coming in, a visual coming in. Take a look at this. This is when a BJP candidate, let's break that. When a BJP candidate, Bikas Sardar, went to a polling booth, TMC workers surrounded him chanting Chor slogan, massive chaos in Basanti. TMC, typical TMC tactic of trying to intimidate. That's what they've tried to do even with the voter. Look at this, tension in Basanti. That's a video. Let's just write Basanti, South Parganas 24, yes. Yeah, but dramatic visuals. We have full frame pictures as well. Can we go full frame, please, to the pictures?
Shantanu, you were saying that this is going to be a free and fair election. Charu Pragya, let me take this to Charu. Charu, if that be the case, that this is the freest and the fairest election that Bengal has seen, then whosoever wins is clearly the choice of the people of Bengal. So whether Trinamool is coming back to power or whether BJP is snatching power from Trinamool, this is going to be the freest, fairest mandate that Bengal has seen in recent memory and perhaps for decades. Charu.
See, more than the result of any election is the fact that the people of a state be allowed to vote. and after they have cast their vote, they not be treated violently, beaten up, raped, or their family homes burnt down only because of the choice of political party they have made. And that, unfortunately, has been the greatest problem of Bengal for as long as I can remember. You were just showing some visuals from Basanti, but when I started speaking this morning, that was the first thing I said. We have to keep a lookout for this kind of violence. That is exactly why there's so many central forces. But there's also this element of TMC trying to lie about the situation. We recently saw Mamta Banerjee kind of pretending that BJP is gherawing TMC workers. But more than that, let me remind everyone of the incident with
जो हो गया पहले चरण में, जैसे हमारा बैट्समैन सेंचुरी पार कर दिया, अभी धीरे धीरे डबल सेंचुरी टारगेट है उसका तरफ बढ़ रहा है।
मानसून भी कुछ नरम है और वोटर
अरे ऊपर वाला साथ है, वो भी बदलाव चाहते हैं। ये भगवान का खेला भी है और नीचे जो मनुष्य है वो कुटिबद्ध हो गया, वो विसर्जन देके रहेगा।
खेला होगा सेकंड फेज में, बीजेपी खेला खेलेगी सेकंड फेज में।
अरे तोड़ना, मुड़ना, जोड़ना, बदलना, ये तो बीजेपी का ही खेल है।
So this is Samik Bhattacharya who's saying Upar wala saath hai. This is God is with them this time, and there will be a change now. All right, we have.
There's a reason why he's saying that, by the way, because the weather is great in Bengal.
Yeah. Even in Delhi.
Delhi, very surprisingly. Surprisingly, the weather is great in Delhi as well, and the weather, of course, will not be a hurdle. It's not really hot. Sun is not above. People. They're also predicting some, minor showers in the afternoon. Quite normal in Bengal, we are told at this point of time. So it's typical weather for people to turn out. And maybe that's why the BJP leader is saying, Upar wala saath hai. Now, I don't know. Now, after all of this, Charu Pragya, if you don't match the numbers, if you don't get enough numbers, it's going to be extremely, extremely embarrassing. After all of this, Charu.
No, I'm very confident that the numbers will be there, and more importantly, like I was trying to tell you, the people of Bengal will have a government they deserve, a government that cares, a government that stands by them, because this particular government absolutely didn't. Before we got cut off, I was giving you the example of TMC MP Mitali Beg. She went around saying that it was BJP who attacked her, a person from the Bharatiya Janata Party who attacked her, but later after police verification, it was found out that the person who attacked her was actually a TMC worker. So this fake narrative also that TMC is trying to float around now is going to stand exposed, and it's not just BJP people or BJP candidates which are attacked by TMC. It is also going to be people from the left. It is also going to be people from the Congress party or from any new political party that has become active this time. So like I said, I'm extremely certain these massive numbers in which people are turning up to vote is an indication of the fact that the people of Bengal are no longer scared to step out, to exercise their right, to exercise their duty, and they are voting for change, they're voting for progress, and they're voting for a better Bengal.
How do we know?
Yes.
High voting, of course, for sure. But how do we know, Charu? Let Shantanu there. Can I take this to Shantanu? And Charu both, actually.
Yep.
Shantanu first, Charu next. Shantanu, how do we know that this high voter turnout is for the BJP or the Trinamool? I mean, given the fact that it's a cutthroat election, this is a going down to the wire election, both sides would have mobilized, right?
Yeah. So you're right. So the research is not conclusive about a small change in the voting percentage. So if the voting percentage increased by 2 to 3%, 2 to 4%, the research is not conclusive that favors the incumbent or the challenger. But multiple researches done around the globe have very clearly shown if the voting percentage surged by 8 to 12%, it always benefits the challenger, not the incumbent. Because after 15 years of anti-incumbency, it's very difficult to be so enthusiastic about the incumbent party. That's multiple researches from across the globe shown that. And we have seen that in SIR, how Mamta Banerjee was rattled, whose fake voter was cut. That's very, very, very clear. And how TMC is rooting super rattled. And when this is the first time we are hearing Mamata Banerjee saying TMC fir aayegi to fir milenge. And if I translate what Abhishek Banerjee said recently, that he said last time we lost Aramba, Goghat, Kanpur, Parsua, but we spared you out of a large heartedness. This time I personally take responsibility. After 4th of May, I will see whose father will come from Delhi to save you. This is the words for a member of parliament. Abhishek Banerjee, though he hardly comes to parliament, his attendance in parliament is 15 to 20% from last many years. But these were the statements. So if it comes to that, I think it's very clearly, see, it's always said that a politician doesn't know if they're winning, but they always know when they're losing. So I think TMC and their senior politician already got the sense. And I think that's why they're tooth and nail on the ground and still doing their age-old tactics of intimidating the voters.
Charu, a tough question for you. You know, this is phase 2. Phase 2, 140 seats, predominantly urban, actually urban. And that's where the BJP jinx insofar as Bengal is concerned. You know, traditionally BJP is seen as a party which consolidates first in the urban areas and then goes to the rural areas. In the case of Bengal, the BJP has consolidated in the rural areas first, North Bengal, Hills, Jungle Mahal. And now you are looking at breaching the bastion of Trinamool.
Live pictures of...
live pictures of Shuvendu. And through these pictures, you can see it's raining in Bengal, even if it's a drizzle.
God is with him.
And Mamata has said that the weather is kind.
Yeah.
Shuvendu saying with an umbrella that weather is kind. He's there with his supporters. And coming back, are you going to be able to breach the Bhadralok fortress that has been with Trinamool for a while?
So, you know, the incredible thing is this word fortress in Hindi, they say gad. It no longer exists anymore. There is no gad, there is no fortress. What only exists is people choosing leaders who are supposed to be working for them. And I think Bengal was left far behind compared to the rest of the country. Because last time, if Mamata Banerjee couldn't even save her own seat, she was ousted from her own seat, you can imagine that her popularity has been steadily on the decline. Yes, they won the elections last time, but you look at BJP's massive leap of progress from 3 seats to 77 seats in a span of 5 years. And this time, the last 5 years, we have worked very hard on the ground, supplemented by the fact that the people needed strong political support to call out the atrocities of TMC Sarkar. Every single day, every single corner, whether it was the Hindus who had to leave their burning homes in Murshidabad or the women who were treated in the worst possible manner that we can imagine in Sandesh Khali. Every step of the way, when there was crime, TMC was found to be standing with the criminals, not with the victims, not with the people who have suffered, and that is what is changing. And you were talking of numbers. Yes, I understand last time most of our numbers did come from the first phase of voting, and this is the second phase, this is the critical phase. But I've been looking at PM Modi's rallies in the major cities of Bengal, especially rallies which are leading up to voting in phase 2. I don't think I've ever seen this amount of excitement, this many people on the streets, so much positive conversation, and some of these visuals are heartwarming. A little while back, I saw a visual of all the monks of ISKCON temple dancing, singing bhajans and walking on their way to their booth to cast their votes. So this is the beauty, and this is what the number of central forces on ground have gotten to Bengal. The fact that they can vote freely. I'm sure today also the voter turnout is going to be very high, and this voter turnout is indicative of the fact that no one is scared of TMC anymore. They've tried their tactics time and time again, but no more. The people have risen against them.
Even if there is a difference, how much of a difference can we expect? 2019 BJP 26%, 2021 13%. I'm talking about the seats.
Okay, we have some breaking news coming in. Can we take the breaking? Charu, just stay with us. We'll take the breaking first up. We had some visuals come in now of violence where a BJP agent was attacked. We have some horrific pictures coming in from Bengal. Allegations of assault against a BJP agent. This is Chakdaha Assembly constituency. Name is Sridham Biswas. He was assaulted there. Now, those are pictures. Chakdaha and Nadia. where this BJP booth agent was attacked, pretty violent attack, and he suffered injuries, reportedly being attacked by the Trinamool Congress. These are pictures that came into our newsroom. So the violence is there, but Abhishek, compared to the last election, it's way, way, way lesser than the last election.
Yeah, obviously, and that's because of the deployment, which Mamata Banerjee is clearly not liking, because otherwise she would have wanted a monopoly over political violence. That monopoly has been taken and breached, and in fact, the state now has complete monopoly over rule of law through its control over violence, and that's something which is not being liked by Trinamool, and that explains the certain loneliness that we saw in that picture of Mamata Banerjee sitting alone, pensive, quiet, thinking what's happening or what's not happening. And then she came out with that soundbite. Okay, we have Asif Ansari of the Trinamool joining us on the broadcast. And Asif, things do not look going your way. And that's getting reflected in the comments being made by your leaders. Asif. It's interesting that in places like Chhapra and Bangur, the clashes are happening between ISF and Trinamool cadres and not between Trinamool and BJP cadres. That shows the Muslim vote bank stands divided.
I think Abhishek is too early to jump the gun, because it's 10:30 past only. And what we have seen for the last, from 7 o'clock in the morning, voters are in a very positive mood. They are giving their mandate to TMC. And whatever the news coming to you, I think, I don't know how filtered it is coming to your side, but people are showing their confidence towards Mamata Banerjee and TMC. And it is going quite well. And let's see what happens.
You sidestepped my question, Asif. My specific question was that we are getting since morning these reports that the clashes are happening between Trinamool and ISF cadres, or Trinamool and the JUP cadres. So it's interesting that this time perhaps the real fight is happening between the so-called secular forces over the Muslim vote bank.
Well, you might be getting that news, but most of the places that the central force are deployed, it has been seen that it's a military rule rather than a democracy process of voting. People are going and they are mostly scared by so much military.
Earlier they were scared of Trinamool cadres. You are saying this time they are scared of the Central Armed Paramilitary Forces deployed by the Election Commission. Is that the suggestion?
That is so unprecedented in any poll a day where people are not used to seeing so much of military personnel, because it's a normal exercise which people does. It has a very cool way we used to vote in Bengal, but this time...
Asif, one question from my side. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. Are you afraid of the CRPF, CAPF, of the deployment? You're telling the people are afraid of the deployment.
Why should? If they are going to conduct election in intentions to make a peaceful election, but
Asif, what evidence do you have to support your statement? People are getting scared. What evidence do you have to support your statement? You are making wild allegations against the Central Armed Forces.
No, what we have seen that...
Asif, what evidence do you have to support your statement? You are saying people are afraid of the paramilitary forces. They are there to give security to the people. There are no bombs being hurled. There are no shots being fired. People are not getting murdered this time. Imagine the scenes that we are showing right now of people getting injured. The pictures might have been people getting killed or being shot at, or bombs
it's not
being hurled.
Right now in your show, it is impossible to show you the video. But in many places where the students were held up, they are pulled by their hairs. By the
oh God, that's fake news. Asif Ansari, I can tell you that you're spreading fake news on live TV.
They are being beaten by the
that's fake news. That's fake news. That's fake news, Asif. Asif, that's fake news. I have some breaking news coming in. By the way, Ajay Pal Sharma, the Singham cop, has he's entered Jahangir's house. Jahangir's house area, he's entered that area in Falta. I'm waiting for a live picture to come in. He's been, moving around in Diamond Harbour. This is in Falta, Diamond Harbour. And Ajay Pal Sharma, the IPS officer, is reportedly, as we speak, has entered the area where Jahangir's house is. So they're anticipating something. They're anticipating that there's going to be large-scale rigging, perhaps, in Diamond Harbour, especially. We'll cut across to those pictures that are coming in. We saw a huge deployment, Abhishek. Since this morning, DG CRPF was there. in this particular area in Diamond Harbour. So there is something brewing there. Not sure what that is, but they've gone to court over him. They've gone to the Supreme Court. I'd like to play those pictures out. Let's stay on the visuals, please. Let's stay on the visuals. And we have pictures right now. Let's go across to the pictures. Saikat is there. Saikat is a Republic Bangla reporter. Those are pictures, by the way, of Ajay Pal Sharma, the IPS officer called Singham. They're calling him Singham. I mean, they're so provoked by him that they're saying, okay, if you're Singham, we are Pushpa. Those are the kind of dialogues that are doing the rounds in
Just
Bengal.
because his videos are getting viral, they're afraid because the videos are getting viral and they are alleging that he's threatening people. But this is not the first time that you see police officers asking for peace to be there, for peace to prevail. He is trying to make sure that there is peace. And they're alleging that he's inciting people. He's going against the Trinamool cadres there. That's all just allegations against a police officer who is...
Let's see if we can go to Harsha, because Harsha was there where Ajay Pal Sharma is. Harsha will be coming live any time now. So while we wait for Harsha, quickly getting in some breaking news updates right now. We have some breaking news updates. Let's quickly get our viewers up to speed. Shantanu has something to say.
Shantanu, you want to come in? I have just positing a question and then you answer. You know, Shantanu, I was earlier discussing about the clashes between ISF and Trinamool cadres. So this time the Muslim vote bank split is a serious possibility. Look at seats like Bangur, where ISF's Naushad Siddiqui is in direct contest with Shaukat Molla of the Trinamool, or look at Kolkata Port, where Firhad Hakim is up against Fayaz Ahmad Khan of the CPM versus Aqib Gulzar of the Congress versus Imtiaz Alam of the JUP. Or for example, Canning Purba, where Bahrul Islam of the Trinamool is against Sabir Ali of Congress versus Arabul Islam of the ISF versus Asif Israful Molla of JUP. You see the possibility of the Hindu mobilization in favor of the BJP and a Muslim split, vote bank split, and that leading to a change of result from 2021, change the paribartan that the BJP is talking about happening because of that?
Yeah, among the multiple reasons, these are one reason. The BJP is mobilizing its voter bank through SIR, a lot of fake voters, a lot of dead voters, a lot of duplicate voters are no more there. And you rightly said the Muslim voter, which was like the main poll strategy for Trinamool Congress, are getting divided. And Congress and Congress and left are helping. Asaduddin Owaisi is helping. Humayun Kabir is helping. So all the forces which were adding the so-called India alliance right now helping the BJP in a way to cutting down the vote. And my comment was especially to Ajay Pal Sharma, right? We know the people of Uttar Pradesh know him very well. He has been SP in Jaunpur, Shamli, Rampur, Hathras, and currently he's the DIG or Assistant Commissioner of Police of Law and Order in Prayagraj. And I'm sure we have heard the stories of cutting down a Mafia Raj in Uttar Pradesh, and he's one of the major heroes of Yogi Adityanath in doing that. A lot of us who comment on Uttar Pradesh know that personally, that how amazing that officer is. He's a very sharp officer, and he was a dental surgeon in his previous life, and he used to extract teeth earlier. Now he's extracting the mafias, and how he's taking on Jahangir Khan. Like Jahangir Khan is just having 14 to 18 police cops around him. He has vice security. That's only assures you 9 to 10 police fellows. So I think he's just weeding out all the pressure that the intimidation tactics of TMC works. That's why they're not liking some ace cop like Ajay Pal Sharma from Uttar Pradesh.
Charu is also with us. Charu, the question that I asked you earlier, but we are getting live visuals also. Charu, important to note that
what live visuals we are getting, because the output has to tell us what's...
There's a pictures of voting that is underway, where BJP leaders are also casting their vote in Kolkata. We'll go across to that. We're waiting, we're standing by for the pictures to come in of okay, Priyanka Tibrewal soundbite coming in. That's Priyanka Tibrewal, I think. Let's cut across live. Priyanka Tibrewal is an advocate. She's also cast her vote.
खुल के इस्तेमाल करिए.
पहले दफा में देखा गया 93% तक वोटिंग हुई और आज दूसरे दफा है. क्या किस तरह लगा?
यहाँ पर बस्तियों में ये गुंडे बहुत कोशिश कर रहे हैं, मगर लोग फिर भी निकल करके वोट कर रहे हैं. ये लोग बस्तियों के बाहर और पोलिंग स्टेशन के बाहर जो भीड़ कर रहे हैं, मेरा अनुरोध है इलेक्शन कमीशन से, आपने जो नियम बनाए उनका पालन करवाइए. आपने कहा 2 से ज़्यादा लोग कैंप पर नहीं रहेंगे, 50-50 लोग क्यों खड़े हैं? डंडे पड़वाइए सीआरपीएफ से. लात के भूत है, बात से नहीं मानेंगे.
100 मीटर के अंदर भी देखा जा रहा है बहुत से लोग.
वही तो मैं कह रही हूँ, इलेक्शन कमीशन को इसके ऊपर तुरंत कुछ ना कुछ एक्शन लेना चाहिए और हटाना चाहिए इन लोगों को.
You know, Priyanka Tibrewal, by the way, contested against Mamata Banerjee in the last by-poll in 2021, Niranjan. You know, so
yes.
she is a former contestant against the Chief Minister.
A feisty lawyer, a feisty advocate in the Calcutta High Court. And she was given a ticket. And she's very active spokesperson of the BJP on most debates on relating to Bengal. She says West Bengal people were never allowed to vote freely, but now they've been able to vote freely all of today, and asking for people to come out and vote. Kolkata is voting today. Now, Kolkata has typically seen very little voting. In fact, Kolkata has the least voter turnout historically in every election. We'll wait and watch whether Kolkata bucks that trend today, whether there is more voting in Kolkata. Before we go across to the pictures, we're still standing by for those pictures. But Charu Pragya, all of this security, you know, it was required. Many people argue that it was required. But somewhere do you feel that it's a bit, I mean, in terms of messaging, the BJP did enough in Bengal this time?
I wish just doing enough was sufficient, because here we saw that voting was done on the basis of intimidation. Voting was done on the basis of speeches being given, like it was evident even this time. This time, in spite of the presence of so much of central forces, 2.5 lakh of them, Abhishek Banerjee has the audacity to say in front of the entire world that this time after the 4th of May, he'll see who will come to save the people who have voted or supported for the Bharatiya Janata Party. It's not just about violence on the day of polling, because that we've been seeing since morning. Even now there are skirmishes everywhere. It's also violence that continues after. And that has been an issue, and that is why the number of central forces on the ground have been absolutely mandatory. Without them, can you imagine what the situation would have been? Political leaders who can be threatening openly, in spite of the fact that the entire world can see them and hear them on video. Imagine what they would have done if the number of forces that we have had not been there. We just saw a BJP agent being attacked in Nadia, I think. He was all bloodied. His face is bloodied. Why would things like that happen if TMC people had the capacity to stand on the sidelines and let people decide? Last time, the violence continued so much into the post-polling phase as well that in a span of just a few years, Bharatiya Janata Party lost over 300 Karyakartas who were brutally murdered. I can't even count the number of other instances of violence or the way women were raped and molested time and time over only for their political ideology. This time, I'm extremely grateful to the Election Commission, because this is not just about one state of India. This is about how elections are conducted in any other part of the country, and why should the people of West Bengal be at a disadvantage just because that's the part of the country they are in and Mamata Banerjee happens to be the CM.
All right. So
yeah, go ahead. I think we have pictures of our reporting team chasing a convoy of security forces. And why it is important, Shivam? It's because it's the area of Jahangir Khan, right?
Yeah, stern warning already given by Ajay Pal Sharma, the top cop, encounter specialist, who's a poll observer in West Bengal. Now, there was a meeting which was happening a little while ago. Senior police officers and the Central Armed Forces officers were there. And Ajay Pal Sharma was also. Now, these are the visuals which are...
NIA.
NIA
Picture. That's a big one. NIA in Bangalore. And I think, Niranjan, this is because some bombs were found, right?
Yes.
Just a couple of days back.
Bombs, crude bombs were found. In fact, one petition put the number of crude bombs found at almost 300. NIA keeping a close watch. NIA is in sensitive areas. Bangalore is one such sensitive area where crude bombs were recovered in the last few days, and that is why the team is there. Mamata Banerjee, more pictures coming in of Mamata Banerjee. We'll cut across, keep multiple visuals. Live from Bhabanipur, live from Bangalore, live from Bhabanipur, live from Bangalore. Staying with these pictures. Mamata Banerjee is at a different ward now. She's going from ward to ward in her constituency of Bhabanipur. She's getting into her Scorpio. The same Scorpio, by the way, she fell off that Scorpio and broke her feet the last time around in the last election. You remember that? She broke her feet.
Yeah.
Her ankle was broken. Shuvendu's visuals also coming in. Mamata on the move in Bhabanipur. Shuvendu Adhikari on the move in Bhabanipur. Both of them keeping a close watch. It's a battle of nerves in Bengal, ladies and gentlemen. The two faces for the respective parties. For the Trinamool Congress, Mamata Banerjee, her party is fighting for survival. शुवेंदु अधिकारी.
Niranjan, interesting picture. The security officer is asking शुवेंदु अधिकारी to stay out. He's saying, please stay put. So I think that picture itself is proof that the security forces are doing their job without any fear or favor, and that they are stopping even the leader of opposition of Bengal and the BJP leader, because the Trinamool would say, oh, these persons are working at the behest of the BJP. The security officer is clearly seen as stopping शुवेंदु अधिकारी from getting inside the polling booth in these pictures. And that speaks volumes of the kind of security arrangements that are in place. In one picture, you are seeing Mamata Banerjee. Niranjan, I must correct, it's not Bhawanipur. In writing, you write Bhawanipur, but when you pronounce it Bhawanipur, because in Bengal, you cannot play around with Bengali like that.
Okay, that's okay. But I wanted to tell you that Trinamool Congress has also put out a statement just now. Trinamool Congress has issued an open threat. Let's break that full frame. Trinamool Congress open threat, saying that Mamata Banerjee has made it crystal clear that we want peaceful polls, but we will not stay silent while the BJP's dirty tricks unfold. Open threat on polling day. We will not stay quiet while BJP's dirty tricks unfold, saying Mamata has condemned the terror being unleashed by police observers and CRPF Jawans. She's calling it terror being unleashed, saying that they are openly targeting our agents, our party workers, claiming midnight.
Niranjan, but just a while back, we showed pictures of the security forces stopping शुवेंदु अधिकारी. That's the picture. Look at the manner in which the security officer there, a very junior officer, I believe, has blocked the entrance and stopped the leader of opposition, शुवेंदु अधिकारी, from getting inside. That's a very important picture, because that calls the bluff of this theory or this narrative that the security forces are a one-way street.
We have a news coming in that a BJP leader's car has been attacked.
And this is the third instance this morning where a BJP leader has been attacked.
Fourth
Instance where a BJP leader has been attacked.
Let's cut across live. That's a car that has been trashed. BJP workers' car being bludgeoned. Let's cut across live.
सिक्योरिटी गार्ड लेकर के हम बूथ लेके हमारा बूथ एजेंट को बढ़ाने के लिए सीसीटीवी ठीक रहा है और सेंट्रल फोर्स काम कर रहा है कि नहीं कर रहा है, फिर टीएमसी गुंडे लोग को जम कर रहा है देखने के लिए। मेट जाने के बाद 200 और 250 जो टीएमसी गुंडे लोग मेरा ऊपर अटैक किया, वो गुंडागिरी किया और बम्बू और लोहा के रॉड लेकर के आर्म्स लेकर के मार रहा था। इतना मेरा वो कार पे भांगचूर किया, हमारा खुद मर्डर करने के लिए प्रेस रहा। मेरा जो सिक्योरिटी गार्ड उसका जो लाइसेंस वो गन छीन लिया, वो गन छीन करके मेरा जो सिक्योरिटी गार्ड उसको भूमि पे फैल दिया, लात मार मेरे पर प्राणघाती हमला चला। हम बोला अभी तक टीएमसी को गुंडे और जो नूर इलाही गाजी और 250 जो गुंडे, उन लोगों के गुंडे अभी तक क्यों गिरफ्तार नहीं हुआ। हम एक बात प्रशासन को जांच करके बोलना चाहिए। यहाँ पे जो वोट लूट रहा 2021 वो गुंडागिरी और ये नूर इलाही गाजी और रजा गाजी कर रहा था। ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा केस रहा। निर्वाचन कमीशन और स्पेशल ऑब्जर्वर बोला जो गाइडलाइंस दिया 24 आवर्स को जो बाद जो गुंडा जो क्रिमिनल उन लोगों को गिरफ्तार करना चाहिए। बाराईपुर एसपी और कैनिंग सब एसडीपीओ और आईसी नूर इलाही और क्रिमिनल को गिरफ्तार नहीं किया। इसी के लिए आज मेरा पर प्राणघाती हमला चल रहा है। हम बोलना चाहिए 128 विधानसभा को जो वोटर है वो वोटर तबियत पे है, प्लीज रखा कीजिए निर्वाचन कमिश्नर प्लीज।
Okay, शुवेंदु अधिकारी on the move, rounds, speaking to different stakeholders there, speaking to voters, getting a sense of how the polling has been underway since this morning. Okay, so while we stay on these pictures, he seems to be arguing with someone. Let's please put the audio up. Arguing.
I am coming along, only one.
If I vote at 100, will you support me? If I complain on 100, will you support me?
Yes, okay. I am not called anyone. I am coming along. I know this is my 8th time. I know that. Hare Krishna.
This will definitely go to the police station.
He seems upset with something. He seems upset with something, Abhishek. He was arguing with one of the poll observers there, or poll officers, he's been. In fact, she was trying to ward him off, push him out, and he said he was trying to dig his feet in, saying that he's contesting for the 8th time. We have more breaking news coming in this time from Falta and Diamond Harbour. This is where Jahangir Khan, the dreaded mafia don Jahangir Khan, is contesting. It's an allegation being made that Hindu voters are being prevented from voting in Jahangir's Falta. There are some videos also that are being monitored by poll observers. It's a big allegation. Hindu voters being blocked from casting their vote in Falta, Diamond Harbour. Abhishek, not the first constituency where such an allegation is being made.
Yeah, we have to see who's doing that. There has to be a name and face to this charge because this is a sensitive constituency. This is, okay, we have a reporter. Okay, we have Harsha.
Exclusive pictures, please.
Harsha, who's making this allegation that the Hindu voters are not being allowed despite the fact that there is such a massive security arrangement? I mean, the observer is there, the CRPF DG is there. How come these charges of some section of the voters not being allowed to vote, Harsha?
So, Abhishek, we've got to know that in Falta region, there's a ward number where exactly I was reporting, early in the morning at around 7 o'clock. In that particular area only, the allegations have been leveled by the Hindu voters only. To polling booth, they were struck by some anti-social elements. Before even at the point where the CRPF were already deployed, they were not even allowed to reach to that particular location, and they were being asked by some anti-social elements to go out of this lane, to not to reach towards the polling booth. And we have been informed that Election Commission has taken the cognizance of the issue, and also are notified after the CRPF officials were notified what has happened in that particular booth. Now some of the Hindu voters have again queued up at the polling booth to vote. But this is a place, the video which I have sent to you in this particular, CCTV, it was monitored that yes, the allegations which were leveled by Hindu voters were right. Those were the TMC supporters, and also there were few people with the BLA TMC cadre, and those were stopping the Hindu voters to come and vote out there. But that's not only in Falta, Abhishek. There's a ward number 209 in the Kalicharanpur area, which also comes under the Diamond Harbour parliamentary constituency. In that particular ward also, the Hindu voters were stopped from voting. They were not allowed to go towards the polling booth. At least 3 to 4 such cases have been reported to Election Commission of, the Bengal.
Okay, bad signal there with Harsha. She's on the move in Diamond Harbour. She was in Usti. From Usti, she went to Falta. Now she's moving in Falta. Falta and Usti are both critical polling booths in Diamond Harbour. Shuvendu Adhikari, once again, the man of the moment. He's extremely upset with something in Bhawanipur. He's confronting poll officers. Let's cut across live. Let's cut that into that window. Window mein lagaiye. Okay, so he was speaking to the media. Bhawanipur, Shuvendu Adhikari. He tried to enter a polling booth. Security officer tried to stop him there. I think he got a complaint in that particular booth. He was stopped from entering. And then he went to another booth and he was asked by the polling officials there not to sort of come close. That was his confrontation, by the way, with some officials at a polling booth in Bhawanipur. And he sort of put his foot down and he said that he's not going to move from there. But eventually he did.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of footage of CCTV camera monitoring through CCTV cameras of polling booths. Nice pictures. Can we put them for the viewers? Can we get those pictures before we go to the guests? Yes,
yeah, CCTV that's how it's being monitored.
I mean, these are monitoring rooms. These are Election Commission monitoring centers from where a hawk's eye is being kept on polling taking place. Remember, 100% of the polling booths, Niranjan, are under CCTV surveillance.
All of them?
100% of them. And this is just a glimpse of how closely the EC is monitoring the situation there. Each and every booth, everywhere, every nook and corner. As we continue this broadcast, we keep getting these voices, leaders. We also try to get how people are narrating about what kind of experience they have had And we have a change of guests now, Niranjan. Guests have changed for this wheel, which is 11 a.m. onwards, and we have Radhika Khera.
Extremely detailed, Abhishek. Extremely detailed. Let's go across to Radhika Khera.
Yeah.
Radhika, allegation that Hindu voters are being blocked in Falta. Jahangir Khan's constituency, Hindu voters being blocked. Singham is not being able to do his job fully, I think. He's trying his best, but still Jahangir Khan seems to be sort of blocking Hindu voters, or that's what the allegation is. Radhika Khera.
I think we did not get her. Radhika Khera. We also have Rami Desai. We have her. We also have Shavankar Bhattacharya. Do we have her? Do I have him? Do we have Ratnakar Tripathi?
Okay, there's some more breaking news coming in, Abhishek. Let's get the breaking news while we get our panelists through. Whole set of breaking news updates coming in because it's moving really fast now. First up, the polling numbers this morning roughly around 20% until 9 a.m. and we're getting in more details. Okay. While we go across to Rami Desai, those are pictures, ladies and gentlemen, that our colleague in Diamond Harbour, Harsha, brought us. She's in Falta Diamond Harbour. And those pictures showing how CCTVs are being monitored. There was a complaint there that Hindu voters were being blocked, were being prevented from voting in Falta. Rami Desai, this was expected in some constituencies and it's still happening in pockets, we are hearing.
Sorry, I think there was an overlap. If you could repeat that.
Yeah, no, we're still getting in reports that some Hindu voters are being prevented in some parts of Falta. Falta is in Diamond Harbour. Diamond Harbour is Abhishek Banerjee's stronghold. And Jahangir Khan is the candidate there who is, by the way, facing off with this Singham. So that seems to be where the action is. But the news point here, Hindus being prevented from voting.
Look, at the end of the day, this is not something that, we're seeing the first time. We've seen post-poll violence at a level that we haven't seen anywhere ever across the country in the last elections. We've seen the kind of CAPF companies that have been deployed. I believe there are over 2,300 CAPF companies. That itself tells us what is expected. And it is absolutely shameful that while TMC consistently talks about, there not being free and fair elections and SIR being against them, that this is the kind of expectations that a common man in West Bengal should have in their elections. So it is not hard to believe. It has happened before, and we know that this is their stronghold. I think this is only first of the many news that is going to come out regarding this sort of disruption.
Yes, and there are more pictures coming in fact, from different parts of Bengal that show that violence is not hasn't fully disappeared. I mean, of course, violence being reported in pockets, but relatively much lesser than what we saw in 2021. And we also saw the NIA in action. Very interestingly, the NIA pictures of the NIA in action in Bangad. Those are pictures that came in. Oh, that's the NIA teams in Bangad. Bangad is one of those locations where crude bombs were found a few days back. And following which, there was a petition that was also filed in the courts in Bengal asking for the elections to be secured a little bit more than what they already are. I mean, you have 2.5 lakh security personnel, 2.5 lakh paramilitary forces on the ground covering the phase 2 of the elections in 142 seats. And the NIA has also been roped in. NIA was asked by the EC to make sure that there is no explosion, there is no use of bombs, crude bombs, and that they had to crack down, and they are at it. Those are pictures from Bangad, where NIA team is in action. Now, many people will ask, why is there so much of security in Bengal this time? Because in Bengal, over the years, and we've recorded in the last 10 to 15 years that we've covered elections from Bengal, especially under Mamata Banerjee, ever since she came to power, the violence, in fact, last time you will remember, Rami, there were very horrific pictures of people being hung upside down, BJP workers, BJP leaders killed, hacked, hung from trees, bombs being hurled. none of that is being seen this time. Of course, there are stray incidents of violence, but it's drastically reduced.
Look, Niranjan, we have the kind of very efficient personnel, the CAPF companies that are there. You said that there are over 2.5 lakh personnel on the ground. So, of course, this sort of violence is mitigated. But just look at the incident that you just mentioned. There is this consistent disregard for law and order, which has become sort of a primary nature for politics in West Bengal. So while there may be absence of violence in terms of incidents, there isn't the absence of that stress and that expectation of disruption. And that itself is really, something that points out to the lack of any sort of safety or democratic freedom in the state. The state has had an abysmal record in all sorts of violations regarding, the rule of law. So, there's not much to say about this. I don't think the fact that we haven't recorded incidents is something that we should be celebrating, because it's not because of the political powers that may be, but it is because of our very efficient security forces who are on the ground.
Right, Rami. In fact, also we're being joined by Ratnakar Tripathi, who is from the Congress, and also Radhika Khera, the spokesperson from BJP. Radhika, I want to come to you first. Now, there are reports that say that, Hindu voters are being heckled. They're being stopped from casting their vote, and this after central forces have been deployed. In fact, UP's top cop, Ajay Pal Sharma, has also been deployed in West Bengal. And in the second phase, we hear that drones fitted with cameras, the first for any election ever in India, they're also deployed for surveillance systems. But even then, Hindu voters are being stopped from casting their vote. So what's your take on this, Radhika?
Good morning to everyone. As West Bengal celebrates the last phase of its Festival of Democracy for the next 5 years, we're seeing instances, and we know that ever since Ajay Pal Sharma ji was deployed over here, whether it is the TMC or it is Akhilesh Yadav or the Congress, they are the only ones who were jumping. And why they were jumping is for us to see. Whether it is Falta, the area where Jahangir comes from, Hindus are not being allowed to go, whether it is Mamata Banerjee's area, because they know that people are not ready to vote for them. And the fact of the matter is that in West Bengal, Hindus have been forced to leave their own houses. And palayan karne ko majboor ho chuke hai. We've seen how Mamata Banerjee is only bothered about one section, one religion in West Bengal. Otherwise, she doesn't care. Whether it has been right from the time of Ram Navami processions or even during Durga Puja, she does not care. She's only bothered that namaz should be on the right time. The festivals of Muslims should be celebrated with security. That is all that she's bothered about. So it is not something new that Hindus are being targeted. And anyways, everyone was prepared for this, and we've been seeing this. I mean, you don't see this happening in any part else of the country. It is only in West Bengal. Earlier it was with the CPI, now with Mamata Banerjee, and which is why we saw a huge voter turnout in the first phase, because people of West Bengal are sick and tired of this. They voted for development. They thought that after a 30-year left rule, Mamata Banerjee will come in as a breath of fresh air. But she ended up being even worse than the CPI rule. Now, instead of fresh air, she was like gutter air. And the fact that there were no companies that were allowed to come in, women's security fell for a 6, there are no jobs for the youth. So people wanted change. And now that she knows that she has a zero, a blank report card in terms, like I said, of women's security, no jobs. And when you talk about jobs, she says कि मनरेगा का पैसा मिल तो रहा है, उसी से गुजारा कर लो, राशन मिल तो रहा है, उसी से गुजारा कर लो. A मुख्यमंत्री who has no vision to take the state forward. So she knows that people are not going to vote for her. And of course, there is a certain vote bank which votes for her and does not vote for the BJP. So she is very clear on that, कि bhai, she is not going to let the normal voter get out of the house and vote so that she ends up winning. But our security forces are there, and like our Home Minister has said it 3 days back, कि जो भी ममता बनर्जी के गुंडे हैं उनको उल्टा लटकाया जाएगा, which is why we are also ensuring that the CRPF remains over there after the elections, also the central forces, because we've seen after the previous elections last time, over 60 people were killed, more than 35 women were raped, and thousands were made to leave their houses. So this is what the West Bengal of Rabindranath Tagore ji, Subhash Chandra Bose ji has been reduced to by the TMC, the Congress and the CPI. So, and they end up attacking their own self. We saw how they attacked their own MP just to get brownie points. But people are coming out in large numbers, and our security forces are ensuring, our election commission is ensuring that people do not lose their right to vote, and they come out and exercise their right, so that Bengal has a Sonar Bangla future.
Yeah, we have a breaking news update coming in. In fact, 2 bits of breaking news updates. I quickly want to go across to that because in Falta, where we saw that Hindu voters were being blocked, there is another bit of breaking news update coming in. Allegations of multiple booths in Falta, Diamond Harbour, where there's been rigging. It is being alleged that on EVM machines, the button corresponding to the BJP symbol was deliberately taped to prevent voters from casting their vote for the BJP. There are also claims that outsiders entered polling booths and were sitting inside the booths, especially in Falta, Diamond Harbour. Falta is the seat of Jahangir Khan. So it's all happening in Jahangir Khan's seat. And the candidate reportedly visited these booths. The candidate went inside, removed the individuals who were trying to rig the elections and ensure they restored the functionality of the EVM buttons, especially the taped up buttons. And the Election Commission of India expected to respond and take necessary action after inquiry. It's all happening. It's all happening, and this is in Falta. Falta is in Diamond Harbour. Diamond Harbour is Abhishek Banerjee's constituency, and Jahangir Khan is Abhishek Banerjee's sidekick, his close ally. And that is why you also have this cop, Ajaypal Sharma, who's camping in Falta. We were wondering what's going on in Falta. So all the action seems to be happening here. Hindus are being prevented from voting, and EVMs are being taped up so that the voting does not happen for the BJP. What's going on? This is bizarre. Let's see if Harsha is joining us live. Harsha, Mohan, both of them joining us in North 24 Parganas. In fact, Harsha has been camping in Falta. Mohan is live with me. Mohan, क्या हो रहा है? फाल्टा से बहुत सारे ये जो एलिगेशंस आ रही है कि हिंदुओं को वहाँ पे वोट लगाने के लिए नहीं छोड़ रहे, वहाँ पे उनको बूथ जाने के लिए और वोट लगाने के लिए. आप कहाँ पे, आपका लोकेशन क्या है और वहाँ पे क्या चल रहा है? लेट्स गो फुल फ्रेम टू हिम.
एकदम देखिए, मैं अभी विधाननगर विधानसभा केंद्र में हूँ, नॉर्थ 24 परगना में, और आप जो बोल रहे हैं वो है साउथ 24 परगना, जिसको डायमंड हार्बर एरिया का एक पलता जो विधानसभा केंद्र है, उसकी बात आप बता रहे हैं, जहां पर कुछ हिंदुओं को जो बेसिकली हिंदू एरिया चिन्हित है, वहां पर में वोटर को वोट देने के लिए मना किया जा रहा है. कल रात से ही कैंपेनिंग किया गया था तृणमूल कार्यकर्ता गुंडा उसके द्वारा, लेकिन आज जो है लोग वोट देने के निकले हैं. जहां पर लोगों को असुविधा हो रही है, वो सीआरपीएफ को फोन कर रही है, चुनाव आयोग को फोन कर रही है, ताकि वो चुनाव में शामिल हो सके. लेकिन मैं एक अच्छा तस्वीर आपके सामने पेश कर रहा हूं. जो ये देखिए, जो मेरे पीछे है, ये विधाननगर विधानसभा केंद्र का पोलिंग बूथ है. यहाँ पर बारिश, अभी करीब 1 घंटे से बारिश हो रही है. उसके बावजूद आम लोग यहाँ पर चुनाव प्रक्रिया में शामिल होने के लिए छाता के सहारे लोग पहुंच रहे हैं, यहाँ पर अपना मतदान कर रहे हैं. और विधाननगर में अभी तक जो है वो शांतिपूर्ण चुनाव हो रही है. कोई खास ईवीएम खराब की घटना भी सामने नहीं आई है. और सबसे मजे की बात है कि हर उम्र के लोग जो आज ये एसआईआर के बाद पहली चुनाव प्रक्रिया हो रही है, जिसमें शामिल हो रहे हैं. आप देख रहे हैं सब में उत्साह है, उत्साह का माहौल है एवं मुस्कान है. भाई साहब क्या बताएंगे?
कुछ नहीं अभी यहाँ पे.
नहीं मतलब मुस्कान है ना,
है इसीलिए
आप आराम से वोट दे पा रहे हैं यहाँ पर.
आराम से, बहुत आराम.
यहाँ पर देखिए सब कुछ, क्या बताइए?
आराम से हो रहा है, एकदम
आराम से हो रहा है,
एकदम आराम से हो रहा
है. इस बार चुनाव में उत्साह नजर आ रहा है आप लोगों को?
हम लोग का जो वोट कास्टिंग है वो देना है
बस. तो मैं यही तस्वीर जो है दिख रही है कि विधाननगर विधानसभा केंद्र में अभी तक चुनाव प्रक्रिया जो है वो शांति रूप से संपन्न हो रही है. सेंट्रल फोर्स के जो कर्मी है वो मुस्तैद है. पूरी जो भी नियम है उनके द्वारा, जो चुनाव आयोग द्वारा उसका जो उसको माना जा रहा है एवं सभी मानकों पर में. सबसे बड़ी बात है कि बारिश करीब आधे घंटे से अधिक समय से बारिश हो रही है, जिसके बावजूद आम लोग चुनाव देने के लिए, अपना वोट देने के लिए आज जो है मतदान केंद्र पर पहुंच रहे हैं। ऐसा ही कुछ तस्वीर शॉट लेके बीसी ब्लॉक कम्युनिटी हॉल में। बेसिकली ये एरिया जो है वो शांतिपूर्ण एरिया है। यहाँ पर किसी तरह का जो झमेला या झगड़ा की जो घटना बहुत ही कम घटती है और नहीं ना के बराबर होती है। इसके बावजूद विधाननगर में शांतिपूर्ण चुनाव हो रही है, लेकिन उत्तर 24 परगना और दक्षिण 24 परगना में कहीं कहीं से जो है ऐसे घटना आ रही है, नजर आ रही है, और जो शिकायत आ रही है जहां पर जो है चुनाव प्रक्रिया में बाधा उत्पन्न किया जा रहा है।
कि अभी हमने 2 मिनट पहले ब्रेक किया था कि हिंदुओं को फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल ब्लॉक किया जा रहा है, और दूसरा चीज है कि ईवीएम पे बीजेपी का जो सिंबल है, बीजेपी का सिंबल को टेप लगा दिया, उसके ऊपर टेप लगा दिया ताकि लोग बीजेपी को चापा ना दे ना। ये देखिए अभी बीजेपी भी वही कंप्लेन कर रहा है। अमित मालविया has just said, and let me go across to Harsha, there's a video also. Let's open up that tweet put out by Amit Malviya. In Amit Malviya's tweet, there is a video that he's put out. And in that video, you can see that the BJP symbol has been taped. Someone has put a tape. I mean, look at the kind of antics, Abhishek. They put a tape on the BJP symbol so that people can't vote for it. I mean, this is the level of fear in Bengal. I wonder why they would do that if they really didn't face a threat from the BJP. Amit Malviya claims that in the Diamond Harbour model, BJP option to vote has been blocked, effectively preventing voters from exercising their franchise. Abhishek Banerjee's seat, that's Diamond Harbour, Falta 144, part 170, room number 2, Haridanga High School. He's put out the details of which booth also this is happening in. Booth 189 also compromised in a similar manner along with several others. Demand immediate repoll in affected booths in Falta. Does repolling happen, Abhishek? That quickly, does it happen?
No. It's not about repolling. It's about, I think, voting.
Look at that.
Stopping and then restarting. So, these pictures really, these
tapes.
Taping of
BJP symbol.
I think that's what BJP was, that's what Trinamool was complaining about. They are not able to do this.
Yes.
You know, this is for them what is polling. This is for them what is elections. This is for them what is fair play. This is for them what is democracy. This is for them what is monopoly, which they are really not liking, because the monopoly of state power has gone with the forces, and monopoly is.
I wonder what
the lack of monopoly is being resented.
Imagine the candidate going in and realizing that this is happening. What are all those officers doing there? There are election commission officials there. Harsha's joining us live. Harsha, it's ironic that the candidate goes in and finds out that there is tape over BJP symbol. What are all those officials doing there in the booth?
So Niranjan, in the particular booth in Falta where this happened,
who were sitting inside, and in fact they are not allowed to sit inside. In fact, there were few people who were not the part of that particular area, or they were not allowed in that polling station.
They were not allowed in that polling station. They were the outsiders from different constituency. They came here. They were sitting inside the polling booth, and when BJP candidate got to know about it, he immediately rushed to that particular ward in Falta. This is the Falta we are speaking about, from where the TMC candidate Jahangir Khan is contesting. It all has happened in Falta region only. In Diamond Harbour, there's a major place where the major booth capturing or the kind of rigging they are trying to do by taping the BJP mark in the EVM. They're trying to stall also in several ways the election here, and that's the reason, that's how this happened in Falta. When BJP candidate came and he called the election observers. He called election observers, and then the tape from the BJP mark was removed, and then again the polling started over there. That is all what happened in Falta, and now the election commission has taken the cognizance of it. We have also sent Niranjan the bites of Manoj Agarwal, the CEO. He has clearly stated what has happened there, and also again from the start, once it was halted, the polling was halted in that particular ward. It has again started now, but this is a desperate move by the TMC candidate Jahangir Khan. You remember, Niranjan, yesterday on the response of Singham, he was saying that I am Pushpa and I will see how the Singham will control the violence in Falta and in Diamond Harbour. That was a threatening given by Jahangir Khan to Ajaypal Sharma. So in a way, this way or that way, by hook or crook, they want to win the election. They're very sure this time that the optics are not in favor of them. And that is the reason why such measures are being applied by them. And Niranjan, in the start of the MCC, when the MCC was first implemented, that time the news reports came out that the that there has been the pattern of TMC. They usually put the ink. They usually put the ink on the TMC ballot number. And whenever someone goes inside, if they don't vote in favor of TMC, the voter gets the polling agents get to know about this particular voter has not voted in favor of TMC. That's the pattern TMC used to apply in the earlier election in 2021, in 2023 panchayat polls, and this time that was the reason why each and every EVM was it was sealed mark, it was closed, it was cleaned in a manner so that this doesn't happen.
Harsha, be with us. Abhishek, Ratnakar Tripathi, Shubhankar Bhattacharya, Rami Desai, Radhika Khera joining us. Just 1 second. Let's get a view from everyone. Shubhankar hasn't spoken. Ratnakar hasn't spoken. Abhishek, well done, Shubhankar. Well done. Democracy. This is what Mamata Banerjee was saying. Democracy is missing. This time there's no democracy. Sense of fear. Falta mein democracy dikh raha hai. BJP ke symbol ke upar tape laga diya. Well done.
Oh, what well done. I think if that is the case, there are a lot of incidences that we are also seeing on the other videos, which probably your channel is not properly covering. We have seen, the BJP agents meeting the observers over there. How many observers did meet their opposition parties as well? I don't think none of them. But still, we are seeing a lot of, such cases.
Singham is trying to meet Jahangir Khan. Ajaypal Sharma is trying to meet Jahangir Khan. Jahangir Khan is unwilling to meet him. Meet him, no?
Photograph inside and everything. So how do we know? Is it a conspiracy to, show it as a rigging, or actually the rigging has been done? So that has to be
EC has taken note, by the way.
That can only be done after the probe. A particular probe is done. Now that is not possible, understanding it through a particular channel that is completely, taken by a BJP member who's allowed a particular there. Because of a candidate, it may be possible that a candidate who is feeling defeated over there, he's trying to frame it as if that some big rigging is done by the other party or not. So it has to go under a probe. Then only anything can be made sure. But we have seen people, we have seen. I'm quite surprised that how come all these things are happening despite the BJP contestants are meeting the observers directly over there. They got that privilege to meet the observers and all. So when the entire agency is working in your favor, then still you are crying, the rigging and this thing is happening from the TMC side.
No, if the BJP is, if the machinery is with the BJP, then how come the BJP button is taped, Shubhankar? That's the question.
So probe it through. If the BJP button is taped over there, whether it is shown, that is what I'm saying. Whether it is, a person with a mobile phone inside, who is taking the video, whether it is just done by him to just to show that whether this rigging is done or actually the rigging has happened, that has to go through a probe. Then only it can be proved.
Yeah, I mean, this question has to be asked of Radhika Khera then. Radhika, if this is happening, if the BJP IT cell head Amit Malviya is posting this, what's it about? I mean, where is the EC team? Where are the observers? Where are the flying squads? How come this is happening? What are the booth officials doing? I mean, BJP can't just be complaining.
We are not just complaining. This video was made by the candidate himself who is contesting against Jahangir and our Bharatiya Janata Party candidate. When he, as a candidate, you get the chance to go into the booth and see if everything is all right. When he went over there, he saw that his name had been taped. So he made a video and immediately got contacted the election commission for that. I did not speak over you. Zip it. I didn't speak over you. And you have Jahangir, who has said कि मैं पुष्पा हूँ. Now, who was Pushpa in the movie? He was a villainous character. He was a man doing shady business. He was a man who portrayed himself. He was portrayed like the hero of the movie, but in fact, he was a hard criminal, and everybody knows this. So Jahangir himself has said कि हाँ मैं पुष्पा हूँ, मैं criminal हूँ. And now it is in front of everyone to see that why Akhilesh Yadav and Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee was so scared of the fact that Ajaypal Sharma was there. Now the PMC spokesperson here was talking about कि भाई किसी को opposition वालों को क्यों दूसरी पार्टी वालों को क्यों नहीं मिल रहे observers. Well, Mr. Ajaypal Sharma went to Jahangir's house. Jahangir's had a number of complaints against him for harassing voters, intimidating them. So which is why Ajaypal Sharma went to his house, spoke to his family and told them that he must wend his ways and follow the rule of law. Why did he not meet Jahangir that day? Because Jahangir refused. He ran away. He was missing in action. He was MIA. They try to find him, they try to locate him, and after 24 hours, you get to know that, oh, I was campaigning here, I was campaigning there. He was hiding from Ajay Pal Sharma because chor ki dadi mein tinka tha. This is what was happening. This is what he was planning, and this is not the first time it has happened. Even in the Lok Sabha elections, the TMC had gone on to do this. They had covered many electoral machines, EVMs, with strips so that on the BJP candidate's name. This is the modus operandi of Mamata Banerjee. Like I said, she has an empty paper. This is her report card, a blank paper. Nothing to talk in terms of women safety, nothing to talk in terms of employment, nothing to talk in terms of companies coming here to offer jobs. There is zero development in the state. The only development that has happened is in the bank balance of Abhishek Banerjee or IPAC. And even during the SSC examination a couple of years back, everybody knew the only person who benefited from that examination was Mamata Banerjee's niece. So either you have to be Mamata Banerjee's relative, and I'm going to quote Rahul Gandhi for once here today, either you have to be Mamata Banerjee's relative or you have to be a team of party of their goons. Only then will you be able to get anything in Bengal, because that is the only people she works for. That is a fact. And you are hacking people to death over here, killing them, whether it is the Congress, whether it is the BJP, and attacking your own leaders. This is the last straw for Mamata Banerjee. She's trying every trick in the book, but it is not going to work.
There's some breaking news coming in, by the way, of EC sources indicating what's going to happen in these booths. If you can get us those details, Kesu.
In fact, the EC sources have said that in case there was any incident of BJP's, symbols being taped, then a repolling is possible. That's exactly what we were discussing right now also, when we arrived at the conclusion that repolling may not be the quickest possibility. But now the Election Commission says that repolling can be possible if the taping incident is verified in Falta. A big news that's coming in, especially for the BJP, that has alleged, in fact, they've also released videos. Now, as per what we also heard Radhika say, that, the BJP candidate from Falta went around looking at the polling booths, and that's where he found the BJP symbol being taped. And now the Election Commission has not only taken cognizance, but they've also showed action. They've said that they will conduct a repoll in case this incident is true. In fact, the EC is looking into how true these claims are by the Bharatiya Janata Party. And in fact, right after that, the EC says...
There's a confirmation coming in from our Republic Bangla team. In fact, our Republic Bangla team also reached out to the Election Commission sources, and they have confirmed. Mayuk is confirming this detail from the Republic Bangla newsroom right now. If reports of taping of any button in BU comes in, that should be verified and noted. If true, those booths will go in for a repoll. So Jahangir Khan, abhi picture baki hai. That was a comment that he made yesterday. Picture abhi baki hai. Picture baki hai. Falta mein. We'll have to take a break, but Ratnakar is watching. Ratnakar, Congress is missing today. I haven't seen Congress, any news related to Congress on the field. What's going on, Ratnakar ji?
Rahul Gandhi is Andaman, by the way.
Sorry, what? Nicobar, Great Nicobar Beta. Great Nicobar Beta. Okay, Ratnakar ji will take your opening comment and then take a break. Smile. It's okay, smile.
Oh, I always smile. I'm not biased like you. The biases are shown on the TV by you. Don't pretend to be so naive. And please don't taint the CRPF or any central agency, which are honest sometimes. Sometimes I'm saying, in your attempt to make Hindu-Muslim divide.
Hindu-Muslim divide?
Please, Niranjan, please extend the same courtesy you give to the BJP.
Yes, sure, please.
Please, extend the same courtesy.
Same, please.
Right? So the polls are being guarded by the CRPF personnel and the voters are being guarded. And you are saying Hindus are being blocked. Hindus never, the majority of Hindus, never voted for BJP since BJP came in existence in Bengal. And Ajay Pal Sharma is not a top cop. He is a tainted cop, a corrupt cop, indicted in the report for sexual activities, for exploiting women and corruption. He is not a top cop. And what I see is Election Commission is allowing every extra constitutional activity in Bengal. What is that?
We have some action where Harsha is. I'm coming to you, Ratnakarji. 1 minute. I'm coming to you. There is some breaking visual that Harsha has. I'm coming to you. 1 minute. I'm coming to you. I promise you I'm coming to you. I'm going across to Harsha. Harsha has some details. Harsha has a visual. Can we go across to Harsha, please?
Yes, Niranjan. So, So Niranjan, the latest update in Falta is that in booth number 223, we have got to know that the fresh allegation has surfaced where the voters have stated that there's a perfume and ittar which has been applied on the buttons of the EVM. That the Election Commission has just now received the fresh allegation, and not only this, in Falta, in multiple booths, the booths number 252, 235, 226, 186, and 241 in Falta. In all these places, we have got to know that there's a cello tape on the EVM buttons. This is what is being stated, that the voters are potentially being obstructed from casting their votes significantly and properly in the Falta region. So, Niranjan, several reports coming from the Falta Assembly constituency where several polling booths, there's obstruction, the voters are not being allowed to vote properly. But right now we are here, as we have reached here, Ajay Pal Sharma doing rounds here in the Falta region. But it's not connecting, Niranjan, that Ajay Pal Sharma till now has not gone to all those booths where exactly the problem is occurring. As a police observer, he should have been to all those booths from where the reports and the allegations are continuously being reported, where the Hindu people are not being allowed to vote, and where the reports are coming of the sellotape and the taping of the EVM buttons. In those places, majorly, we don't see Ajay Pal Sharma going. He has been making rounds in the Falta Assembly constituency right now. He's making rounds, looking at polling booth while making rounds, but exactly not stepping to in any of the polling booth yet. He has not gone to any of the polling booth yet. We are hoping that he might visit to the polling booth where exactly the problem has surfaced and the allegations have been made. But yes, we have got latest updates that there are multiple booths in Falta Assembly constituency where exactly there's obstruction. So right now you're watching Republic TV exclusive coverage of the Phase 2 West Bengal election from all vantages. We have a huge team of Republic and Bangla deployed at several vantages. You're watching Republic TV. We'll be right back after a short break.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे अरे सॉलिड इसकी फील है जिंदल साथी सील है दोस्त की स्टेनलेस स्टील है क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे और जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added
Bengal votes in phase 2 of the assembly elections. Turnout stands at 39.97 or 40% by 11 a.m.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, India's leading producer of stainless steel.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach
वो क्या बैठेगा, क्या खड़ा होगा, किसको डराएगा, किसको प्यार करेगा, वो उनको पूछिए ना। मुझे पूछने का कोई जरूरत नहीं।
तो क्या
मैं तो देख रहा हूँ वोट अच्छा हो रहा है। अब तक 25% वोट पड़ गया है, जनता जाग चुका है, ये जाने वाला है।
तो क्या डराने के लिए बैठी है ऐसे किसी को?
उसको बोलिए 77 वार्ड में जाने की। यहाँ क्यों घुस रहा है? डराने के लिए हिंदू वोटर को। वो क्या बैठेगा, क्या खड़ा होगा, किसको डराएगा, किसको प्यार करेगा, वो उनको पूछिए ना। मुझे पूछने का कोई जरूरत नहीं।
तो क्या
मैं तो देख रहा हूँ वोट अच्छा हो रहा है। अब तक 25% वोट पड़ गया है, जनता जाग चुका है, ये जाने वाला है।
तो क्या डराने के लिए बैठी है ऐसे किसी को?
उसको बोलिए 77 वार्ड में जाने की। यहाँ क्यों घुस रहा है? डराने के लिए हिंदू वोटर को।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away.
All right, viewers, we're getting a big breaking news development. Now, this is the voter turnout percentage which has been recorded in West Bengal in the second phase till 11 a.m. And this is over 40% turnout recorded in Bengal, which is good numbers. When we speak, it's just 11 a.m. and we have many more hours to come, many more hours to go, and 40% turnout recorded in West Bengal. But we'll have to wait and watch, Abhishek and Shravan, that whether the record of the phase 1 will be broken this time, because this is the stronghold of TMC, and this time the higher voter turnout. Over 40% turnout recorded in Bengal till 11 a.m.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies.
All right, viewers, now coming up next, voter turnout till 11 a.m. in second phase of voting in West Bengal, near 40%. And NIA is monitoring sensitive areas in West Bengal.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole...
All right, viewers, now these are the visuals from Howrah, West Bengal. As you can see, clearly there was a clash between ISF and Trinamool Congress cadres. Now, tensions, as you see on your screen, heavy security deployment, but it is getting difficult to manage. Huge deployment of police personnel, Central Armed Forces personnel on the ground, but the clashes have been reported between ISF and TMC. TMC feels intimidated by such a huge deployment. And also, the clashes are not between BJP and TMC, it's between ISF and TMC cadres in Howrah. Pictures coming in, live visuals of clashes and confrontations of scuffle from Howrah, West Bengal. Now, this is the second phase of voting from West Bengal, phase 2 of voting from West Bengal, and various pictures of violence visuals came earlier also, and now this is the other one. Earlier, an ISF polling agent was beaten. He was thrashed by TMC workers when he tried to enter a polling booth, and this is the other visuals. This is coming from Howrah, where there is reportedly violence. There has been clashes which occurred on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. This is Bhangar. Latest visuals coming in from Bhangar. Updated visuals coming in Bhangar. Now there seems to be the cadres
Bhangar.
Yeah. They seem to be arguing with the security deployment there, Abhishek, arguing it's elections in West Bengal, and West Bengal is always known for pre-poll and post-poll violence. However, because of such a huge deployment of CAPF, of Central Armed Police Forces, there has been less reporting of violent incidents, and the magnitude and the magnanimity of the violence was comparatively lesser comparatively to the previous elections which occurred in West Bengal. Many deaths used to be reported earlier. Now this time, thankfully because of the security deployment, now things are not escalating further. Now clashes, they stay till clashes, and the violence is being controlled by the Central Armed Forces and the police forces. Visuals coming in from Bhangar. All right, viewers, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break and we'll continue our coverage of the Phase 2 voting from West Bengal, leaving you with the visuals of Bhangar, Bengal, voting in TMC bastions. A tough time for Trinamool Congress, not an easy election for Mamata Banerjee.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हनी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than
All right, viewers, these are the visuals of the Phase 2 voting from West Bengal. Now, there's a good voter turnout till 11 a.m. Now, also, Shuvendu Adhikari, leader of opposition in West Bengal and a candidate from Nandigram and Bhawanipur who is contesting against Mamata Banerjee, spoke exclusively to Republic. Watch that exclusive conversation.
It's a great pleasure for me. They are going to assign me big job. I'll perform my duty. I'll fulfill their dream.
So just a आशीर्वाद मिल रहा है आपको?
I shall try to rebuild the West Bengal with my all BJP colleagues under the great leadership of Narendra Modi.
So just सबका आशीर्वाद मिल रहा है? Saw that there was a chaos between, there was a slight tiff between you and the sitting Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. You said that this is
Today is a Voters' Day. I am interested to visit the polling station alone, not with my standing here alone. You are surrounded me. I am not called anybody. Why my opponent candidate is accompanied 50-60%? It's no need.
So sir, you alleging sir कितने बूथ घूम लिया आपने? सर कितने बूथ घूम लिया?
कैंपेन कर दिया हम लोग. आज वोटर्स को शांतिपूर्वक तरीके से वोट डालना देना चाहिए और हम लोग को व्यवस्था देखने के लिए घूमना चाहिए. ज़्यादा आदमी लेकर, इतना पत्रकार लेकर ये सब नहीं करना चाहिए. आई रिक्वेस्ट एवरी रिपोर्टर्स, प्लीज वेट आउटसाइड द पोलिंग स्टेशन. इज देयर एनी क्वेश्चन? आई जो करना चाहिए करूँगा. ये इलेक्शन कमीशन भी संज्ञान में लिया है. इस तरीके से काम करेगा तो जो करना चाहिए होगा. मैं कैंडिडेट के साथ बात करूंगा. भूपेंद्र यादव जी called me at 9 a.m. I convey the situation. Just few minutes back, Honorable Home Minister, my leader Amit Shah ji called me. फलता का इंसिडेंट मैं उनको भी कन्वे कर दिया.
क्या लगा इसी तरह का जहांगीर खान यही टेक्निक यूज करता है?
नहीं, टीएमसी का टेक्निक है.
टीएमसी का
टेक्निक है.
इसी तरह
वो हम लोग कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं. वेट अभी कुछ नहीं हुआ है. 35% वोट पोलिंग हुआ है. अभी बहुत देखना बाकी है. चलो.
All right, so that was Shuvendu Adhikari, and the phase 2 votings are happening, and it's a very good percentage now. There serious allegations have emerged from Falta also regarding irregularities in the voting process. Now, it is being alleged that on EVM machines, the button corresponding to BJP symbol was deliberately taped. We'll get you all the latest updates on that story and a lot more after a short commercial break.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
MTH
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
The phase 2 polls are underway, and the big
bone of contention is whether at all this is going to be a free and fair elections. In fact, early this morning, we've already had multiple controversies, starting with whether at all a tape was put on the BJP button in Falta. This is the very constituency from where you've seen what really happened in the last 24 hours with the Singham cop on the street, sending out a strong warning to TMC strongman Jahangir. In fact, this is what the CEO, the state chief election commissioner, has had to say. Let's listen in.
কেমন হচ্ছে, আপনি কি দেখছেন?
ভোট তো আমি দেখতে পাচ্ছি, প্রত্যেক বুথ দেখতে পাচ্ছি, আমাদের টিম আছে, নিচে মনিটরিং চলছে, উপর মনিটরিং চলছে, আমাদের প্রেসাইডিং অফিসার সঙ্গে কথাবার্তা হচ্ছে, কিউআরটির সঙ্গে কথাবার্তা হচ্ছে, আরও সঙ্গে কথাবার্তা হচ্ছে, ডিও সঙ্গে কথাবার্তা হচ্ছে, পুলিশ সঙ্গে কথাবার্তা হচ্ছে, সিএপিএফ সঙ্গে কথাবার্তা হচ্ছে। এখন ঠিকভাবেই চলছে, ভোট যেটা আছে সুস্থভাবে চলছে। কোথায় কোথায় মাইনর প্রবলেম আছে, ইভিএম খারাপ হয়ে গেছে, ওটা রিপ্লেসমেন্টের একটু টাইম রাখলো। কোথায় কোথায় যেটা হবে, লাইন যেটা আছে স্লো চলছে, লোক বলছে 15 মিনিট ওয়েট করতে হচ্ছে। কোথায় কোথায় যেটা আছে আমরা ছোট প্রবলেম আছে, যেটা আমরা একদম অ্যাটেন্ড করতে পারছি। আমাদের যে পিটিজেড ক্যামেরা আছে, ওটা নিয়ে আমরা কিউআরটিতে 2 মিনিট মধ্যে কিউআরটি পৌঁছে যাচ্ছে যেখানে প্রবলেম।
Our QRT team is also present there, and we are monitoring through the CCTV cameras that have been installed, and we are making immediate changes the moment the complaints have actually come in.
যেখানে ইনফরমেশন ভুল আছে ওখানে কোনো অ্যাকশন হয় না, যেখানে ইনফরমেশন ঠিক আছে ওখানে আমরা ওই সময় উইদিন দ্যাট মিনিট আমরা কথা করতে পারছি, পিআরও সঙ্গে কথা করতে পারছি, সেন্ট্রাল অফিসার সঙ্গে কথা করতে পারি, আরও ডিও যদি প্রয়োজন আছে।
স্যার, মগরাহাট পশ্চিমে ওখানে বলা হচ্ছে যে বিজেপি যে ক্যান্ডিডেট সেখানে একটা ব্ল্যাক টেপ দিয়ে দেওয়া হয়েছে ইভিএম। আমারটা নিতে দে,
কোনটা বুথে, এটা গোটা মগরাহাটে হয়েছে, কোথায় হয়েছে, যে বুথ আছে ওটা আমি দেখে দেবো ওখানে কি আছে, ঠিক আছে।
I have also looked into the complaint that has come in from Falta.
আমরা তো চেক করতে পারবো এখান থেকে, এখানে এমন কিছু নেই গোটা মগরাহাট হয়ে গেছে।
It is not that the entire area that there is a similar complaint that has come in.
বুথ বলতে হবে না, কোনটা বুথে হয়েছে নি হয়েছে, আপনাকে স্পেসিফিক কমপ্লেন্ট করতে হবে, জেনারেল কমপ্লেন্ট দিয়ে হবে না।
A general complaint on this matter will not work. So there you have the West Bengal CEO, they're making it a point that saying that just a general complaint is not going to work, and it is not like the entire area has a similar problem.
প্রায় 18.69% ভোট হয়েছে, অ্যান্ড যে আপনার রেঞ্জ আছে খুব বড় রেঞ্জ নেই, কি কোনো 5% হয়েছে, কোনো 25% হয়েছে। রেঞ্জ যেটা আমি দেখলাম 16% থেকে 22% পর্যন্ত আছে। ইভেন কলকাতা সব বুথে যে আছে 16% থেকে বেশি আছে।
As far as the voter turnout is concerned, there is a higher trend coming in from Kolkata, about over 16%.
ভালো ভোট হয়েছে, ভালো ভোট চলবে। প্রত্যেক মানুষ যেটা আছে আজকে ও করে নিয়েছে, সংকল্প নিয়ে নিয়েছে কি আমি কে ভোট দেবো।
Today, people of Bengal have taken up the resolve of stepping out and voting.
নদিয়ার চাপড়ায় একজনকে মেরে মাথা ফাটিয়ে দেওয়া হয়েছে, নদিয়ার চাপড়া বিজেপি এজেন্টকে মেরে মাথা ফাটিয়ে দেওয়া হয়েছে, ব্যবস্থা নেওয়া হয়েছে।
100% ব্যবস্থা হবে, প্রত্যেক জিনিসের ব্যবস্থা হবে, স্ট্রং ব্যবস্থা হবে।
Reports have also come in of a BJP polling agent being attacked. We have taken cognizance of the matter and we are looking into the issue.
পশ্চিমবঙ্গে এবার তো দেখে দিচ্ছে যে দুটো ফেজে ইলেকশন সম্ভব আছে, এটা আগে কোনোদিন কল্পনাই ছিল না। আমরা পশ্চিমবঙ্গে ভাবনাই 5 রাউন্ড, 6 রাউন্ড, 8 রাউন্ড, এখন 2 রাউন্ডে হতে পারে। এখন যদি আজকে ভালো হবে।
There was a point in time when West Bengal had almost 8 phases of polling. Now it is down to 2 phases.
কি কমপ্লেন আসছে স্যার?
এই দেখুন ছোটপট কমপ্লেন তো আসেই, কিন্তু এখন
There are complaints keep coming in.
কমপ্লেন আসছে বিষ্ণুপুর থেকে, কমপ্লেন আসছে ফাল্টা থেকে, কমপ্লেন আসছে।
We have received complaints from Falta.
আমাদের কিউআরটি আছে, টিম আছে।
Our QRT team is also present there.
সেকেন্ডস কথা করতে পারছি পিআরও সঙ্গে, প্রেসাইডিং অফিসার সঙ্গে।
অভিযোগ করছেন, কত পেয়েছেন?
অভিযোগ যেটা আছে আমরা বুদ্ধি করি না, কন্ট্রোল রুমে আসে, অভিযোগ মাইনারও থাকে। ইভিএম নিয়ে অভিযোগ এসছে কি ইভিএম যে আছে একটু খারাপ হয়ে গেছে, রিপ্লেস হচ্ছে।
There are complaints that have also come in with regards to EVMs, that EVMs are not working and there is malfunction.
স্যার, মুখ্যমন্ত্রী অভিযোগ করছেন বাহিনী ভোট দিয়ে দিচ্ছে, মুখ্যমন্ত্রী অভিযোগ করছেন বাহিনী ভোট দিয়ে দিচ্ছে, সেন্ট্রাল ফোর্স ভোট দিয়ে দিচ্ছে, এই অভিযোগ করছেন।
সেন্ট্রাল ফোর্স তো একটাও ভোট দিল না, দেবে না। সেন্ট্রাল ফোর্স কিনা ভোট।
Responding to the question on Chief Minister's allegations of central forces also voting. In fact, CEO now refuting those allegations, saying that no central forces have gone ahead and voted.
যেখানে भी আমাদের বুথে গন্ডগোল হবে ধরা যাবে আর যেটা এমন হবে কি আমার ইলেকশন প্রসেস ভিশিয়েট করে দিচ্ছে ওখানে রিপোর্ট হবে যদি কোনো আরাম করেছে গন্ডগোল করেছে অ্যান্ড যেখানে भी এসব টেপে হয়েছে ওখানে প্রিসাইডিং অফিসার ওখানে যে সিএমপি পার্সন আছে রেসপন্সিবিলিটি ফেস হবে কি এটা কিরম হতে পারে আমাদের একদম ইনস্ট্রাকশন ক্লিয়ার আছে
Our instructions have been very clear to the officers at the ground with regards to repolling. We will be looking into the matter, whether at all there is any truth to it, following which only repoll decision will be taken.
মধ্যরাত্রির থেকে পুলিশ গেছে সিআরপি ববি হাকিম অভিযোগ করছেন
দেখুন আমার কাছে সঠিক ইনফরমেশন নেই আমি কার বাড়িতে কে গেছে नहीं গেছে আমি সিও ওটা নেই पुलिस से कहा जाए लॉ एंड ऑर्डर मेंटेन करा जाते हैं पुलिस से कहा जाए पीस मेंटेन करा जाते हैं पुलिस जेखाने जेखाने भाबे
I'm not going to make any comment about a single candidate, but it is the prerogative of the police to enter wherever they feel that there is a need and to maintain the law and order situation on the ground.
ইলেকশন গন্ডগোল করতে পারে কে ইলেকশন যেটা আছে খারাপ করতে পারে তো পুলিশ তো প্রিভেন্টিভ মেজার নেবে এন্ড এখনো কোনো গন্ডগোল হবে পুলিশ স্ট্রং অ্যাকশন নেবে
স্যার মমতা ব্যানার্জি বলছেন সেন্ট্রাল ফোর্স গুন্ডাগিরি করছে বিভিন্ন জায়গায় গিয়ে সেন্ট্রাল ফোর্সের দিকে অভিযোগ করছে
দেখো কোনো সেন্ট্রাল ফোর্স যে আছে
On questions of central forces high-handedness,
সেন্ট্রাল ফোর্স তো একটা সেন্ট্রাল ফোর্স আছে এখানে সাংবাদিক আছে কে সাংবাদিক গন্ডগোল করছে এটা তো নাম জানতে হবে
there are several journalists on the ground. Can anyone actually say that there is any high-handedness on the part of the central forces? The central forces are essentially doing their duty to ensure that there are free and fair elections taking place.
India has got zero tolerance on any gandagol by even any polling personnel, any CAPF, any QRT personnel, any official involved in the election. प्रत्येक ऑफिशियल जो इलेक्शन इन्वॉल्व आते he is on deputation to ECI and ECI will not tolerate any sort of indiscipline by any of its officers. स्पेसिफिक कंप्लेंट আসবে আমি আপনাদের মাধ্যমে সব ভোটারকে আবার আপিল রাখছি আপনি যান ভোট দিয়ে আসুন গ্রেট হিস্ট্রি অফ বেঙ্গল আপনার ক্যালকাটা যে আছে ভোটিং পার্সেন্টেজ তো কম থাকে আমরা প্রত্যেক লোকের দায়বদ্ধ আছি আমরা কলকাতা যে আছে ভোটিং পার্সেন্টেজ এমন করবো অন্য মেট্রো যেটা আছে আপনার দিল্লি আছে আপনার মুম্বাই আছে আপনার বেঙ্গলোর আছে চেন্নাই আছে ওদের থেকে বেশি ভোটিং পার্সেন্টেজ আমরা করতে পারবো
থ্যাংক ইউ স্যার
Well, NIA continuing their search operations in Bangor. This is the very place from ISF Chief Naushad is contesting. In fact, earlier this morning, there were images that had come in of crude bombs that have been recovered. 79 crude bombs in the run-up to the Phase 2 elections have already been recovered, following which the Election Commission had to step in. On your screens right now, these are the latest images coming in of the National Investigation Agency carrying out the investigation with regards to crude bombs. In fact, just a quick take of what we know so far. This is on the outskirts of Kolkata where the seat is. In fact, this is the seat from where Naushad has been contesting. He is also the sitting legislator and a direct fight with the Trinamool Congress. In fact, Naushad's party has largely been saying that they are the ones who are the voice of the Dalits as well as the minorities in the state of West Bengal, and leading to a direct fight. Now, in the Panchayat elections also, this was the same very place where there was large-scale violence that has taken place. In fact, it almost appeared for those who have been on the ground to actually see this is all. It turns out to be a completely war zone. We have been here during the Panchayat elections. You could literally see from each side. The side has been divided. One side, they call it, is the Trinamool Congress stronghold. The other happens to be ISF stronghold. And you would essentially see crude bombs being hurled. And on your screens right now, latest images coming in of the current situation. I believe this came in earlier today. Yeah. And let's try and see if we can go full frame, because defining images of this very place, Bangor, and perhaps the messaging that is being done by the ISF to the Trinamool Congress here. On your screens right now, you have ISF supporters. I believe that would be Naushad. We'll try and see if we can also pull out those images of Naushad who spoke a short while back. But clearly, with the NIA coming in, Trinamool Congress this morning, Abhishek said, Shoykut Mullah had said that for the first time, you have the National Investigation Agency, and they also roped in the other central agencies, saying that for the first time, central agencies have been deployed on the election day, responding to the fact that CBI, ED is also there on the spot, is what one of the Trinamool Congress leaders had to say. Here you have Naushad on your screens. We'll try and see if we can just, if there are any nats here of Naushad speaking to the CRP, the paramilitary force that have been deployed there.
কথা বলি, আজকে একটা উৎসবের মেজাজ, আজকে হচ্ছে গণতন্ত্রের উৎসব। এই উৎসবে এই যারা এরকম ধরনের বিশৃঙ্খল।
Okay, so there you have. It seems that this was immediately after the crude bombs that were recovered, and the National Investigation Agency has been acting on the basis of the order that has been passed by the Ministry of Home Affairs and the recommendation that came in from the Election Commission to ensure that there are free and fair elections taking place, and not a repeat of what we had seen earlier of crude bombs being hurled by ISF and Trinamool Congress.
Let's get quick reactions on this. Rohan Gupta of the BJP joins us in the broadcast, as also Muralidharan Sivalingam, right-leaning voice, political analyst, Advocate Nikhil Jain giving us the Congress view. We have Congress view on the panel, but not on the ground. Ranjan Bhattacharya, political analyst, lean towards the TMC. Ranjan, if I could begin with you. ISF versus Trinamool, it seems, for the minority or the Muslim vote bank this time. And it's coming clear, be it Bangur, be it Kaliganj, be it Canning West, be it Canning Purba, and Sonarpur Dakshin. Everywhere you see ISF versus Trinamool panning out, really.
Well, amend your first statement. I am not Trinamool representative or speaker.
I said pro-TMC voice.
Yeah, I'm as a political analyst, I like to explain you whatever you have asked me so far. It's basically because of the fact that the SIR, a large section of the voters have thought about it, that their franchise, their voters' right should be exercised in this election. That is, to best of my knowledge, as a primary issue, which has brought the voting poll percentage so high in the first phase, and as well in the second stage. I think second phase it will happen the same. With regard to the issue of how and when this result come, before that, how do you analyze what can be the future of West Bengal in terms of who will form the government, which political party will get how many seats? Various assessment, various analysis of various agencies. I don't agree with all of that, what they are explaining and what they are thinking about the present situation. You know, it has various angles from where people can think of or can come out with their thought. But the issue is that, there are a couple of issues which are very relevant, like anti-incumbency factor. That is there. Second, the government of West Bengal, at the fag end of their term, there were a lot of issues which they have faced in terms of, court cases on voter list, rolls, and the inclusion and exclusions of the voters list. There are issues, n number of issues just before the election. So the people, the voters at large, are also very confused. What is right, what is wrong, how it is happening, why it is happening just before the election, and so forth. So it is a very confusing state of affairs, as a matter of fact, in West Bengal politics, and particularly just before the election, that situation which people of the state has faced. To best of my knowledge, that yes, there will be a very tough fight. Yes, there will be a result either way. Yes, there are possibilities that many things which nobody has even thought of, the result may take turn to that the side also. To be very honest to you, there might be maybe the first time in assembly election of West Bengal, hung assembly. I mean, no party will get majority. So
it
all
would be
these
hung
are
assembly. You are actually saying Mamata Banerjee is not coming to power?
I have never said that.
You said hung assembly.
I'm not saying that Mamata Banerjee, you see, you can't raise an issue or a question like this when such a huge state facing just before election so many question marks. Just before the
Does that
election.
question mark include question mark on Mamata Banerjee not coming to power or coming to power?
I'm not an astrologer.
You are equivocating. That's why let me take this to Rohan Gupta. Rohan Gupta, you know, it is clear that we are seeing a pattern. The pattern is that Trinamool seems to be on the back foot. The pattern is that Trinamool is nervous. The pattern is that Mamata Banerjee cut a very lonely picture in the morning, and Mamata Banerjee, when she made the first comments, came out very defensive, Rohan Gupta.
I completely agree with you, and there is a reason behind it. Because if there is free and fair election in West Bengal, TMC knows that they are going to lose. And the phase one numbers, obviously all the political parties analyze the numbers. I think after analysis, TMC has realized that even phase two, if there is a free and fair elections, because phase two is the phase where they have maximum number of seats. So they are jittery, but I think Election Commission has done commendable job. They have not come under pressure. This is the first time that the voting has touched 92%. This is the first time where the voting is happening only in two phases. This is the first time that there is no pre-poll violence. This is the first time that on the day of election, nobody has died. So I think there are many firsts in favor of Election Commission. That's why TMC is jittery, and that's why we see this kind of frustration from TMC. But whatever they have done, like the kind of the numbers it is showed that at 11 o'clock already 40% voting is completed. It means every hour 10% voting is there. I think we might break the record of phase one. So it clearly shows that people have not been influenced by the goons of TMC. They are voting in free and fair manner. They have confidence in the management which is set up by Election Commission, and that's why Bengal is going for the change this time.
Okay, Nikhil?
But importantly, they have to prove that. How are you winning? You have to give some sort of arguments about, even if there is an increase in voter percentage, if more people are coming to vote, you can't say that it is anti-incumbency or it's pro-incumbency. But let me go across to Ranjan Bhattacharya for a response on that. Whom do you think is winning this time? Because the number of increase in voter percentage definitely doesn't hint towards TMC coming back to power or BJP losing more seats. What's your take on that first?
Well, let me be very honest to you that little bit, whatever I know about the pre-election situation, the large number of people of the rural belt, in spite of the fact that there are so many complaints on law and order situation, so many complaints against the anti-social activities of so-called Trinamool, workers at a ground level, have not really changed the mind.
Let's also get in Nikhil.